world. A black light broke through the sky from a distance, descending above a valley. The big black cat looked down at the entire valley shrouded in black mist, but there was a loud roaring sound beside his ears. It seemed that in the mist, countless people were fighting. Sure enough, there is still 9-leaf immortal grass. The big black cat turned his head and looked at the image of the Tianling mirror in Mao Bauer's hand, with an expression of surprise and joy on his face. This 9-leaf immortal grass stood intact on the ground, swaying gently in the breeze, waving a faint fairy light. In addition to a large number of ghost lice, 8 giant konjac flowers grew around it, closely surrounding it. Hey, what is that? The big black cat suddenly discovered that there were some red tubes among the ghost lice, which were constantly squirming like earthworms. This is a red-blooded earthworm. Cat Bauer's face changed color when he saw the red tube-shaped creature. Red-blooded earthworm? The big black cat was stunned for a moment and looked at Mao Bauer in confusion. Brother, although this red-blooded earthworm looks harmless, it is actually one of the top 3 weird creatures in the Jiuyou underground palace. Mao Bauer said quickly. Is it that powerful? The big black cat frowned and looked at the picture of the Tianling mirror with an unbelievable look in his eyes. The red-blooded earthworm is only a dozen meters long and only half a meter thick. It is completely naked and does not even have any fangs. Why is it so scary? Are the top 3 weird creatures a bit unrealistic? The red-blooded earthworm is said to be an immortal thing. It is invulnerable to water and fire, and is not afraid of swords. Even if it is cut into hundreds of pieces, it can instantly merge into one body. Once the red-blooded earthworm gets close, it will burrow into your body, suck all your blood, and eat all your internal organs. Mao Bauer said with a horrified expression. So smart? The big black cat had a horrified look on his face when he heard this. He looked at the Tianling mirror with solemn eyes, thinking about how to capture this 9-leaf immortal grass. The difficulty this time is hellish. After thinking for a few seconds, the big black cat suddenly had an idea in his mind. This time it was extremely difficult not only for him, but also for other demon clans. If you want to get this 9-leaf immortal grass, even if the golden-winged rock comes, it will be difficult to succeed in a sneak attack like last time. The big black cat pulled Cat Bauer and landed on a rock. He sat cross-breeding, his eyes half-closed, looking at the Tianling mirror, and began to refine the divine walking boots. Brother, aren't we going to fight for the immortal grass? Mao Bauer urged from the side. Don't worry, let them work hard for a while. The big black cat shook his head. While refining the divine walking boots, he stared closely at the heavenly spirit mirror. You cannot relax at this time, and you must always be alert to changes that may occur at any time. Half a day passed quickly. The fighting in the valley was still as fierce as before, and the roaring sounds were endless. Those big monsters fought until the sky was dark, the sun and the moon were dark, and there was no light. A golden figure suddenly galloped from a distance and stopped above the valley. Dragon Lord is here, Mao Bauer reminded carefully. The big black cat looked up and his pupils shrank slightly. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Lord he least expected to see was here again. However, he is not afraid of Dragon Lord now. He is now at the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, and his physical body has been tempered by the 9-leaf immortal grass and has improved dozens of times. Now if he fights Dragon Lord again, even if he is not his opponent, he will not be too weak. His speed is far inferior to Long Zun. After half a day of refining, he had a higher degree of control over the divine walking boots. This also means that he has faster speed. If the golden-winged rock appears again, the big black cat will definitely be able to catch up with the golden-winged rock with the magic boots this time. Long Zun stayed in the void and looked in the direction of the valley, and soon discovered the 9-leaf immortal grass inside. There's actually one more. A smile suddenly appeared on Long Zun's gloomy face. He thought that the 9-leaf immortal grass from before was out of print. It seems that there are many 9-leaf immortal grass in this Joyo underground palace. Dragon Lord suddenly felt something in his heart and raised his head to look in a certain direction. At this time, he found a young man in black robe and a woman in red sitting on a stone. It's a 9-tailed civet. Seeing the 9-tailed civet, Long Zun felt another surge of anger in his heart. Did you obtain that immortal grass? Dragon Lord slowly walked towards the big black cat from the void. Dragon Lord, don't talk nonsense. You saw what happened at that time. It was the golden-winged rock that took away the immortal grass. The big black cat stood up and said plausibly. Yeah? Long Zun walked to a place 10 feet away and stopped. He stared coldly at the two people in front of him, showing a hint of threat. This immortal grass has no chance with you, so get out of here. Damn it, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Joyo underground palace can only be obtained by those who are destined to get them. When did they become exclusive to your Dragon Lord? The big black cat cursed with a straight face, showing no mercy to Long Zun. Do you want to die? Dragon Lord slowly raised his right hand, and golden dragon claws appeared on his hand. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't think that just because you are at the 10th level of the Divine Bridge Realm is a big deal. The big black cat sneered. Hearing this sentence, Long Zun's eyes tightened, and he suddenly showed a shocked look. Only now did he realize that the 9-tailed civet in front of him had reached the 10th level of the Divine Bridge Realm. But he clearly remembered that it was the 7th floor before. It had only been half a day. How could this guy break through to the 10th level? Long Zun stood silently in the void. This 9-tailed civet is extremely strange and mysterious. Even if he kills it, he may not be able to kill the 9-tailed civet on the spot. Just when Long Zun hesitated, 2 more rays of light flew over from a distance and landed nearby. It is the 9-tailed demon fox and the golden black tiger. It's not that enemies never get together. 9-tailed civet, let me see where you dare to run this time? When the 9-tailed demon fox saw the 2 people in the distance, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on its charming little face. In more than half a day, she and the golden-striped black tiger were extremely lucky, and they actually obtained several 7-leaf immortal grass. The 2 of them took these immortal herbs, and now their bodies are stronger than before. So when the 9-tailed demon fox faced the 9-tailed civet cat, it was full of confidence. 9-tailed demon fox, since you also have a grudge against him, why don't we join forces and kill him? Long Zun said indifferently. The 9-tailed demon fox was stunned. She didn't expect that Long Zun, who had always been conceited and arrogant, would actually request to join forces. Naturally, she wanted it. Okay, then let's work together to kill this thief. The 9-tailed demon fox said happily. The golden-patterned black tiger drew out his sword, and another dense layer of black light emerged from his body. Brother. Mao Bauer's face turned pale and his body started to tremble. Don't be afraid. The big black cat sneered, suddenly grabbed Cat Bauer's hand, activated the magic boots with all his strength, turned into a black light, and plunged into the mist in the Black Valley. The three great demons, the Dragon Lord, the nine-tailed demon fox, and the golden-patterned black tiger, were suddenly stunned. In the valley, there are dangers everywhere. If the nine-tailed civet flees there, won't it die faster? No. He is trying to seize the immortal grass. Long Zun's expression changed, and he rushed towards the mist in the valley. Without hesitation. This nine-tailed civet is so cunning. The face of the nine-tailed demon fox changed. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and rushed over with the black tiger with gold stripes. In the black mist. No. Mao Bauer stared at the Tianling mirror and whispered, "The three of them are catching up. It doesn't matter, just have fun with them." A cold light flashed in the big black cat's eyes, the corners of his lips raised, and a sneer appeared. No matter whether he flew outside or rushed back to the valley, with the extreme speed brought by the magic boots, the three guys were helpless. The reason why the big black cat entered the valley was to drag these three people into the water. To know. In the huge valley, there are not only many great monsters fighting, but also many ferocious and strange creatures watching eagerly. In this day, the big black cat has refined some of the magic boots, his current speed, even if the golden-winged rock comes, he can't catch up. Therefore, he has the confidence to fish in troubled waters in the chaos. Boom! In the mist, those big monsters were fighting in a melee, and the fight was so earth-shattering that the sun and the moon lost all light. Whoosh! The big black cat suddenly flew past the monsters, like a black lightning, heading straight for the immortal grass. His current idea is to activate all the ghost lice and red-blooded earthworms on the ground so that they can also participate in the battle. Otherwise, he would not be able to attack the nine-leaf immortal grass. Court death. Seeing someone passing by quietly, several big demons were furious, and immediately turned around and launched attacks one after another at him. The big black cat didn't dare to fight. He controlled the magic boots and hid to the side. Those attacks failed, and without stopping, they actually landed on Long Zun, who was chasing the big black cat. Despicable! Long Zun shouted angrily. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly waved his hand, golden light bloomed in his hand, and with a bang, all these attacks were scattered. Long Zun's body shook a few times, and his energy and blood surged. This nine-tailed civet cat has such a good plan. Long Zun took a deep breath and then realized the purpose of the nine-tailed civet's escape into the valley. There was a scuffle everywhere at the moment. If he wanted to kill the nine-tailed civet in this place, it would be impossible. Dragon Lord released his spiritual consciousness and watched helplessly as the nine-tailed civet made a circle in the valley, and then landed on the nine-leaf immortal grass. Dragon Lord was immediately furious and rushed over. The nine-tailed demon fox behind her was also chasing after her, but her speed was obviously worse than Dragon Lord, so she could only follow behind. However, the nine-tailed demon fox is always ready for illusion attacks. As long as the hateful guy is distracted for just a second, she believes that the double attack of the two great demons, the golden-patterned black tiger and the Dragon King, will kill the nine-tailed civet. Boom boom boom. The big black cat rushed left and right, breaking through the blockade of the big demons in the melee, and approached the nine-leaf immortal grass. The sudden appearance of the big black cat immediately alerted the strange creatures on the ground who were waiting for an opportunity at any time. Hoo-hoo. The giant konjac flower sprayed out slender golden thin thread tentacles like spiritual snakes, sweeping up into the sky. There are a total of 8 giant konjac flowers, densely intertwined with thin threads, like a large airtight net. Roll. The big black cat roared angrily. He poured a large amount of mana into the black shield, and the black shield suddenly lit up with a layer of black light. The light broke away from the shield and rolled back like a wave. Boom! Those big golden nets were suddenly broken by the black light, and the remaining parts suddenly retracted. Just as they broke through the giant konjac flower's attack, those red-blooded earthworms, as long and thin as blood-colored tubes, flew over like blood snakes, as fast as lightning. The big black cat's heart was numb. This is one of the 3 weird creatures in the Joyo underground palace. He didn't go head-to-head. Instead, he dodged and fled in the direction behind him. At this time, dozens of great demons, including Long Zun and others, were chasing after them. You're here just in time, let's kill these red-blooded earthworms together. The big black cat laughed and accelerated towards the big monsters. Dragon Lord and other big demons were frightened when they saw the red-blooded earthworm chasing after them. Naturally, they also know the horror of red-blooded earthworms. However, everyone also knows that if you want to obtain the immortal grass, you must first get rid of the red-blooded earthworms, otherwise no one will have a chance to get close. So these big monsters had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack the red-blooded earthworms. The big black cat drew an arc and flew towards the other side. Nine-tailed civet? At this time, a clear voice came from the mist. The big black cat suddenly felt like he was in a trance. He knew that this was another illusion caused by the 9-tailed demon fox. He activated the Sky Eye of Disillusionment without hesitation. The purple runes as tiny as stars in his eyes lit up, and mysterious power swept out, instantly breaking the illusion of the 9-tailed demon fox. 7th Princess. The voice of the golden-patterned black tiger rang out in the mist. The big black cat sneered and rushed over immediately, finding the 9-tailed demon fox standing in midair with a dull expression, while the golden-striped black tiger was a little panicked. The big black cat seized this opportunity, raised his black shield and smashed it. The golden-striped black tiger did not expect the big black cat to attack so quickly. He raised his sword to meet it, but was a step too late. Boom! The black shield hit the 9-tailed demon fox hard, knocking her down. A flash of sword light flashed. The attack of the golden black tiger has arrived. You Taihanhan, do you even want to kill your wife? I think you don't want to live anymore. The big black cat laughed loudly, blocked it with a black shield, and quickly disappeared in another direction. The golden-patterned black tiger ignored the pursuit and rushed downwards, heading straight for the direction in which the 9-tailed demon fox fell. At this moment, the 9-tailed demon fox was surrounded by some ghost lice. However, a layer of light rose up from her body, forming a protective layer that blocked the ghost lice from outside. The golden-striped black tiger rushed over and drove away all the ghost lice, grabbed the 9-tailed demon fox and flew into the air. The 9-tailed demon fox woke up at this moment. When she thought of what had just happened, she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she had a life-saving charm hidden on her body, and she survived at the critical moment. Let's go, we won't get involved in this muddy water anymore, the 9-tailed demon fox said. After continuously fighting against the 9-tailed civet, the guy broke her illusion several times. The 9-tailed demon fox knew that he was no match, so he began to think about retreating. Anyway, there are other immortal grasses in this mountain range, so there is no need to fight for them here. The 9-tailed demon fox retreated with the golden-patterned black tiger. But Long Zun was extremely obsessed with the nine-leaf immortal grass. While fighting the red-blooded earthworms, he was also looking for opportunities. Boom! Boom! The battle in the midst of the valley became more and more intense. Red-blooded earthworms are indeed among the top 3 weird creatures. The effects of various attacks on them are minimal, even if their bodies are cut off and divided into 2. They also heal quickly and cannot be killed at all. Once the red-blooded earthworms become mad, they start to attack all the monsters crazily. At this time, the big monsters in the valley were secretly complaining. The big black cat dashed left and right, trying to find a chance to break through. But he tried several times and failed every time. Several times, he was very close to the nine-leaf immortal grass, but he was still blocked by the giant konjac flowers, ghost lice, and red-blooded earthworms that were waiting there. There are always a small number of strange creatures that guard closely around the nine-leaf immortal grass. Because the nine-tailed civet was too fast and as slippery as a loach, Long Zun couldn't keep up even if he wanted to. In the end, Long Zun simply gave up the idea of chasing him. After several failed attacks, the big black cat soared into the sky and left the valley. He finally saw that no one could come now. With the protection of those strange creatures, there was no way he could get close to the nine-leaf immortal grass. The best thing to do now. Just wait for the hard work and continue to refine the magic boots. The big black cat speculated that the movement here is very loud now, and it is estimated that it will attract many big monsters from the monster clan to come and fight for it. In that case, the stronger the monster clan is, the greater its suppression force will be on those weird creatures. After his magic boots speed up, in this situation, he will have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The big black cat landed on a boulder, sat cross-legged, and began to refine the magic boots. Cat Bauer watched quietly and did not ask any questions. She held up the heavenly spirit mirror, always paying attention to the immortal grass. At this time, silhouettes of people flew over from a distance. Seeing the fierce fighting here, some monsters rushed forward without hesitation and joined the fight for the immortal grass. However, there are also some monsters who are not at a high level of cultivation. After taking a few glances at the chaotic scene, they left. Some other demon clans were standing nearby, ready to fish in troubled waters at any time. The big black cat slightly squinted his eyes and stared at the heavenly spirit mirror, constantly refining the divine walking boots. At this time, there is no use in being anxious. The difficulty of obtaining this nine-leaf immortal grass is even more complicated and higher than the last time. It can be called an epic level. At this time, a golden light flew over quickly from a distance. In mid-air, he transformed into a big man in golden robes and landed in front of the big black cat. Nine-tailed civet, long time no see, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. The big man in golden robe looked at the nine-tailed civet and said with a sneer. The big black cat opened one eye, looked at the man in front of him, and said with a soft smile, it turns out to be fellow Taoist golden-winged Dapeng. I want to ask you, who attacked me that day? Who stole the nine-leaf immortal grass? The golden-winged rock asked with an indifferent expression as soon as he came up. I didn't see clearly, the person coming was too fast. The big black cat replied with a smile. He absolutely cannot admit this kind of thing. Anyway, there were no outsiders at the scene at that time, so no one would know that he was the mastermind. The golden-winged rock's eyes fell on the big black cat, and after looking at it for a few seconds, he suddenly said slowly, could it be your kid who did This? Don't spit on anyone. The big black cat lowered his eyelids and said indifferently, golden-winged. Da Peng, if we really fight, you may not be my opponent. Yeah? The golden-winged roc was taken aback, and he looked at the nine-tailed civet carefully. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the nine-tailed civet cat that was originally on the 7th floor of the Divine Bridge realm actually broke through to the 10th floor of the Divine Bridge realm. What exactly is going on? Why did the forbidden power in Jiuyou Underground Palace weaken him? If the nine-tailed civet reaches the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, Golden Wing Da Peng will not have the confidence to fight with him. If they are at the same level, the two of them are indistinguishable. Thinking of this, the golden-winged roc suddenly lost his desire to compete with the nine-tailed civet. He glanced at the turbulent fighting situation in the valley, and suddenly said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, why is there a 9-leaf immortal grass down here? Aren't you ready to snatch it? I tried it, but it didn't work." The big black cat shrugged and said disapprovingly. The golden-winged roc looked towards the direction of the valley again. After a while, he slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, you and I are both very fast and have magical powers. Do you want to join forces?" Join forces? Are you kidding me? Do you still want to take apart that immortal grass and take it? The big black cat shook his head, with a sarcastic smile on his face. If you don't want to join forces, forget it. The golden-winged roc sneered and suddenly stopped talking. He was just talking casually. This nine-tailed civet is extremely cunning, and he won't trust him. Now, the battle below the valley is extremely fierce, and those strange creatures and the big monsters are fighting together. He didn't want to take a trip into this muddy water. The day passed quickly. In order to compete for this 9-leaf immortal grass, the battle in the valley is still fierce. Some monsters retreated, but there were still some big monsters that kept fighting. Although those weird creatures were terrifying, the demon clan continued to receive reinforcements and killed many weird creatures. As for the red-blooded earthworms, although they are temporarily unkillable, they are killed again and again, and their healing speed also slows down. The golden-winged roc stood with his hands behind his back, his golden pupils shining with golden light. He was always looking for opportunities. The big black cat looked calm and closed his eyes to rest, but secretly he was desperately refining the magic boots. Mao Bauer next to him was silent and stared closely at the Tianling mirror. This time the situation is very dangerous. She had always been uneasy in her heart, fearing that the strange creatures in the valley would rush out. At this time, another figure flew from a distance and transformed into a middle-aged man in gray robes in midair. He looked around and suddenly saw the nine-tailed civet cat and the sky civet cat sitting on the boulder. He seemed to remember something and his face became gloomy. "Isn't this the nine-tailed civet?" The middle-aged man touched his chin and said angrily. When the big black cat heard someone talking, he opened his eyes and immediately recognized the person's origin. This person was also one of them when he first snatched the 9-leaf immortal grass. He was once a great demon in the Destiny realm, but now his realm has been suppressed to the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Any advice? The big black cat's eyes flashed with cold light, and his gaze was like two sharp swords, and he pushed back unceremoniously. The big demon looked at the golden-winged Da Peng again, and said with a sneer, "Golden-winged Da Peng, last time I snatched a 9-leaf immortal grass, are you going to do it again this time?" The immortal grass in the Jiuyou Underground Palace is originally in ownerless thing and can be snatched by anyone. The golden-winged roc was displeased and said loudly. That's very well said. The big demon sneered. Although he was slightly stronger, his speed was far inferior to that of the golden-winged Dapeng. Even worse than the nine-tailed civet. If he wanted to fight for the opportunity, he had to go to the valley, so that he could have a chance to seize it. After gathering his thoughts, the big demon took a deep breath, glared at the two of them coldly, and rushed into the mist in a flash. Nine-tailed civet, it seems that many people regard us as allies. The golden-winged roc chuckled. Who the hell cares about being in alliance with you? The big black cat cursed angrily, get away from me now. Seeing the nine-tailed civet being so arrogant, the golden-winged roc suddenly became furious and stretched out his arms to grab the big black cat. His palms suddenly turned into golden claws in midair, and a layer of golden luster shone on the delicate scales. Call. Head down, roaring. Seeing that the golden-winged roc actually wanted to attack him, the big black cat's heart surged with anger, and he immediately flew up, raised his fist, and faced it. His current physical body has been strengthened dozens of times, and he will definitely not be weaker than the golden-winged roc. Boom! The golden claws and fists collided in midair, making a huge roar. The golden-winged roc suddenly retreated dozens of feet before stopping. He grinned and raised his injured palm, watching blood dripping down. The palm of this hand was now covered in blood and flesh, and the white bones were exposed. How did the nine-tailed civet's body become so abnormal? The golden-winged roc grinned in pain. He was in midair, looking at the nine-tailed civet cat in the distance, with a trace of deep fear in his eyes. The big black cat retracted his fists, clasped his hands behind his back, imitating the master's style, and looked calmly at the golden-winged roc in midair. After tempering his body with the nine-leaf immortal grass, the big black cat found that his body was really abnormally strong. The punch he just punched did not reveal its true form, but it completely defeated the golden-winged roc that partially revealed its true form. If he showed up as the nine-tailed civet, he might be able to make the golden-winged roc lose his entire arm with just one slap. Thinking of this, the big black cat felt proud. Brother, you are so powerful now. Seeing the nine-tailed civet knocking away the golden-winged roc with one punch, Mount Bauer's eyes shone with admiration. The golden-winged Dapeng clan is famous in Songnan continent. Physically powerful, good at speed and magical powers. A pair of golden claws, comparable to the sharp blade of a divine weapon. And that's it. The nine-tailed civet's punch actually injured the claws of the golden-winged roc. It can be seen how powerful the nine-tailed civet body is today. I understand, nine-tailed civet, could it be that you stole the nine-leaf immortal grass? The golden-winged roc's eyes widened, and he suddenly roared hysterically. He knew exactly what the nine-tailed civet's bodies looked like, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be as terrifying as they are now. If it hadn't been for taking the nine-leaf immortal grass, this nine-tailed civet would never have such a terrifying body. It seems you are not stupid yet. The big black cat took 2 steps forward slowly, and said proudly, I have indeed obtained the nine-leaf immortal grass, and I have successfully refined it. Golden-winged Dapeng, do you still want to compete with me? Facing the aggressive posture of the nine-tailed civet, the golden-winged roc was speechless and speechless. He is not stupid. He knows that he is no match for the nine-tailed civet cat, and will never attack easily again. Golden-winged Dapeng recalled that he had gone through all the hard work to obtain a nine-leaf immortal grass, but actually got the advantage of this nine-tailed civet, and he was still extremely angry. In his excitement, he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The big black cat just shook his head and sneered when he saw the lost form of the golden-winged roc. At this time, he looked at the Tianling mirror again. Now the battle below has become more intense and has entered an anxious state. Most of the red-blooded earthworms have been suppressed, and big monsters have begun to try to land on the nine-leaf immortal grass. However, there were still some strange creatures guarding the immortal grass. And coupled with the mutual involvement of the demon clan, no one succeeded. For a while. About there. With a look of determination on the big black cat's face, he grabbed Cat Bauer's hand, activated his walking boots, and got into the midst of the valley. The golden-winged roc saw that the nine-tailed civet wanted to take advantage of the nine-leaf immortal grass again. His face was gloomy and his body swayed, revealing his true form. It hovered over the valley, its golden pupils staring closely at the changes below, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time to snatch the immortal grass again. The current battle situation is too chaotic, and he may not have a chance to win in the chaos. This time he must grab the immortal grass, no matter what, even if it burns his essence and blood. He must get rid of all the big monsters, find a safe place, and swallow the nine-leaf immortal grass. Golden-winged Dupang believed that after he devoured this immortal grass, no one in the entire Joyo underground palace would be his opponent again. The big black cat rushed in with the speed of the magic boots. For a while, many big monsters did not react. By the time the big demons reacted, the big black cat had already approached the immortal grass. As soon as the strange creatures near this immortal grass saw someone coming in, they immediately rushed towards him. 7 or 8 red-blooded earthworms, thousands of ghost lice, and 8 thin golden thread tentacles shot out from giant konjac flowers. Roll. Seeing the overwhelming attack, the big black cat roared loudly, and all its mana poured into the black shield in its hand like a vast ocean. The black shield suddenly grew in size. This time it actually grew to 4 feet in size. A layer of ferocious black light flew out from the shield, sweeping towards the surroundings like a black wave. It's time. Over the valley, the golden-winged roc that had been hovering and soaring suddenly swooped down from midair when it saw this place. Now that the nine-tailed civet has attracted all the firepower, he can just steal the nine-leaf immortal grass. Boom! That layer of black light collided with those strange creatures, making a loud, roaring sound. Those thin golden thread tentacles were shattered one after another. At this time, the red-blooded earthworms like pipes were also shaken back, and as for the ghost lice, they fell down like raindrops. Suddenly, a golden light flashed away. The golden-winged roc seized this extremely rare opportunity, burned all his essence and blood, and suddenly grabbed the nine-leaf immortal grass. Kill him. In midair, Long Zun and other big demons rushed towards the big black cat. Does this golden-winged roc want to die? It actually burns blood and essence. The big black cat cursed angrily and immediately activated the sky disillusionment eye. Now, he can only rely on the sky's eye of disillusionment to stop the golden-winged roc. In his eyes, the purple runes appeared. In an instant, a mysterious energy descended on the golden-winged roc. At this moment, the golden-winged roc was only a few feet away from the immortal grass. He has now revealed his true form, which is 100 feet long, so for the golden-winged roc, the distance of 10 feet is a blink of an eye. Seeing that the nine-leaf immortal grass was about to be within easy reach, suddenly the body of the golden-winged roc froze in midair. Seeing the opportunity, the big black cat immediately flew over, reached out, and grabbed the immortal grass and stuffed it into the storage ring. The nine-tailed civet took away the immortal grass? When the big demons chasing behind saw this scene, they were all furious. Especially Dragon Lord. At this moment he swayed and his whole body exuded golden light. This time, he actually activated his bloodline power and chased after the big black cat. The anger in Long Zun's heart was like a roaring wave. The nine-tailed civet was so cunning that it took advantage of the loophole. Again. Ha 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 ha. The big black cat let out a wild laugh, drove the magic boots with all its strength, and disappeared in an instant. A red blood earthworm immediately rolled onto the body of the golden-winged roc, and was about to suck the blood of the golden-winged roc. Long Zun came over just in time to kill him. He raised his hand and swatted the red-blooded earthworm away. The golden-winged roc suddenly woke up. What happened? The golden-winged roc quickly looked at a certain place and found that the place was empty, and the nine-leaf immortal grass had disappeared. Standing next to the golden-winged roc, the Dragon Lord was gleaming with golden light, like a god, exuding a terrifying aura. He said angrily, "The nine-leaf immortal grass was stolen by the nine-tailed civet." The other big demons also came over and fought back the ghost lice and red-blooded earthworms that flew over. The faces of all the monsters were ashen, extremely ugly, and gloomy to the extreme. This nine-tailed civet is too insidious. The golden-winged roc had a gloomy face and said in a hateful voice, "Everyone, although the nine-leaf immortal grass was stolen by me last time, it was still stolen by the nine-tailed civet in the end. Now this guy has taken the immortal grass. My strength is stronger than before." After hearing the words of the golden-winged roc, all the great demons were immediately filled with indignation. The nine-tailed civet actually got 2 nine-leaf immortal grass, which is really infuriating. At this time, the surrounding group of red-blooded earthworms that could not be killed gathered around again, and those ghost lice also rushed over overwhelmingly. Boom boom. All the big demons attacked with hatred and drove these weird creatures back. Again. We must join forces to kill him. Long Zun was angry and said angrily, "Good." Golden Wing Duping was the first to respond. "Let's go find the nine-tailed civet." At this time, another big demon also said angrily. Rays of light rose up, and they all left the mist-shrouded valley in an instant. These big monsters were originally big monsters in the Destiny realm, but their cultivation levels were suppressed to the 9th or 10th level of the Shen Xi realm. There were probably dozens of people. Under the leadership of Long Zun, they set off in a mighty manner. However, the team only marched for an hour before disintegrating. The great demons on the road saw the immortal grass again. There were some with 6 leaves and some with 7 leaves. These big demons were all jealous and began to fight for them again. Although they did not grab the 9-leaf immortal grass, they could grab the 6-leaf or 7-leaf immortal grass, which would be of great help to temper their bodies and increase their longevity. After the monsters fought, they gave up all thoughts of looking for the 9-tailed civet. Anyway, this mountain range stretches as far as the eye can see, and there are immortal grasses everywhere, so why do you have to hold on to the 9-tailed civet cat? Moreover, the 9-tailed civet cat is incredibly fast and difficult to catch. If a lot of time is spent on him, I am afraid that even ordinary immortality grass will fall into the hands of others. All the great demons have this mentality, including Long Zun. Later, everyone dispersed and began to search for the immortal grass. The most aggrieved one is the golden-winged roc. After being plotted twice in a row by the nine-tailed civet, he now had the urge to go crazy and run away. Nine-tailed civet, I will definitely kill you when you get out. The golden-winged roc said with a sneer, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the air. After the big black cat obtained the 9-leaf immortal grass, it flew for 2 hours in one breath, before landing in mid-air. Ha ha. He took a few breaths, and couldn't help laughing again. It was too dangerous just now. The golden-winged roc almost snatched away the immortal grass. Recalling the thrill of the battle just now, Maubauer said with lingering fear beside him. How can that golden-winged dupeng be my opponent? I've long expected that he would do this. The big black cat smiled proudly. Brother, your magical powers are so powerful. The golden-winged dupeng was hit twice. Maubauer smiled sweetly and said enviously. In the past few days, she has followed the nine-tailed civet through life and death. Maubauer has become more and more aware of the unfathomable power of the nine-tailed civet. In particular, there is a weird mental attack that is even more difficult to guard against. Being able to snatch 2 9-leaf immortal grass from so many big demons is definitely not an accident, but a symbol of strength. What's the golden-winged roc? If not for that guy Long Zun running fast this time, otherwise, I would definitely make him look good. The big black cat laughed. Now this new 9-leaf immortal grass, he will completely put it in the storage ring and never take it out again. As a monster of the Shenlong Sect, he naturally had to curry favor with the leader. Seeing Maubauer looking at him with admiring eyes, the big black cat was excited. He patted Maubauer's shoulder with his hand and said generously, "When that iron bastard comes next time, I will help you beat him. Teach him a lesson and let him personally cancel your marriage." Really? Thank you so much, brother. Cat Bauer was surprised and happy when he heard this. Yeah. The big black cat laughed twice and began to look around again. Maubauer understood, and quickly took out the Tianling mirror, injected it with magic power, and searched everywhere. Suddenly she found a ball of golden light somewhere. Brother, there are more over there. Maubauer pointed in a certain direction and said excitedly. Gone. The big black cat laughed, grabbed Cat Bauer and left immediately. In a valley, he obtained another 6-leaf immortal grass. In the next few days, the big black cat and Cat Bauer have been in various places in the mountains, moving like ghosts. In the end, he found a total of more than a dozen immortal grasses. In order to thank Maubauer for her efforts, the big black cat also generously gave her a plant of immortality grass. At this moment, there are nearly 20 immortal grass plants in his storage ring. However, only one is a 9-leaf immortal grass, and the rest are 5-leaf, 6-leaf and 7-leaf. The 8-leaf immortality grass has never been available. The big black cat didn't take it seriously. He was physically strong now, so he wasn't in a hurry to take all the immortality grass. Originally, he planned to take the immortality grass himself after obtaining more than 5 plants. Later, because he swallowed a 9-leaf immortal grass, his physical body became dozens of times stronger. The big black cat felt that he wouldn't be able to use those immortal grasses for the time being. It's better to leave them all to the boss to handle. After all, this immortal grass is extremely rare and does not exist anywhere else in Songnan continent. If the Shenlong Sect stores some such immortal grass, it will be extremely helpful to the sect. A child can be taught. In the big black cat's mind, Yiyan let out a sigh of praise. In the beginning, it was only because of his intervention that the big black Cat took the 9-leaf immortal grass. Yi Yin did not expect that the big black cat would get so much immortality. Grass later on, but he would not take it. Instead, he would collect it all and prepare to hand it over to the sect. Yi Yin was very pleased with this. The strength of a sect cannot naturally be concentrated in one person. Only with united will can we once again build an eternal sect. Just when the big black cat was harvesting the immortal grass, all the demon clans in this mountain range have also gained a lot. In the process of harvesting the immortal grass, many monsters died under the fangs and claws of strange creatures. Although this mountain range is vast, it will eventually end. Slowly, many demon clans began to approach the end of the mountain range. Among the many demon clans, the fastest one was the big black cat, so he and Cat Bower were the first to reach the end of the mountain range. The mountains are gone. It's over. It seems that our experience this time is almost over. The big black cat stood in midair, sighing slightly as he looked at the dark, ferocious huge mountain peaks and the ground in the distance. Brother, don't you think this mountain peak looks like a dragon? Especially the two pillars in front look like dragon horns? Mao Bauer looked at the black mountain peak in the distance with a shocked face, and suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Yeah, I feel that way too. The big black cat nodded solemnly. As soon as he entered the bronze gate, he felt that the mountains here were like a black dragon. Now that he was near the end, he felt that the mountain in front of him was like a black dragon's head. He grabbed Cat Bower and flew forward, quickly. After crossing this mountain peak, the big black cat stopped at an altitude of 10,000 meters, turned around, and looked at this ferocious mountain peak. When his vision became clear, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Isn't this just a black dragon head? It really is a black dragon that has been dead for countless years. The big black cat murmured to himself, feeling a little out of control for a moment. As soon as he crossed the giant bronze gate, he had this magical feeling. Now at the end of the mountain range, this feeling has become reality. This extremely huge black dragon head looked up at the sky, its eyes wide open, seemingly full of unwillingness. It seemed that before dying, the black dragon wanted to fight for something. Brother, I think this black dragon is so scary. Mao Bauer's eyes were horrified, and he said tremblingly beside him. The big black cat nodded solemnly. Although this huge black dragon head has been petrified, the scales that are as black as ink and shining with a cold light can be vaguely seen. Its expression was majestic, exuding a sinister aura. This ferocious aura seems to be able to swallow up everything and all life. Anyone in front of it will feel frightened and the heart will beat wildly. With such a huge body, this dragon must have been at the level of a divine dragon during its lifetime, and its cultivation was unimaginably high. The big black cat looked solemn and said to himself, but with such a high level of cultivation, why would Shenlong still die? Mao Bauer said with fear. How do I know? Anyway, it is said that there was a great battle in ancient times, and most of the divine dragons died in that battle. The big black cat glared at her angrily. He also heard about things from ancient times and didn't know if they were true. Brother, what should we do next? Mao Bauer asked. Wait here for a while. I always feel that it's not that simple here. It seems that there should be some opportunities. The big black cat's heart moved, and he suddenly whispered. Mao Bauer nodded. She also had a strange feeling, and didn't want to leave here. The big black cat sat cross-legged, floating in the air, closed its eyes, and began to refine the magic boots again. Mao Bauer stood beside him, holding the Tianling mirror in one hand, and looking around while also helping him protect the law. In mind, Yi Yun naturally felt the underlying will. He smiled softly and seemed to understand something. It seems the test is not over yet. He was not in a hurry, nor did he use his magical powers to change this will. He also wanted to see what the mastermind behind this was planning to do in the end. Another day has passed. Monster clan began to arrive here one after another. Every monster clan that arrived here couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked when they saw the huge black dragon head. While he was shocked, he was also frightened by the evil spirit emanating from the faucet, making it difficult to control himself. But after all the demon monks came here, they did not leave again. Everyone felt a hidden will in their hearts, which seemed to intentionally let them stay here and wait quietly for other opportunities to appear. In short, it is a mysterious feeling. Therefore, many demon clans also looked for places to stay and waited quietly. This golden light flew over from a distance. The golden light disappeared, revealing Long Zun's burly figure. This Dragon Lord saw the huge black dragon head. In addition to shock, there was also an indescribable feeling in his eyes. It turned out to be a divine dragon. His blood was filled with awe of this dragon. Dragon Lord knelt on the ground without hesitation and kowtowed 3 times. Respectfully to the huge black dragon head. A faint ray of light suddenly shot out from the dragon's eyes and fell on Long Zun. Dragon Lord's aura became stronger again. What's this? Why can the Dragon Lord be baptized by the light of the dragon eye? Is it because he is also of the dragon bloodline? The demon clan next to him were talking one after another, with envious looks in their eyes. Have you noticed that Long Zun's cultivation has reached the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, and he is only half a step away from the Destiny realm? A demon youth said in shock. It's true. What was that ray of light just now? It actually made Dragon Lord's cultivation level rise from the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm to half a step of the Destiny realm in an instant? Another demon man said in shock. Everyone was talking a lot and couldn't believe what they were seeing. There was also a demon monk who followed the example of Dragon Lord and knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the black dragon, but no light appeared. Stop dreaming, you are not of the dragon bloodline. Long Zun stood beside him, with his hands behind his back, looking at this person coldly and said, "Well." The demon youth sighed and hid away dejectedly. Haha. The other demons all laughed loudly. With this little episode, no one would covet the head of the black dragon anymore. The 9-tailed civet should be here too, right? Long Zun turned around, looked around, and found 2 familiar figures in the void in the distance. Who is it if it's not a 9-tailed civet? Long Zun's eyes flashed with sharp cold light. He is thinking. Do you want to fight with the 9-tailed civet now? He is now a half-step great demon in the Destiny realm, and the 9-tailed civet may have swallowed the second 9-leaf immortal grass, and his body has been tempered again. If we fight him at this time, I'm afraid it's hard to say whether we will win or lose. Long Zun thought for a while and gave up the idea for the time being. There is a magical feeling in this place, and it seems that earth-shattering opportunities are about to appear. There was no need for him to fight to the death with the 9-tailed civet. First, at this time, as the light fell one after another, big demons continued to come to this place. There were many great demons here who had competed with the 9-tailed civet for the immortal grass, but at this moment, none of the great demons took action. Each of these big demons has their own little plans in mind. The nine-tailed civet has obtained 2 nine-leaf immortal grass, and its physical body may have been tempered to an extremely terrifying degree. In addition, the nine-tailed civet cat's current cultivation level is also at the 10th level of the Xinqiao realm, and it has terrifying speed and magical powers. In a real fight, the only one who suffers is yourself. Almost all the great demons had the common understanding not to seek revenge on the nine-tailed civet cat, as if they regarded him as nothing. Although he was refining the magic boots, the big black cat also developed a sense of consciousness and observed the surrounding situation. Seeing that after all the big demons came here, not one of them came to trouble him, the big black cat felt complacent in his heart. These guys thought they had swallowed 2 nine-leaf immortal grass, so they did not dare to act rashly. Ha ha! How funny! One after another, human figures continue to arrive here, and there are more and more monsters. 3 days passed. Under the black dragon head and in the surrounding void, there are already tens of thousands of monsters. The big black cat was also shocked when he saw the scale. At this moment, I am afraid that all the demon clans in the Joyo underground palace have gathered here. At this time, a faint golden light suddenly shot out from the top of the black dragon's head, and 10 golden figures appeared in the golden light. Golden humanoid? The demon monks exclaimed loudly. There are many demon clans who have never seen a golden humanoid creature, but they are very impressed by the legendary image of a golden humanoid creature. After all, it is the top 3 powerful and strange existences in the Joyo underground palace. But what I didn't expect was, above the dragon's head, 10 strange golden humanoid creatures appeared. This is really terrible. Oh my god! How come there are so many? The big black cat's heart was beating fast, and there was a look of horror in its eyes. 1 golden humanoid was already too much for him to handle. If 10 people came here, he would have to run away quickly. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from a distance. A huge light shield suddenly enveloped the entire black dragon's head and all the monsters around it. This incident immediately frightened everyone. Is this trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Just when everyone was in shock, they suddenly saw the black dragon's big mouth suddenly open. At this time, everyone was shocked again. Is this dragon about to be resurrected? Everyone was terrified, even those great demons who had been in the Destiny realm were a little at a loss at this moment. After the dragon's mouth opened, it suddenly stopped moving. At this time, everyone was shocked to see a huge golden light rising from the dragon's mouth. This ball of golden light is 10 feet high. Among the golden light grew a fairy grass that was 5 to 6 feet high. This fairy grass is countless times larger than all the fairy grasses before. Its whole body is crystal clear and blooming with bright fairy light. Surprisingly, this fairy grass actually grew 10 leaves. 10-leaf immortal grass. After seeing the shape of this immortal grass clearly, all the people of the demon clan were boiling at this moment. Many great demons have seen the 9-leaf immortal grass. I thought that was the ultimate. Unexpectedly, there was a 10-leaf immortal grass in the dragon's mouth. How powerful will you become after eating the 10-leaf immortal grass? The increased longevity is probably unimaginable. Dragon Lord murmured to himself, his eyes becoming even more fanatical. High in the air. The big black cat looked at this 10-leaf immortal grass and began to breathe very quickly. He has eaten the 9-leaf immortal grass and naturally knows what great benefits the 9-leaf immortal grass will bring to him. The height of the 10-leaf immortal grass is 100 times that of the 9-leaf immortal grass. That means that its effectiveness is at least 100 times greater. The big black cat was also tempted. Even if there were 10 terrifying golden humanoid creatures staring at the dragon head, he was still determined to grab the 10-leaf immortal grass. Rustle. A familiar voice came from the depths of the dragon's mouth. When all the demon clan heard this voice, their expressions suddenly changed. Ghost lice? Deep in the dragon's mouth, there are actually a large number of ghost lice. The rustling sound became louder and louder. At first it sounded like a creak. And finally it came out like a raging tide. A black torrent surged out from the dragon's mouth, fell from midair, and landed on the ground, climbing towards the monsters around him. Isn't this an ordinary ghost louse? A demon youth exclaimed. These ghost lice are dark red all over and have horns on their heads. They are bigger and more ferocious than before. Call. 5 golden humanoid terrifying creatures jumped up from the dragon's head in an instant and rushed towards the demon clan people. Boom. The golden humanoid creature was so fast that it arrived in an instant and smashed a demon youth to pieces with one punch. These 5 humanoid creatures began to kill the demon clan. Kill. Seeing this, the big demons in the Destiny realm couldn't bear it anymore, and finally took action. With these powerful monsters at the front, all the other monster clans also joined the battle. Now trapped in the center of the formation, with no way to retreat, and with ghost lice and golden humanoid creatures, all the demon clans can only fight with their last breath. However, fortunately, there are a large number of monsters at this moment, numbering tens of thousands, and they are not weaker than those weird creatures. On top of the dragon's head, another golden humanoid creature came straight towards the big black cat. Oh, it's you? The big black cat sneered. Although the golden humanoid creatures all look similar, this humanoid creature holds a golden sword. It was the golden humanoid creature that had fought the big black cat for several rounds in the past. The big black cat grabbed Maubauer with one hand and supported the black shield with the other hand, and faced him forcefully. Now that his cultivation and physical body were strong, he no longer had to be as afraid of this golden humanoid creature as before. Mana poured in, and the black shield suddenly swelled. Boom! The golden sword hit the black shield with a loud bang. The golden humanoid creature was knocked down and flew out. The big black cat stood still. Haha! You are no longer a match for Uncle Cat. The big black cat was full of pride and rushed towards the golden humanoid creature with a black shield in hand. This guy sneak attacked him several times, and now he wants to pay him back. Call. Relying on his extreme speed, he was in front of the golden humanoid creature. In a blink of an eye, raised his black shield, and smashed it down hard. The golden humanoid creature quickly raised its sword to block, but was still knocked back. Boom! The golden humanoid creature hit the horns on top of the dragon's head. The dragon horn was extremely tough and actually bounced the golden humanoid creature back. The big black cat rushed towards him, swung his black shield, and kept hitting the golden humanoid creature. Some monsters nearby saw how ferocious the big black cat was and were so frightened that they moved further away from him. Another direction. The Dragon Lord showed off his power, his body glowing with golden light, and he beat a golden humanoid creature back step by step. Whizzing! Above the dragon's head, 2 more golden humanoid creatures flew quickly through the air. One of them actually merged with the golden humanoid creature that Long Zun was fighting against. The other one merged with the golden humanoid creature that the big black cat was chasing. What's happening here? This golden humanoid creature can actually fit together? The big black cat was startled immediately, and hit it with the shield in his hand without hesitation. A sword light suddenly lit up. Boom! It hit the black shield. The big black cat felt an indescribable huge force attack, and his body involuntarily moved back more than 10 feet. The golden humanoid creature only retreated a few feet. After merging, how can this guy be so strong? The big black cat was startled. He quickly looked at the black shield and found that a relatively large crack had appeared on the shield. Damn it! The big black cat was so angry that he wanted to curse. His black shield seemed to be destroyed in the hands of the golden humanoid. There was a flash of golden light, and the golden humanoid creature attacked. The big black cat hurriedly faced the enemy and once again blocked the sword of the golden humanoid creature with a black shield. Boom! He was knocked away again. Seeing that the golden humanoid creature was really powerful, the big black cat was no match for it and turned around and flew towards other places. Golden humanoids are in hot pursuit. The big black cat observed its surroundings while flying, and found that within this light barrier, it was now simply a hell on earth. The ghost lice that appeared in the dragon's mouth were all extremely ferocious, and their fighting power was countless times stronger than before. Many demon clans, with lower levels of cultivation, have fallen under the sharp mouth and fangs of the ghost lice. Not just being sucked into mummies. The dark red ghost lice actually ate up the demon clan's body. Seeing this, the big black cat felt a chill running down his spine. Most of the demon clan will die here today. The big black cat's face turned extremely gloomy when he thought of this possibility. If the light shield formed by the formation outside is kept open, no one can escape. If you want to survive, you must kill all these terrifying creatures. But, how can it be that easy? I don't know what kind of creature that golden humanoid creature is. It has extremely high defense and infinite strength. It can move and go like lightning, and it can also form a body. It's really scary. If 10 golden humanoids combined into one, wouldn't it be impossible for anyone to defeat them? When the big black cat thought about this possibility, his mood became heavier and heavier. His body was as fast as lightning, constantly shuttling around, attracting the pursuit of the golden humanoid creature. He now wants to attract this golden humanoid creature to the farthest place, and then return to the dragon's mouth to try to seize the 10-leaf immortal grass. Talking about speed. The golden humanoid creature was naturally no match for the big black cat, so the big black cat deliberately slowed down at the beginning. When he crossed the chaotic battlefield and arrived at the outskirts of the battle, the golden humanoid creature followed closely. The big black cat turned around, rushed over with a black shield in hand, and fought with the golden humanoid creature again. Melbauer looked nervous at this time. From time to time, he raised the heavenly spirit mirror and fired out attacks one after another, attacking the golden humanoid creature. The two of them worked together, but they were still no match for the golden humanoid creature. When the big black cat saw something was wrong, he immediately turned around and ran away. This time, he directly used the fastest speed of the divine walking boots, and like a stream of light, it shot from a distant place in the direction of the dragon's mouth in an instant. The golden humanoid chased after him, but it was too late. The big black cat saw the 10-leaf immortal grass in the dragon's mouth, getting closer and closer, with a fanatical look in its eyes. On top of the dragon head, there are still 3 golden humanoid creatures who have been guarding the 10-leaf immortal grass. I saw the big black cat rushing over. Two of the golden humanoid creatures immediately attacked each other from the left and the right. Ha ha. The big black cat laughed wildly in his heart. It seems that these golden humanoid creatures have independent consciousness. The two golden humanoid creatures in front of me have never fought against me. So I don't know how powerful they are. If the two of them merged, the big black cat would naturally be unable to attack. But if it doesn't fit well, the big black cat can knock them away. Success or failure depends on this. The big black cat poured all his mana into the black shield, and the shield once again swelled to the size of 5 feet in the wind. There is a layer of black light outside the shield, which hits the two golden humanoid creatures. The fist of the golden humanoid creature hit the light on the shield hard. With two loud bangs, black light suddenly rolled out. The two golden humanoid creatures were blown away by a huge force. It's now. The big black cat rushed towards the 10-leaf immortal grass without hesitation. What a despicable nine-tailed civet. Long Zun, who had been paying attention to the 10-leaf immortal grass from a distance, roared angrily and launched an attack from a distance. Mao Bauer saw this scene from the Tianling mirror, and immediately poured all his magic power into the Tianling mirror without hesitation. A bright white beam of light rushed towards Dragon Lord's attack. Boom! The white beam of light was immediately shattered, and the attack was shot towards the big black cat. However, there was a slight deviation, and the big black cat dodged in a flash. This ray of light struck the dragon's mouth and disappeared with a loud bang. At this time, the big black cat finally approached the 10-leaf immortal grass. He suddenly stretched out his big hand and grabbed the 10-leaf immortal grass in the golden light. When he touched the 10-leaf immortal grass, the immortal grass suddenly burst out with a burst of dazzling golden light, covering his and Mao Bauer's bodies. Not good? The big black cat was shocked. This was not the way to capture the 9-leaf immortal grass in the past. Could it be that this 10-leaf immortal grass is a fake one? A feeling of dizziness came over me, as if I was traveling through space. Next moment, the big black cat found himself in a dark hall. Brother, if there is no 10-leaf immortal grass, we might have been fooled. Mao Bauer looked at the cold hall and said nervously. The air in this place was filled with a cold and decaying atmosphere, which made her extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, I was really fooled. I should have known better that I shouldn't have fought for this 10-leaf immortal grass. The big black cat slapped his forehead with his hand and said with an annoyed look on his face. In the dark hall, a golden figure slowly walked out. Although there is no 10-leaf immortal grass, there is a better inheritance waiting for you, nine-tailed civet. The golden figure walked out of the darkness, and the whole body shone brightly, dispelling the endless darkness. In an instant, the entire hall looked magnificent. The big black cat was shocked. The golden figure opposite was completely shrouded in golden light and could not be seen clearly. It was very similar to a golden humanoid creature, but slightly different. Because this golden figure can speak human words, which none of the previous ones could. The mastermind behind the scenes finally appeared. In mind. Yi Yun opened his eyes and smiled calmly. He didn't take any action and wanted to see what this guy's plan was. Just when the golden figure said the first word of that sentence, the big black cat suddenly felt something strange around him. He turned around and found that Mao Bauer had passed out. The big black cat was shocked and quickly used his other hand to support Mao Bauer's body. Sir, what exactly do you want to do? The big black cat asked bravely. He knew that he was no match for this golden mysterious figure. But now that the matter has come to this, he must not give in. She's just an unrelated passerby. It's better not to let her know what I'm going to talk to you about next. The golden figure smiled faintly. That's fine. The big black cat took a deep breath, stared at the golden figure closely, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you, Your Excellency?" The golden figure said proudly, "I am Emperor Joyo, the master of Joyo Underground Palace." Joyo Emperor? The big black cat blinked. He had never heard of such a person before. "If you accept my inheritance, I will naturally tell you many mysteries." The golden figure smiled. The big black cat pretended to be calm and asked, "Why do you want to inherit? If for me? You are already so powerful, why do you have to find someone to inherit it?" "Because I am about to die, and I need you to go to the divine land," the golden figure said casually. Divine soil? The big black cat's heart skipped a beat. Divine land, where is this? Why have you never heard of it? Before accepting my inheritance, let me ask you, can you have a sect? The golden figure asked, solemnly. Of course there is. The big black cat said without hesitation. What sect and sect are there on Shenlong continent? The golden figure stared closely at the black-robed demon youth in front of him and asked again. I'm from the Shenlong Sect. The big black cat said proudly. What? Shenlong Sect? The golden figure's voice suddenly changed, containing a kind of overwhelming anger. P.S. Brothers, please give me a 5-star review, thank you. This is the third update today. The big black cat was confused at the time. He didn't know why the Joyo Emperor became angry when he mentioned the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun was also slightly startled. He also did not expect that the Joyo Emperor, who can be called a god, would have such a big reaction after hearing the name of Shenlong Sect. It stands to reason that the Shenlong Sect has never had any contact with this Joyo Emperor? At least Yi Yun, the 13th generation sect master, didn't know anything about this Joyo Emperor. In his impression, even the first generation patriarch of the Shenlong Sect has no connection with the Joyo Underground Palace. It seems that there is an unknown secret hidden here. Yi Yun smiled faintly and took action immediately. The big black cat's consciousness disappeared immediately. This ray of his soul dominated the big black cat's body. The big black cat's consciousness fell into a deep sleep at this time. Yi Yun didn't want the big black cat to know too much about the secrets of the Shenlong Sect, because the more he knew, the heavier the burden would be. These younger generations are far from having the ability to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. So Yi Yun took over the big black cat, and he wanted to talk to the Joyo Emperor in front of him. Sir, is there anything wrong with the Shenlong Sect? Yi Yun said quietly. Emperor Joyo looked excited and did not realize that the tone of the big black cat's words had changed slightly. Anyone in the entire Shenlong continent can do it, except the Shenlong Sect. You have been eliminated. I will find a successor from the demon clan. Outside. Emperor Joyo said angrily. Why? Yi Yun shrugged, pretending to be unwilling to complain. I worked so hard to get here, I have to give a reason, right? Emperor Joyo fell silent. After a few breaths, he finally made up his mind and said slowly, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Appreciate further details. Yi Yun said in a deep voice. 10,000 years ago, the 9 Nether Underground Palace was opened. Do you know who was the person who finally won and received this inheritance? Emperor Joyo said angrily. I don't know. Does it have anything to do with the Shenlong Sect? Yi Yun blinked innocently. He suddenly felt that this matter was very interesting. Could it be that the descendants of the Shenlong Sect finally won the opening of the Joyo underground palace 10,000 years ago? However, Luo Li and the others didn't know. Yi Yun looked at Emperor Joyo expectantly, waiting for his next words. Yes, that man is from the Shenlong Sect. He is an insidious and cunning guy. He defrauded my trust and made me wait in vain for tens of thousands of years. Emperor Joyo said angrily. As he spoke, the breath on his body was unstable, and the golden light trembled, and the entire hall flickered. Did you make a mistake? I, a member of the Shenlong Sect, have always been upright and true to my word. I will never deceive you. Hearing Emperor Joyo's comments about the descendants of the Shenlong Sect, Yi Yun, the ancestor, became a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but refuted it. I don't care what other people in the Shenlong Sect are like, but this guy named Long Xian is definitely not a good person. You are also from the Shenlong Sect. Don't you have any memory of this Long Xian? What is his status in the Shenlong Sect? Emperor Joyo looked at Yi Yun and asked a series of questions. He also wanted to understand what Long Xian had done through the descendants of the Shenlong Sect. After hearing what Emperor Joyo said, Yi Yun was stunned. Long Xian, the name suddenly appeared in his mind. The 250th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect. He once offended a very large force, which resulted in the descendants of the Shenlong Sect being hunted for more than 40 generations. It can be said that he is a sinner in the history of Shenlong Sect. What Yi Yun didn't expect was tens of thousands of years ago, Long Xian actually entered the Joyo underground palace, and by chance obtained the inheritance of the Joyo emperor. However, according to Luo Li, Long Xian was already dead. After obtaining the inheritance of the Nine Nether Emperor, how could Long Xian die so easily? Who was his opponent? There was silence for a moment. Yi Yun thought for a while and said, Long Xian is the 25th generation leader of our Shenlong Sect. He once offended a very big force and has fallen long ago. What? You said he died? How is this possible? That guy Long Xian has a cunning mind and outstanding talent. He experienced an unimaginable bloody battle in the Joyo underground palace 10,000 years ago before he stood out and finally obtained the qualification to inherit. How could such a character die so easily? Emperor Joyo roared angrily, waving his fists in midair. He seemed unable to accept the news of the death of the inheritor Long Xian. In his impression, Long Xian was a peerless evildoer, with extraordinary qualifications and a demon-like mind. Such a person had gained his own inheritance and must not die so easily. No one on Songnan continent can be Long Xian's opponent. He has indeed fallen. There is no need for me to lie to you. It is because he offended an enemy that all the previous sect leaders of our Shenlong Sect have been hunted down by their enemies. Yi Yun sighed lightly. This guy Long Xian is really nothing. The inheritance of Shenlong Sect is already extremely powerful, and he has obtained the inheritance of Joyo Emperor. Long Xian should soar to the sky. How did he die? Emperor Joyo was silent. He was secretly digesting the news that Yi Yun had passed on to him. Impossible, there is absolutely no way that guy Long Xian will die. After a while, Emperor Joyo raised his head again, his voice seemed a little crazy. With a big move of his hand, 7 light points fell from the void above his head. Each light point was like a star. These 7 light points instantly formed the shape of the Big Dipper. "What are you doing?" Yi Yun asked in a deep voice. The Big Dipper felt familiar to him, but it was completely different from the 7-star formations he had seen before. "I want to figure out whether Long Xian is still alive," Emperor Jiuyou said in a deep voice. Yi Yun said no more. The Jiuyou Emperor's divinity has become so corrupted that he still needs to use this heaven-defying magical power of numerology. Isn't this courting death? I'm afraid after all the calculations, he won't live much longer. Yi Yun did not stop Jiuyou Emperor. Since this guy wanted to make calculations, let him do it. Yi Yun also wanted to know the results of the calculation. This guy Long Xian received the dual inheritance of Shenlong Sect and Jiuyou Emperor, and Yi Yun also felt that he shouldn't die so easily. The mysterious Big Dipper formation started to move. The 9 Nether Emperor continued to inject golden divine energy, and the Big Dipper formation began to glow with a faint golden light. Yi Yun nodded secretly. This Jiuyou Emperor is worthy of being a figure who was once a god. The magical power of this kind of calculation is indeed very amazing. As time passes slowly, a dazzling light rose from the 7-star formation, condensing into a shadow in midair. This is a shadow, but there is only one back. He wears a mask on his front, making it impossible to see his true face. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the man's figure. He suddenly found that this figure was very familiar. In the past, when the 2 idiots Big Black Horse and Big Black Cat went to Shenlong Sect to investigate, they once found an ancient painting in the deepest part of the treasure house. There is a man's back in the ancient painting. The back of the man in this painting is actually 90% similar to the back of the man in front of me. Could it be that the person on the scroll is Long Xian, the 25th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect? Just thought of this. He saw the figure turning around sharply and looking at Emperor Jiuyou with a pair of ruthless and cold eyes. "You're not dead, Long Xian?" Jiuyou Emperor looked at the man in front of him with rapid breathing. Boom. Next moment, the golden body of Emperor Jiuyou, full of decaying divinity, suddenly exploded under the gaze of the masked man, scattering like fireworks throughout the entire hall. The light of the 7-star formation began to dim. The masked man lowered his head and suddenly disappeared as the light faded. Seeing this sudden and unexpected scene, Yi Yun couldn't believe what he was seeing. There is no doubt that according to the words of Jiuyou Emperor before his death, the masked man in front of him is definitely Long Xian, the 25th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect. After thousands of years, this guy is not dead. Just by looking at his phantom, Emperor Jiuyou's body suddenly exploded. Very strong. Yi Yun labeled Long Xian with these 2 words in his heart. He couldn't tell Long Xian's cultivation level from that shadow. But Long Xian inherited the inheritance of Emperor Jiuyou, and could actually use the same magical power to launch such an attack on Emperor Jiuyou. Have to say, Long Xian, the 25th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect, is indeed powerful. The student surpasses the master. Looking at the empty hall returning to darkness, Yi Yun stood in the darkness, his eyes shining as he thought about all this. Long Xian was not dead, which was obviously completely different from what Luo, Li and others knew. Not only was he not dead, but he also had earth-shattering magical powers. If he came to Cangnan continent, even the eternal level sects would not dare to do anything to him. But why didn't he dare to come back? Could it be said that he has provoked an unimaginable opponent? Thinking of the mastermind behind the Shenlong Sect, Yi Yun's face darkened. The man behind the scenes could make Long Xian so scrupulous, and the strength behind him was simply unimaginable. No matter what, Long Xian, your performance is unsatisfactory. As the leader of the Shenlong Sect, you betrayed your trust and inherited the inheritance of Emperor Joyo, but you never returned. You allowed the disciples of the descendants of the Shenlong Sect to wander around. You not a qualified sect leader. Yi Yun smiled lightly and said to himself, as the 13th generation ancestor, Yi Yun will not forgive Long Xian, a traitor. Although Emperor Joyo was dead, Yi Yun did not get any more information. But Emperor Joyo once said that after Long Xian inherited his inheritance, he promised him to visit the Divine Land. It seems that Long Xian should be living happily in the Divine Land. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, with Long Xian's evil talent and resources at his disposal, his current cultivation level may not be worse than that of the original Joyo Emperor. In other words, Long Xian's cultivation may have reached the realm of divine beings, a bit higher than his own cultivation level. It's interesting. The characters surrounding the Shenlong Sect are becoming more and more interesting. After the Cangnan continent has been solved, I will go to the Divine Land to have a look. Yi Yin made up his mind and immediately felt relaxed. He glanced outside. With the death of Emperor Joyo, those golden humanoid creatures have long since disappeared. The golden figure in the main hall is the condensation of the remaining divinity of Emperor Joyo. As for the Joyo Emperor's true body, it has long been transformed into this secret realm. The evil beetle dragon from ancient times in the secret realm is equivalent to being in the body of Emperor Joyo. It was equivalent to Emperor Joyo using his supreme secret method to forcefully trap this evil beetle dragon to death in his body. The immortal grass growing in the Joyo underground palace is just the condensed life essence in the body of the evil demon dragon after its death. As for the two only 9-leaf immortal grass, they were the divine energy specially injected by Emperor Joyo in order to select the successor. As for other immortal grasses, they have no divine energy. When Long Zun kowtowed to the evil demon dragon, there was a ray of light that weakened the restraining power of Long Zun a lot. At that time, Yi Yin discovered that this evil beetle dragon still had a little residual consciousness. Now that the Nine Nether Emperor is completely dead, the only place where we can get some clues is from the evil demon dragon. A sacred white light suddenly appeared in the dark hall, forming Yi Yun's illusory soul body. The big black cat's body stood straight on the spot, while Cat Bower lay on the ground. Yi Yun ignored these two people. He raised his eyes and looked around, with a strange light shining in his eyes. He was looking for the remaining consciousness of the evil beetle dragon. After a few seconds, Yi Yun's body suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Yi Yun appeared in the inner space of the black dragon head. There is a round sphere in this space, emitting black light. There are also some runes engraved on the surface of this sphere, which seem to be sealing something. Yi Yun activated the sky disillusionment eye. The layers of sealing runes peeled off layer by layer, and finally disappeared. He took one step forward and appeared inside the ball the next moment. A weak black dragon shadow lay on the ground, with a small sword stuck in its body. Evil demon dragon, are you still alive? Yi Yun stood beside the black dragon shadow, looking at the small sword. The sword is as black as ink and of extraordinary quality. It has reached the imperial level. It was this sword that pinned the evil dragon's soul, making him weaker and weaker. After hundreds of thousands of years, he only had a little bit of Consciousness left, and he was not far away from collapse. Yi Yun reached out and pulled out the sword. The black dragon's shadow suddenly started to swim, circling around Yi Yun. Did you save me? The evil demon dragon looked at the phantom of the soul in front of him, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. The seal on the outside was placed by Jiuyo God himself, and it would be impossible to break it without the cultivation of the God realm. But the young man in front of him broke through. He was able to achieve this step with the help of a ghost shadow. This strength is really terrifying. It seems you won't live long. I have some questions to ask you. Yi Yun glanced at the weak body of the evil demon dragon, sighed slightly, and said, once the sword is pulled out, the remaining spirit of the evil demon dragon will soon dissipate. I don't know much. My memory is incomplete because of this sword. The evil demon dragon sighed and looked at the sword in Yi Yun's hand, feeling very sad. Yi Yun nodded. This sword is not an ordinary sword. The one wielding the sword behind it is Jiuyo Emperor. It not only nailed the soul of the evil demon dragon, but also destroyed its memory. Yi Yun had seen this technique many times. This also shows that there is an invisible hand behind the scenes, trying to cover up something. But the evil demon dragon is a divine dragon from ancient times, and it is too far apart from the divine dragon sect. The mastermind behind it shouldn't be the same person, right? Many thoughts flashed through Yi Yun's mind. He looked at the evil demon dragon and sighed. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the Jiuyo underground palace appeared on Shenlong continent. This means that you have been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Tell me everything you know. Has it been hundreds of thousands of years? The evil beetle dragon looked shocked. It was sealed to this place, and the passage of time could no longer be felt. Yi Yun nodded. The evil demon dragon was a little disappointed and said in a deep voice, that Shenlong continent you just mentioned was actually called the Hidden Dragon Continent in ancient times. At that time, countless divine dragons lived on this continent, and countless divine dragons inhabited this continent. Under the leadership of the ancestral dragons. Did a thrilling battle later lead to the extinction of all the divine dragons? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat and he asked. The dragon clan on the Hidden Dragon Continent is extremely powerful. The monks outside the divine land do not dare to fight us to a certain extent. Our two major forces live in peace with each other. However, one day, the ancestral dragon suddenly disappeared. No one knew where it went. The top 10 super dragons below began to fight among themselves, and a war broke out between the dragons. I was still young at the time, and I didn't know many specific things. Later, because I did something wrong, I was imprisoned in the Shenlong Dragon Prison. A million years later, the restrictions of the 10 Directions Dragon Prison disappeared. I escaped and found that all the dragons were almost extinct. Feeling sad, I began to kill innocent people indiscriminately on this continent, causing all life to be devastated. The evil demon dragon said quietly. The Emperor Jiuyo came to the Hidden Dragon Continent to kill you? Yi Yun asked. Yes, Emperor Jiuyo came to the Hidden Dragon Continent from outside the Divine Land. We fought for thousands of years, without deciding the outcome. Later, he found this dragon-slaying sword from nowhere and nailed my Yuan dynasty. God, at the same time, used some unimaginable magical power to seal me in his body, and perished with me. The evil demon dragon stopped here. It looked at Yi Yun and sighed and said, That's all I know. Many secrets seem to have disappeared. But I have a feeling that Zulong's disappearance is involved. A shocking secret. I see. Yi Yun nodded. He suddenly stretched out his other hand and grabbed the evil beetle dragon. What are you going to do? The evil beetle dragon said with a frightened expression. Its incomplete spirit was already so weak that it was definitely no match for the mysterious young man in front of it. Let you live a little longer. Yi Yun took out a piece of soul-nurturing wood and attached this ray of soul to it. The spirit of the evil demon dragon that was about to dissipate immediately stabilized. In Yi Yun's evil eyes, tiny runes like stars began to rise again, just like the stars in the universe that were changing in and out of existence. At this moment, he activated the sky eye of disillusionment, which directly put the evil dragon into a deep sleep. At the same time, Yi Yun also read the memory of the evil dragon. Everything was exactly as the evil demonic dragon said, and it did not lie. In the incomplete memories of the evil demon dragon, Yi Yun saw the magnificent scenes of that ancient era. The hidden dragon continent in ancient times was many times wider than the current Songnan continent. Countless divine dragons inhabited different parts of the continent. Some live in the sky, some live on the top of the mountains, some hide deep in the sea, and some return to the middle of the Great Lake. Zulong's cultivation has reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. The top 10 super divine dragons under the ancestral dragon, all of them have astonishing cultivation levels and have already reached the Divine King realm. As for the generally powerful dragons, they have almost reached the realm of gods. Before the evil demon dragon was imprisoned in the 10 Directions dragon prison, his cultivation had also reached the realm of God. It can be said that the Shenlong clan in ancient times was unimaginably powerful. The hidden dragon continent of that era was so rich in spiritual energy that it was unimaginable. But all this was due to the disappearance of the ancestor dragon and the internal strife among the 10 super dragons, which finally triggered a shocking war. As a result, the area of the entire hidden dragon continent has shrunk by tens of millions of times, and the spiritual energy is not as strong as before. It's a pity that the evil demon dragon was imprisoned in the 10 Directions killing prison, and not much is known about it. Otherwise, we would definitely know more secrets about that shocking incident that year. Yi Yun sighed and put the piece of soul-nurturing wood back into the warehouse. Keep this remaining ray of spirit of the evil demon dragon for now, maybe it will be useful in the future. As for its body, it has already been petrified and is of no use. At this time Yi Yun looked outside. Due to the death of Jiuyo God Lord, the secret realm of Jiuyo Underground Palace also experienced a shocking change at this moment. The monsters who were fighting were suddenly teleported out with a loud bang. This space has also begun to become unstable, and seems to be on the verge of collapse at any time. Those weird creatures are running around in the space, trying to break through this small world. Yi Yun waved his hand, and the entire space immediately became stable again. He could not let the strange creatures in the Jiuyo Underground Palace wander to the Songnan continent, otherwise it would bring an unimaginable disaster. Yi Yun flashed back to the original hall and entered the body of the big black cat. He controlled the big black cat's body, grabbed the cat bower and left the Jiuyo Underground Palace. When he appeared outside the Jiuyo Underground Palace, many demon clans stood around, looking at the Jiuyo Underground Palace in shock. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun made a spell with both hands and injected it into the void. This magic formula fell onto the Jiuyo Underground Palace and immediately formed a seal. The projection of the Jiuyo Underground Palace in the sky disappeared. A rumbling sound sounded, and the Joyo underground palace completely sank into the depths of the earth. From then on, he was sealed for eternity and would never appear in this world again. Yi Yun's soul fell silent again. The big black cat regained his original consciousness. He looked at the familiar surroundings and suddenly froze. What happened? With a sound of, Mao Bauer woke up leisurely at this time. Brother, aren't we in a hall? Why were we suddenly teleported outside? Mao Bauer said with a confused look. How do I know? The big black cat was also a little helpless. He felt as if he had had a big dream just now. In the dream, he seemed to have reached a place and saw a vague golden figure. The golden figure seemed to have said something to him, but the big black cat couldn't remember what he said. Nine-tailed civet, did you take possession of that 10-leaf immortal grass? At this time, Long Zun strode over, looked at the big black cat coldly, and asked. When Long Zun said this, he roared, and all the demon clan cast their gazes down. Yes. At that time, most of the demon clan saw the 10-leaf immortal grass in the dragon's mouth, but this 10-leaf immortal grass was taken away by the 9-tailed civet cat. Then it disappeared into a ball of light, and no one knew where it went. Long Zun's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, arousing the indignation of everyone present. All the demon clan stared at the 9-tailed civet with burning eyes. He seemed to want to find out. Not long after the 9-tailed civet disappeared, something happened suddenly in the Joyo underground palace, and all of them were teleported out. Could it be that the 9-tailed civet gained the inheritance? The current 9-tailed civet cat is only at the 3rd level of Destiny Realm. If he obtains the inheritance of Joyo underground palace, doesn't it mean that they can also compete for this inheritance? Suddenly, when all the demon clan's eyes looked at the big black cat, there was an astonishing change. Some people were breathing rapidly, and some people's eyes were red. Almost all of them were ready to make a move, preparing to steal the inheritance of Joyo underground palace secretly. What the hell? Tens of thousands of monsters cast their eyes eagerly on the big black cat. The big black cat couldn't help but trembled. This old guy, Long Zun, is really nothing. As soon as he came out, all the hatred points were directed towards himself. It's just too much. 9-tailed civet, do you still want to run? Hurry up and tell me honestly, did you take that 10-leaf immortality grass? Where did you go just now? Did you obtain the inheritance of Joyo underground palace? The 9-tailed demon fox also came over, with his arms crossed and a sneer on his beautiful face. There are countless demon clans around, many of them are great demons in the Destiny Realm. Now that there is no level suppression, the small 3rd level of the 9-tailed civet realm of destiny is simply not enough to watch. The golden-patterned black tiger raised his sharp sword and shouted loudly. Cat Bauer, come here quickly, otherwise no one will be able to protect you when the fight breaks out. Mao Bauer shook his head with a pale face. Seeing so many Destiny Realm demons around her, she felt uneasy. After all, this is not the Joyo underground palace. Those big demons no longer have the suppression of levels, and now they have returned to their original cultivation state. If you want to escape, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. At this time, the golden-winged Dupeng also came over, sneered with his hands behind his back and said, 9-tailed civet, you stole 2 9-leaf immortal grass from me in succession. I will settle this account with you now. Forget it, the immortal grass has already been eaten by your Uncle Cat. If you still want to eat it, you will have a chance if Uncle Cat pulls it out. The big black cat chuckled. His eyes were moving desperately, looking for the possibility of a breakthrough. There are too many great demons around, and they have all returned to the realm of destiny. For example, the golden winged Dupeng is already at the 8th level of the destiny realm. Even if the big black cat has the imperial artifact divine walking boots, it will be difficult to escape from this level of cultivation. The nine-tailed fox's cultivation level is also higher than him, including that Taihanhan Dragon Lord is even more terrifying, having reached the 10th level of the destiny realm. Although the big black cat said something fierce, he was actually panicking. Inside, he wished that Uncle Ma would come over quickly and save his life. In the conscience of heaven and earth, that 10-leaf immortal grass is a fake. As soon as he touched it, he was teleported to a large hall, and then he was teleported out of the hall as if he had a dream. He gained nothing. These monsters all thought that he had obtained an incredible opportunity. What bad luck! The big black cat knew that even if he said it, no one among these monsters would believe it. It's better not to explain so much and just carry on till the end. Yi Yun, who was in the carriage, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Surrounded by monsters, the big black cat is definitely no match. Yi Yun stretched out a hand to tear the void, and suddenly grabbed the big black cat. The same goes for Cat Bauer, who was caught by him together. The big black cat suddenly appeared in the carriage, breathing heavily. Seeing the master in front of him, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you so much, master, for saving my life," the big black cat said excitedly. The cat Bauer next to him was already stunned. Just now, the stars had moved. And time and space had changed. Then she appeared in this carriage. In the end, what happened? The young man in white clothes next to him is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. He is like a god in the painting, and his whole body is full of elegant aura. Once she took one look at it, she felt like her eyes wouldn't move. "What are you still doing? Kneel down and kowtow." The big black cat saw Mao Bauer in a daze and quickly pulled her. Mao Bauer woke up from a dream and quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed too. Yi Yun. Cat Bauer pays his respects to the master. "Everyone, get up." Yi Yun released a burst of magic power and lifted the two people up. He looked at the big black cat with an expression of approval in his eyes. "You performed well this time." After receiving the compliment from the master, the big black cat suddenly laughed. He quickly took out the immortality grass from the storage ring, leaving only one for Uncle Ma. The big black cat smiled and said, "Master, this is my trophy, now hand it over to the sect." Yi Yun shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't have to leave it to me, just leave it to Luoli." As he spoke, he waved his hand, a ray of light flashed, and Luoli suddenly appeared in the carriage. "Meet the leader." The big black cat bowed respectfully again and handed over the immortal grass in his hand. "What's this?" Luoli looked at the immortal grass emitting fairy light in confusion. "Master, this is the immortal herb of immortality that I obtained from the experience in the Joyo underground palace. Now hand it over to the sect," the big black cat said quickly. Luoli glanced at Yi Yun and saw her ancestor nodding and smiling. "Take it." Luoli then took it away and put it in the storage ring. "Kitty cat, you did a good job this time and made a great contribution. I will mark it down for you," Luoli said with a smile. Then she actually took out a small notebook and started taking notes. The big black cat's eyes sparkled. The leader has spoken, and it seems that he has really achieved great success. This time, From now on, apart from Uncle Ma, he will be the #1 favorite of the Shenlong Sect. After Luoli finished recording, Yi Yin asked her to go back to practice. Again. Go find Xiaoma, he has been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Yin looked at the big black cat and waved his hand. The next moment, the big black cat and Mao Bauer left the carriage and appeared outside the carriage. As soon as he saw the big black horse, the big black cat's expression suddenly became excited, and he quickly took out the last immortal grass from the storage ring. Uncle Ma, this is a kitten honoring your old man. The big black cat handed it over respectfully with both hands. He also left a 7-leaf immortal grass in the storage ring and did not hand it over to the master. After all, he had promised Uncle Ma before going to the Jiuyou underground palace, and the old man was nearby and knew about it. So the big black cat hid this immortal grass. This horse? Mao Bauer's pupil shrank slightly when he saw the big black horse. She couldn't even see the cultivation level of this big dark horse. The big black horse's eyes fell on the immortal grass, glanced twice, and said, with a smile, "Kitty cat, you did a good job, and I still remember you, Uncle Ma. How was your harvest from this trip to the Jiuyou underground palace?" The harvest was not bad, I got a few immortal grasses. The big black cat said with a smile. Then, his face became depressed, and he reached out and took out the black shield. Uncle Ma, look at this shield, it's almost damaged. The big black cat said with tears in his eyes. Outside the Jiuyou underground palace. Looking at the 9-tailed civet and the sky civet that suddenly disappeared. All the demon clan looked at each other. Where have people gone? Under the eyes of tens of thousands of great demons, the 9-tailed civet cat and the sky civet cat suddenly and magically disappeared into the void. Disappeared without warning. Someone rescued them. Long Zun said with a gloomy expression. Humph. Don't let me find you. 9-tailed civet. Sooner or later our grievances will be settled. The golden-winged rock roared beside him. The 9-tailed demon fox's face was also very gloomy, and his whole body was filled with cold air. Originally, she planned to seize the opportunity from the 9-tailed civet. But she didn't expect that these two people were rescued unknowingly. The opponent's methods are too high, it should be a giant in the life and death realm who takes action. Let's go. Seeing this, some demons from the Xinqiao realm shook their heads, turned around and left. And some big demons in the Destiny realm suddenly felt uninterested and left. One after another. The helpless Long Zun turned pale, grunted, and left. The last one to leave was the golden-patterned black tiger. Before leaving, he slashed the ground with a knife, creating a deep trench to vent his anger. Next to the carriage. The big black horse couldn't help curling his lips when he saw several cracks on the black shield. Kitten, it looks like it's very dangerous inside. It even damaged the shield. I gave you like this. After listening to Uncle Ma's words, the big black cat suddenly started crying, yes. Uncle Ma, it's too dangerous there. There is a strange golden humanoid creature, which is really powerful. When the big black cat said this, he told the story of what happened in the Jiuyou underground palace. The big dark horse also felt a little frightened when he heard this. With his cultivation and knowledge, the big dark horse knew that there must be someone in the true God realm inside. He later learned that the big black cat didn't seem to remember what happened in the hall, and the big black horse knew that the master must have taken action, but he would not tell the big black cat such a thing. If the master didn't take action, the big black cat would probably die in the Jiuyou underground palace. The big black horse opened his mouth, sucked the immortal grass into his mouth, and swallowed it. He smacked his mouth a few times, chewed it with relish, and then swallowed it. This immortal grass is a good thing, and he will definitely not miss it. Call. Immortal grass enters the abdomen, and a surging vitality sweeps out of the body, rushing towards the internal organs, 7 meridians and 8 meridians. Hiccup. The big black horse burped comfortably and felt that the taste of this immortal grass was simply wonderful. Kitten, give me the shield, and Uncle Ma will repair it for you, the big black horse said with a smile. The big black cat quickly handed over the black shield. The big black horse sucked the black shield into his mouth in one gulp, chewed it for a few times, and spit it out. The black shield that was spat out suddenly became as clean as new, and all the cracks on it disappeared. After receiving the shield, the big black cat was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. The big black horse baldly purred, revealing his big white teeth. He glanced sideways at the handsome celestial cat next to him and sneered, "Kitty cat. You are so awesome. You even brought back a wife." The big black cat shook his head quickly and said with an embarrassed expression, "Uncle Ma, please don't get me wrong. This is not my wife, this is someone else's." "Why are you kidnapping someone else's wife? You're really good at poaching." "Someone else's corner." The big dark horse smiled. The cat bower next to him was so embarrassed that his face turned red, and he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The 9-tailed civet respects this big black horse so much, she knows that this senior black horse must have astonishing cultivation. For a moment, Mel Bauer couldn't help but become deeply curious about the identity of the man in white in the carriage. Who are these people? Not only are their origins mysterious, but their cultivation levels are also unimaginably powerful. "Hey!" The big black cat, who was constantly being teased by Uncle Ma, laughed sarcastically. He explained, "Uncle Ma, Mel Bauer is the fiancé of the golden-striped black tiger, but she didn't want to marry him, so she ran away. Unexpectedly, she happened to meet me." The big black horse half squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "I think you two are quite suitable. You are both cats, a match made in heaven." The big black cat shook his head repeatedly and said loudly, "Uncle Ma, I will not find any Taoist companion. If I want to find a Taoist companion, I must at least cultivate to your level." "Ha ha." The big dark horse laughed at that time, curled his lips, and said nothing more. The big black cat put away its black shield, pulled Mel Bauer onto the carriage. He swayed and turned into a big black cat again, lying lazily on the carriage. Mel Bauer looked at the 9-tailed civet with a confused expression, at a loss. The big black cat quickly urged, "Hurry up and transform, do you still want to remain in human form?" Mel Bauer was stunned for a moment and asked a little stupidly, "Brother, why do you have to become a cat?" The big black cat was stunned when asked, and said angrily, "This is the rule. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense." Mel Bauer had no choice but to transform, and a ray of light flashed. She turned into a big white cat, and she also lay on the carriage, less than 1 foot away from the big black cat. The big black horse turned around and looked over, and found 2 cats, one black and one white, lying on the carriage, which was very eye-catching. He couldn't help but purred and laughed twice. "TSK, TSK. What a perfect match. If you two can't just become a Taoist couple, Or if you can't be a Taoist couple, you can just become a brother and sister. The big dark horse came up with a bad idea again. The big black cat shook his head repeatedly. Uncle Ma, Cat Bauer is engaged. And I won't touch her at all. How dare you touch me without a marriage contract? The big black horse immediately defeated the big black cat's army. I won't touch her without a marriage contract. I won't consider my children's personal affairs until I have cultivated to the level of Uncle Ma. The big black cat said with a serious face. Mel Bauer was blushing next to him, his heart was pounding, and he didn't know what to say. After a while, she suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice. Brother, didn't you promise me to let Tai Henin ruin the engagement? Did you forget it? The big black cat raised its paw and patted its forehead, and said with a sudden realization, oh, I really forgot about it. The situation was a bit urgent at the time, so I forgot about this matter. Then big brother, why don't we go to the golden patterned Black Tiger clan and call off the marriage? Mel Bauer said expectantly. Breaking off the engagement. There's actually no problem with this, but Mel Bao, you have to know that I can't go out casually without the master's order. The big black cat shook his head awkwardly and said. That's it. Mel Bauer had a disappointed look on his face. In the carriage, Yin saw two cats and one horse bickering happily, with a relaxed smile on his face. The space above the carriage is not small. If you add a white cat, it will be very eye-catching. At this moment, Yin was ready to accept this little civet cat. He opened the door curtain and stepped out. Master. Hearing the sound, the big black cat quickly barked respectfully. Mel Bauer also knew that this old man in white was extremely powerful, so he quickly called out respectfully. Little white cat, it's not difficult to break an engagement. Are you willing to join our Shenlong Sect? Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at Tian Lingmao with a smile on his face and asked. Join the Shenlong Sect? Mel Bauer was stunned for a moment. She had heard that there was a Shenlong Sect in the Tianqing dynasty, but it was just a low-level large sect, far behind the Celestial Cat clan. If she joins the Shenlong Sect, will she be expelled from the family by her ancestors? Seeing Mel Bauer's confused expression, the big black cat immediately became anxious. The master actually proposed that Mel Bauer join the Shenlong Sect. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mel Bauer was too stupid to agree quickly. Snapped. The big black cat stretched out its paw and slapped Mel Bauer hard on the forehead. The force of this paw slap was so strong that Cat Bauer's eyes were filled with stars and he almost fainted. Brother, why did you hit me? Mel Bauer asked confusedly. Hurry up and agree. The big black cat said fiercely with his eyes widened. Mel Bauer was confused at this moment. It blinked its big eyes a few times, nodded dizzily and said, Master, I agree to join the Shenlong Sect. Yin smiled, looked at the rolling mountains in the distance, and said softly, let's go, first go to Wanlong Ridge, and then go to Shinhu Mountain. Okay, sir. The big black horse responded quickly and then pulled the carriage forward. Yin ducked back into the car. Wanlong Ridge is Long Zun's lair. Yin saw some interesting things in Wanlong Ridge, and he happened to take Long Zun in as well. After experiencing certain things in the Jiuyou underground palace this time, Yin felt that all the descendants of the divine dragon with the blood of the divine dragon on the Cangnan continent, as well as the human race with the blood of the divine dragon, should be gathered into the Shenlong Sect as much as possible. It can also be regarded as providing a better shelter environment for the descendants of the Shenlong clan. Going to Shenhu Mountain? As soon as Mao Bauer heard this, he suddenly became excited and couldn't help but let out a meow sound. The big black cat was smiling beside him. The master has promised you that after going to Wanlong Ridge, you will go to Shenhu Mountain and find the golden-patterned Black Tiger clan to cancel your marriage. From now on, you will be a monster of the Shenlong Sect. Haha, this is a supreme honor. It's something, the big black cat said with a smile. Mao Bauer nodded excitedly, then she thought of something and asked with a mysterious face, "Brother, what kind of cultivation level do you have?" "Don't ask about this," the big black cat said with a profound expression, "just slowly understand it." Mao Bauer ate a soft nail and shook his head helplessly. "Kitten, when will you bring me a wife?" The big black horse turned his head and asked with a smile as he walked. "Uncle Ma, even an average person with your cultivation is not worthy of me. With my cultivation in the destiny realm, where can I find a great demon in the eternal realm for you?" The big black cat said with a sad face. "What? Eternal realm?" Mao Bauer was stunned for a moment. The nine-tailed civet cat accidentally missed a sentence just now, which made her immediately realize a very scary problem. Could it be that the dark horse pulling the cart in front of me is a great demon in the eternal realm? "Brother, is Uncle Ma a senior demon in the eternal realm?" Mao Bauer asked softly. The big black cat nodded, stretched out a paw and touched Mao Bauer's head twice, pretending to be a senior, and said sincerely, "Our Shenlong Sect has a profound foundation and is the #1 eternity in Songnan continent. A top-level sect. After a while you get familiar with it, and you will be very proud of it." "Oh." Mao Bauer nodded in shock. This big dark horse is indeed a big demon in the eternal realm. This is too horrific to be true. Even the horse pulling the cart is a great demon in the eternal realm, so isn't the master in white's cultivation even higher? God? The master must be a true god. When he thought of this, Mao Bauer's body couldn't help but tremble. This Shenlong sect actually has a true god? It's really scary. Mao Bauer finally understood why the nine-tailed civet was so anxious to get it to agree. After joining the Shenlong sect, which has the true god realm, wouldn't it be easy to resolve the marriage contract? "Kitten, you don't have to be in the eternal realm, you can also be in the life and death realm?" The big black horse grunted and said, "Uncle Ma, please wait a little longer. I will look for you after I reach the realm of life and death." The big black cat raised its two paws and began to beg for mercy. The big black horse laughed, turned his head and concentrated on his way. The big dark horse doesn't move very fast. This was what Yi Yin secretly ordered. He walked too fast and Dragon Lord had not returned to Wanlong Ridge yet. 3 days later, the big black horse pulled the carriage to the foot of Wanlong Ridge. "Master, Wanlong Ridge has arrived," the big black horse whispered. Yi Yin took a look in the carriage and said meaningfully, "Let's go up and have a look." The big black horse responded and pulled the carriage towards the top of the mountain. "Walk to the mountain gate." Immediately, several great demons in the Nirvana realm emerged. Who? These demons from the Nirvana realm blocked the mountain gate, looking menacing. The big black horse just raised his head and glanced, and these monsters fainted on the spot. "Uncle Ma, your sky disillusionment eye is getting more and more powerful." The big black cat raised his head and said with envy. "General, normal, just make do with it." The big black horse chuckled and continued to drive forward. Along the way, whenever there were monsters who blocked their way, the big black horse would faint them at a glance. After the carriage reached the top of the mountain, Yiyin suddenly walked out of the carriage. The big dark horse was startled. A small Wanlong ridge, do you want to take action personally? Yiyin looked around with a calm expression. Xiao Ma, come with me. Yiyin put his hands behind his back and walked slowly along the ridge towards the depths of the mountains. The big black horse suddenly transformed into a man in black robes, following closely behind Yiyin, following every step. The big black cat watched the two people disappear, with a look of horror in its eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? Mao Bauer asked in surprise. The big black cat looked around and said with a vigilant look, there is something weird about this place, otherwise I wouldn't let Uncle Ma go with me. What's weird? The Dragon Lord of Wanlong Ridge is only at the 10th level of Destiny Realm. He can't be compared with Uncle Ma's realm. Mao Bauer said thoughtfully. I'm afraid there is a big demon in the Eternal Realm here, so I asked Uncle Ma to follow him. The big black cat suddenly thought of something, and his eyes radiated two rays of light. The master is so powerful, it would be over if I just take action. Mao Bauer shook his head and said, if you keep talking nonsense, I will slap you to death. The big black cat slapped Mao Bauer on the forehead. Mao Bauer's head hit the carriage, making it dizzy. Mao Bauer's big sapphire-like eyes suddenly filled with watery mist. The nine-tailed civet bullied it again. Since I turned into a cat, I have beaten it several times. What kind of person is this master? Can he take action easily? You don't even think about it, who in this world is qualified to make this master take action? You should be smarter in the future, silly cat. The big black cat said disdainfully. It doesn't have any thoughts of pity. Oh. Mao Bauer lowered his head helplessly, but an idea came to his mind. Will I be a true god? The two figures walked slowly along the ridge, seemingly slowly, but in fact, they were extremely fast, and soon they came to an abyss. Looking at the entrance of the dark abyss, Yiyin stood at the edge and paused, looking inwardly. The big black horse stood beside him. Do you feel anything? Yiyin smiled softly and asked calmly, to the big black horse behind him. Master, there is a strong dragon energy below the abyss. The big black horse said with a shocked expression. Yes, there is not only dragon energy above the abyss, but also many unexpected things. Yiyin smiled calmly. He jumped lightly and fell down lightly. As soon as he heard that there was something unexpected below, the big dark horse suddenly became excited. The master called me to prepare for his contribution. The big black horse pulls carts every day, and it happens to be boring, but now it finally has a place to use. He quickly jumped down and fell into the abyss with Yiyin. The speed of the two people was not very fast, but they were falling like fallen leaves. Yiyin was not in a hurry. Such a small place could not afford to tear apart the void. After falling 1,000 feet, a faint layer of light blocked the way for the two people. There is actually a formation. The big dark horse chuckled and was about to crush the formation with a fist. Yiyin shook his head. In his evil eyes, runes as small as stars rose up, and the power of life and death changed, and the formation disappeared in an instant. The big black horse retracted his fist angrily. The master is still stronger. This large formation was wiped out like ashes, without any movement at all. The master's power has exceeded the limits of his imagination. The two people fell towards the abyss below again. This time the drift lasted for a long time. It took half an hour for the big black horse to see the astonishing scene. Below the abyss, 8 towering black pagodas rise from the ground. Each one is thousands of feet high. They are simple and vicissitudes of life, and their momentum is amazing. Many Buddhist secret texts are carved on the tower pillars. There is also a huge stone Buddha between the 8 pagodas, 2 to 300 feet high, firmly fixed on the ground. The Buddha statue on the stone Buddha has its hands crossed to form a Buddha seal. This Buddha statue has a serious face, and there is a vague feeling that it is both a Buddha and a demon. The dragon energy below the abyss is extremely rich, at least 100 times stronger than on the top of the mountain. The big black horse had keen eyesight, and he was surprised to find that all the dragon energy was emanating from under the stone Buddha. Is this stone Buddha suppressing the dragon energy? The big dark horse suddenly thought of this possibility, and felt a little incredible. At this time, his eyes moved and he found that on one of the palms of the stone Buddha, Long Zun was sitting there with his eyes closed, practicing quietly. Long Zun did not notice anyone breaking in. After all, he is only at the 10th level of Destiny Realm. The formation outside did not issue any warning, so it was impossible for him to know that 2 figures had appeared not far above his head at this time. Yi Yun looked at Dragon Lord, feeling the golden dragon blood in his body, and said with a smile, "Shall Ma, go and negotiate with Dragon Lord and find a way to get him to join our divine dragon sect." The big dark horse nodded and quickly agreed. He took one step forward and was opposite Long Zun in a blink of an eye. At this time, he stood on the other palm of the stone Buddha. Yi Yun looked at the huge stone Buddha, and then at the 8 black pagodas, with a faint smile on his face. Then he remained calm, and his whole body seemed to merge into the void. No one can feel his presence anymore. The big black horse deliberately released a ray of breath so that Dragon Lord could feel it, and said with a soft smile, "Long Lord, wake up quickly." Hearing a voice next to his ear, Long Zun was startled. He quickly opened his eyes, only to find a strange man standing opposite him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Who is this person? Long Zun was shocked. If you can break through the formation outside without knowing it, and come close to him, the opponent's cultivation level must be far superior to your own. Who are you, Your Excellency? Breaking through the formation, why? Long Zun stood up suddenly and looked at the man in black robe opposite with a cautious expression. "I'm from the Shenlong Sect. I want to invite you to join our Shenlong Sect." "I don't know what you want." The big black horse got straight to the point and said with a faint smile, "Shenlong Sect? Isn't that a low-level sect? Are you kidding me? I am a great demon at the 10th level of the Destiny Realm. Can I join such a low-level sect?" Long Zun sneered disdainfully. "This Shenlong Sect is not that Shenlong Sect." The big black horse shook his head and smiled, and continued, "The Shenlong Sect you are talking about is a fake and has been destroyed. Now I am the real representative of the Shenlong Sect. Our sect wants to absorb you, a dragon clan with the blood of the Shenlong. I wonder what your wishes are." "Impossible. We, Wanlong Ridge, are so well endowed. Why would we join your Shenlong Sect? Your Excellency, you should leave as soon as possible." Long Zun refused unceremoniously. The dragon energy in this abyss is so abundant, and he can practice like a fish in water here, so does he need to go anywhere else? It is easy for him to practice here and break through the realm of life and death. As for what the black-robed man opposite said about the Divine Dragon Sect, he was not interested at all. If you don't agree, then I have no choice but to use force. The big dark horse rolled up his sleeves and was ready to take action. Dragon Lord is like facing a powerful enemy. He stared closely at the man in black robes in front of him, made a magic formula with both hands, and injected it into the stone Buddha. The big black horse's pupils shrank slightly. Could it be that Long Zun is launching some formation? As soon as his thoughts emerged, he felt the ground shake, as if something huge was about to emerge from the ground beneath his feet. A powerful aura rose from the ground to the sky. At this moment, the huge stone Buddha under his feet began to sway slightly. A golden Buddha light suddenly shot out from the stone Buddha's eyebrows and emerged in midair, revealing an old monk in red. The old monk's face was as thin as a skeleton, and his whole body exuded a faint red blood light. Within the fairy light, small dragon shadows could be seen swimming inside. Eternal realm? The big black horse was shocked when he saw the old monk in red. The old monk's cultivation was actually on par with him. Yi Yun, who was in the air, saw the sudden appearance of the old monk in red, with a sarcastic smile in his eyes. Evil Buddha sect. The aura of this old monk is extremely evil. He is completely different from the orthodox Buddhist monks. He comes from the famous Evil Buddha sect. The origin of the Evil Buddha sect is mysterious, and its descendants are few in number. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun had killed the descendants of the Evil Buddha sect. Therefore, he was very familiar with the unique aura exuded by the monks of the Evil Buddha sect. Ba. Unexpectedly, a great demon from the eternal realm descended, making Wanlong Ridge really shine. The old monk in red clasped his hands together, lowered his eyelids, and said softly. The big black horse stared at the old monk in red with interest. He was not a local monster on Songnan continent, so he could not recognize him. He just felt that the aura on the old monk's body was extremely strange, with a hint of evil in it. At this time, Long Zun saw the old monk and perked up. He immediately bowed and said respectfully, "This person insists on forcing me to join the Shenlong Sect. Master, please make the decision." "Don't worry, your teacher is here, and no one will do anything to you." The old monk in red smiled slightly and said without any concern. When the words fell, the 8 black pagodas around them flashed a faint black light. In the black light, there were countless phantoms of divine dragons flashing past inside. The big black horse bared his teeth and rolled his eyelids. He also felt the subtle changes in the sudden rise of the 8 black pagodas. But he didn't take it seriously. He looked at the old monk in red and asked with a smile, "Your Excellency is a monk of the human race, why did you become a master of the demon race?" "There must be some ulterior secret." "That's nonsense." The old monk in red opened his old eyes and emitted 2 sharp rays of light. With a big move of his hand, a blood-red Buddha circle suddenly appeared on his hand, and he smashed it in the direction of the big black horse. The blood-red Buddha circle bloomed with layers of blood. In an instant, the entire bottom of the abyss was shrouded in red blood, as terrifying as the end of the world. "Well done." The big black horse sneered, his whole body glowed with bright light, and he punched him hard. Boom! The fierce fist hit the bloody Buddha circle, and the big black horse's body was knocked back. He took 2 steps back in midair before regaining his balance. At this time, the blood-red Buddha circle suddenly spun in midair, and hit it again. "I didn't expect you to be so hard, baby." The big black horse smiled wantonly and punched him hard again. A layer of faint black dragon scales suddenly appeared on the surface of his fist. Boom. As an earth-shattering sound sounded, the big black horse's body remained motionless this time, but the blood-red Buddha circle was shaken back. The old monk in red grabbed the Buddha circle and took a look, looking at the man in black robe opposite with some shock. I saw him licking his lips, and a bloodthirsty killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. I can't believe that you are actually a demon dragon in the eternal realm. You, the old monk, have some skills. You can see clearly some details about your Uncle Ma. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds. The big black horse roared wildly, and layers of fine dragon scales suddenly appeared all over its body. In an instant, he looked more like a dragon warrior wearing a layer of armor. What a strong bloodline power. The dragon lord next to him was secretly shocked. The concentration of divine dragon blood released from the man in black robe was extremely high, which actually gave him an indescribable feeling of panic. A kind of naked bloodline suppression. Don't be afraid. Let's see how the master captures him. He seemed to be aware of something strange about Long Zun. The old monk in red looked back at Long Zun, said something with a smile, then turned around and disappeared. He held a Buddhist circlet in one hand and a golden Buddhist staff in the other. The golden Buddha staff was filled with blood energy, and there was a menacing dragon shadow in the blood energy. With the power of destroying heaven and earth, it quickly hit the big black horse. The big black horse was not afraid and fought with the old monk in red with his bare hands. Boom. Boom. Earth-shaking sounds came down from mid-air, and powerful shock waves surged in all directions. However, layers of light suddenly emerged from the 8 surrounding pagodas, completely blocking these shock waves. Long Zun breathed a sigh of relief. The formation set up by his master was unimaginably powerful. Otherwise, with his mere destiny realm cultivation, it would be impossible for him to survive at such a close distance. The speed is too fast. Long Zun looked into the air with a shocked face. He could not see anything. The battle between two eternal realms was simply not something he could see clearly in the destiny realm. Boom boom. The loud noise is endless. The fighting was extremely fierce. Long Zun was slightly worried. The origin of the man in black robe is unknown. He belongs to the bloodline of the divine dragon and is far beyond the normal human eternal realm monks. I don't know if the master can be that guy's opponent. After all, he had never seen the master take action himself. Old monk, hurry up and show off everything you are good at, otherwise you will not be my opponent. The big dark horse laughed. Wrapped in dragon scales, he is in a semi-transformed state. At this moment, his defense and strength are unimaginably powerful. The big dark horse didn't even use his most powerful thunder power. Now he is fighting the old monk in red with his physical strength. The old monk in red was so angry that his face was livid. He also didn't expect that the demonic dragon in front of him would be so powerful. On the Shenlong continent, the bloodline of the divine dragon is very thin now. Why is the bloodline of this demonic dragon so strong? It actually far exceeded Long Zun by many times. You must know that Dragon Lord is a dragon with the blood of the golden dragon. That he has worked hard to cultivate in this place. Originally, I wanted to train him to the eternal realm, and then use the secret method of the evil Buddha sect to sacrifice him, so that he could break through to the true God realm. But this plan takes a long time. Fortunately, in the Wanlong pit in Wanlong Ridge, tens of thousands of divine dragons were buried in ancient times. The energy continuously released dragon energy and accelerated the rapid cultivation of Dragon Master. When the big black horse saw the old monk in red with a livid face and said nothing, he laughed loudly and attacked crazily. Suddenly, the old monk in red was defeated steadily. 8 heavenly dragons, rise. Forced into desperation, the old monk in red finally activated the 8-part Tianlong formation to suppress Wanlong Pit. Buzz. The 8 pagodas suddenly emitted a dazzling black light, instantly covering the abyss. Boom. A world-shattering formation was formed. A huge pressure suddenly came from the formation, and the big dark horse felt that his strength was suppressed. There were countless divine dragons roaring in the air around him, constantly attacking him. The big dark horse was also a little angry. He could tell that these dragons under the abyss seemed to have a lot of origins. As half a member of the dragon clan, the big black horse naturally felt aggrieved when he saw the dead dragon clan being trained as part of the formation. He whipped out a golden axe and raised it high. As he drove the golden axe, golden lightning spots began to bloom on the surface of the axe. A series of golden thunder and lightning shined brightly, immediately making the phantoms of the dragons unable to get closer. What magic weapon is this? The old monk in red was shocked when he saw this. While he was in shock, the big black horse hit him hard with a golden axe. The old monk in red hurriedly raised the Buddhist circlet and golden staff, to block it. Boom. A huge force immediately knocked him away. Golden thunder and lightning traveled along the 2 treasures to his body. A sizzling sound sounded. Most of the red blood light outside the body of the old monk in red was wiped out. Puff. The old monk in red spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. He looked at the golden axe, with a look of horror in his eyes. Old monk, you are no match for me. The big black horse held up the golden axe and said with a sneer. This axe was made by condensing reincarnated lightning. Naturally, he knew very well how terrifying the reincarnated thunder and lightning was. Even he, a lightning-type eternal realm demon, can only extract a small amount of reincarnated lightning into his body every time. Well, your axe is pretty good. I want to order this baby. The old monk in red licked his lips, and a layer of blood suddenly bloomed on his withered old face. Under the bloody light, his old face looked extremely terrifying. The big black horse was slightly startled. What trump cards does the old monk in red have yet to display? Do you have what it takes? Hearing the words of the old monk in red, the big black horse smiled contemptuously and raised the golden axe in his hand. Lightning flashes on the axe head, exuding an astonishing and terrifying aura. The phantoms of the divine dragons dodged away from a distance. At the same time, the evil Buddha is coming. With a roar, the body of the old monk in red suddenly burst apart, his skin cracked and blood rolled out. The blood spurting out was like a big river, spreading across the entire void. Wow! A sea of blood formed, and the sound of waves was heard. The big dark horse was slightly surprised when he saw this. The old monk in red's method is really weird. It's this move again. Seeing this familiar scene, Yi Yin shook his head inadvertently. The reason why the evil Buddha sect is called evil Buddha is that it takes the path of killing to achieve enlightenment. Therefore, every descendant of the evil Buddha sect has killed countless people in his life. It is precisely because of this unique way of practice that the evil Buddha sect is shamed by all the major sects in the entire Sunnan continent. Once it appears, everyone will attack it. Despite this, the evil Buddha sect has been passed down from generation to generation. as it is passed down from generation to generation, after the death of each generation of evil Buddha sect leader, a blood relic will be left behind. This piece of blood is left for the disciples to continue their cultivation. The sound of waves came from the void, and the waves of blood surged with astonishing momentum, like the 9 nether blood hell. The blood surged, and suddenly an angry-looking Buddha with thousands of hands and eyes appeared. It's really interesting. It seems that I still underestimated you before? The big black horse grinned, smiled nonchalantly, and rushed forward. The golden axe flashed a golden light in midair, and struck hard at the Buddha, who had thousands of hands and eyes, and looked extremely evil. The Buddha with thousands of hands and eyes is naturally the old monk in red. At this moment, he showed the appearance of the evil Buddha. The so-called 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes means that 10 more heads grew on the top of his head, and each head has many pairs of eyes. The 10 heads are stacked on top of each other, like a pagoda, and each eye shines with evil light. Countless arms also grew on his shoulders, each arm holding a different magic weapon. Kill. The old monk in red was glowing with endless blood, and the sea of blood around him kept roaring, making him look like an extremely evil demon. The old monk in red stepped on the waves of the sea of blood, waving a 1,000 hands, and came towards the big black horse. At this moment, his thousands of eyes fired out streaks of bloody light, shooting at the big black horse like sharp swords. At the same time, the various magic weapons in his hands also glowed brightly, and they shook their arms and crashed down like hot wheels. Sheila. The golden axe drew countless golden thunder and lightning, all of which were terrifying reincarnation thunder and lightning. Boom. Boom. The attacks of the reincarnated thunderbolt and the old monk in red collided, making an earth-shattering bang. The golden axe split the sea of blood with devastating force, cut off the bloodlight, and split all attacks. Isn't this axe, too powerful? The old monk in red was shocked, his body quickly shrank, and he returned to the sea of blood. Unexpectedly, his first attack failed. Dragon Lord, who was standing on the palm of the stone Buddha below, saw this scene, trembled all over, and was at a loss for a moment. He never expected that the master who was invincible in his mind would actually lose ground. A white shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Who is your excellency? Long Zun looked at the young man in white who suddenly appeared, with an indescribable fear in his eyes. The other party didn't seem to have any cultivation, but he appeared silently in front of him like a ghost. This kind of cultivation was far beyond him. Is it another great demon in the eternal realm? While Dragon Lord was feeling uneasy, Yi Yun looked at the battle scene above and smiled calmly. You have the blood of the golden dragon in your body. Long Zun's breathing became rapid, and his face turned pale at this moment. Could it be that the other party wanted to kill him and take away his divine dragon bloodline? A layer of golden light burst out from Long Zun's body instantly, making him look like a golden demon god. His arm was raised, and it had turned into golden dragon claws. Although he knew he was outmatched, Long Zun could not just sit back and die. Yi Yun turned around, glanced at Dragon Lord lightly, and said with a soft smile, "A little golden dragon, do you also want to fight with me?" Long Zun gritted his teeth and said, "It is better to have broken jade than to have it intact. You are thinking too much." Yi Yun smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "I don't want your life." Long Zun was stunned for a moment and asked quickly, "Then what do you mean?" Yi Yun smiled, "I just want you to join the Shenlong Sect." The Shenlong Sect is just a low-level large sect, and their sect leader is only at the 4th level of the Destiny realm. How can I, a great demon at the 10th level of the Destiny Realm, join the Shenlong Sect? Long Zun said stubbornly. The Shenlong Sect of the Tianqing dynasty is a fake and has been destroyed by me. The real Shenlong Sect is not what you imagine. Yi Yun smiled slightly. In an instant, a trace of the aura of the ancestral dragon appeared on his body. This wisp of the ancestral dragon's aura was extremely powerful, even if it was just a wisp. Dragon Lord's expression immediately changed after he felt it. Thump. He knelt on the ground. The powerful power of blood made him unable to resist in an instant. Dragon Lord threw himself to the ground, prostrate on the palm of the stone Buddha statue, and never dared to move again. His body was constantly trembling, but his heart was roaring. What kind of dragon bloodline is this? Seeing Long Zun prostrate himself to the ground, Yi Yun nodded lightly. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon has the power of eternity, and no dragon clan in the world dares to disobey it. Even if he only released a wisp of the ancestral dragon's breath, the 10 legendary super dragons would all kneel down and kowtow in front of him. This is Zulong. Yi Yun already has 99% of the ancestral dragon blood in his body. To put it bluntly, he can transform into a huge ancestral dragon at any time. Once it transforms into the true form of the ancestral dragon, it will be even more terrifying. However, Yi Yun is already very strong now, and there is no need to transform into the true form of the ancestral dragon. Released a wisp of the ancestral dragon's aura, just to make the dragon master surrender. Are you willing to join our Shenlong Sect now? Yi Yun asked again. I would like to. Long Zun said with trembling heart. You have to be willing if you want, and you have to be willing if you don't want to. This is an order that you, as a dragon, must obey. Yi Yun suddenly turned pale and said seriously. Dragon Lord was sweating profusely in an instant, feeling unspeakable fear. Yi Yun took out a bracelet and put Long Zun in it as soon as he raised his hand. Lock him up for a few days first, and then release Dragon Lord when the Shenlong Sect is rebuilt. Yi Yun looked into the air again. At this moment, the big black horse was holding a golden axe transformed from reincarnated thunder and lightning, killing the old monk in red from the evil Buddha sect until he was pissed. However, the old monk in red had strange and changeable supernatural powers, so he could still hold on with the blood sea. Yi Yun looked towards the direction of the ground again, raised his brows slightly, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. Haha, that's interesting. Deep beneath the abyss. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, penetrating through eternity. He saw the corpses of tens of thousands of giant dragons, crisscrossing the ground. Although millions of years have passed, the bones of those giant dragons have still not been destroyed by time. Especially the dragon bones, which are as white as new, are still releasing sacred light from time to time. The dragon energy continuously released by these dragon bones, even if it was suppressed by the 8-part Tianlong formation, some still flowed out. Dragon Master absorbs these small amounts of dragon energy to practice. These dragon energies are of certain help to any monk. But the risk is also extremely high. The energy contained in these dragon auras is extremely domineering and violent, and can easily make people go crazy. Only descendants of dragons or humans with the blood of the divine dragon, relying on the power of the blood in their bodies, can use dragon energy to practice without any sequelae. This place shouldn't be called Wanlong Ridge. Maybe it's more appropriate to call it Wanlong Pit. Yi Yun sighed. There are tens of thousands of divine dragons buried here. They should all be caused by the Great War in ancient times, and were buried deep underground. There is also a seal on it. As time goes by, that layer of seal gradually weakens. A large amount of dragon energy began to flow out. Fortunately, there was a large formation of 8 heavenly dragons from the evil Buddha sect above to suppress it, so it didn't float outside. The old monk in red from the evil Buddha sect also uses dragon energy to practice. Certainly. He not only practiced with dragon energy, but also used some secret method to collect some remaining dragon soul fragments, so there were dragon souls swimming in the blood around his body. This kind of dragon soul is naturally not the real dragon soul of Shenlong. It was just pieced together from some fragments of dragon souls, and its power was so small that in Yi Yun's opinion, it was almost negligible. If it is a real dragon soul, even if there is only one dragon soul, the big dark horse is definitely no match. Yi Yun's eyes flickered, and he kept staring at the direction of the ground to explore, and said to himself, interesting, what kind of dragon is this? After much deliberation, he couldn't come up with the answer he wanted. It's coming out soon, let's ask it later. Yi Yun chuckled softly. Any divine dragon, whether alive or dead, must pay homage to the ancestral dragon when they see it. Even though the guy deep underground has changed his form, he will still kowtow and worship Yi Yun when he sees him. Boom! The golden axe of the big black horse struck hard, and then knocked the old monk in red flying. Dozens of thousand hands have been chopped off. Including the pagoda-like layers of heads, 2 layers were cut off. It can be said that the current fate of the old monk in red is extremely miserable. At this time, the big black horse seemed like a god coming down to earth, killing on a killing spree, and the killing was extremely enjoyable. Old monk, don't you want my axe? Where have all your skills gone? The big black horse got excited, chopping with the axe, and taunting loudly. The expression on the old monk's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that even if he revealed the Buddha's true form with thousands of hands and eyes, he would still be no match for the guy opposite him. He could also see that the strength of the guy opposite was not much different from his, relying entirely on that golden axe. Although he wanted to seize this treasure, he was no match even if he tried his best. At this moment, the old monk in red began to retreat. Call. The monstrous sea of blood immediately submerged his body. At this time, he suddenly turned around and prepared to rush to the stone Buddha's position and take Long Zun away from here. But soon he discovered that Long Zun was no longer in his original position and disappeared at some point. However, where Long Zun was originally, there was a young man in white standing. The young man in white has a handsome face, deep features, eyes like stars, and an indescribable and elegant aura exuding from his whole body. At a quick glance, it seemed as if this young man was actually in the painting. Who is this person? An extremely dangerous feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. When he saw this old monk in red from the evil Buddha sect, he was frightened. When he saw him and turned around and ran away, Yi Yun suddenly felt a little funny. At this moment, he activated the sky eye of disillusionment. The old monk in red found that a large formation had risen around him, binding him tightly. He attacked hard on it, but couldn't break through it at all, which made him panic. This is the master's move again. The big dark horse laughed beside him and made no further moves. The old monk in red on the opposite side kept making various attacking movements in the void. He looked furious, and it looked like he was in an illusion. Master, do you want to kill him? The big black horse shouted loudly in midair. No need to kill him yet, he is just a chess piece. Yi Yun smiled softly. Piece? The big black horse was startled and quickly looked deep into the ground. But he found that his consciousness was bounced back, unable to penetrate the depths of the ground. Is there a more powerful being underground? When the big dark horse thought of this, his original relaxed demeanor disappeared. He clutched the golden axe tightly, looking like he was facing a formidable enemy. Yi Yun laughed secretly in his heart. It seemed that his words just now scared the dark horse. Master, what is there under the ground? The big black horse waited for a while and found that there was no movement, and couldn't help but feel a little restless. There is a dragon. Yi Yun touched his nose with his hand and said with a smile. A divine dragon? The big dark horse was suddenly shocked. He himself can be regarded as half-dragon, with dragon bloodline, so he naturally understands the power and terror of the dragon. If this dragon is more powerful than the old monk in red, then he may have to go through a fierce battle that is unimaginable in his life. Boom! A burst of muffled thunder came from the ground, and the surrounding mountains shook, as if something huge was about to emerge from the ground. The big black horse immediately became nervous, holding the axe tightly, ready to attack at any time. Don't worry yet, wait until it comes out, Yi Yun said with a smile. Okay, sir. The big dark horse agreed quickly, then took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He felt a terrifying breath coming from the ground. The aura contained the aura of the divine dragon that he was familiar with. It's just that the dragon's aura was a little evil, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Blue lightning danced on the fine scales on the big black horse. Sheila! Sheila! Constantly making noise. After independently activating the thunder and lightning power in his body, the uncomfortable feeling in big dark horse's heart relaxed. On the carriage, listening to the rumbling sound, the big black cat straightened his neck and looked in a certain direction, with a shocked expression on his face. Hey, dear, is this some kind of terrifying monster about to be born? The big black cat said in shock. Brother, Uncle Ma is over there, everything should be fine, right? Melbauer said with a smile. I hope it's okay, but the enemy this time is unexpectedly strong. The big black cat sighed, scratched the carriage twice with its paws, and said in a deep voice, I guess only the master can solve all this. In the Wanlongling abyss, with a huge rumbling sound, a 10,000 feet long line of blood broke the seal and suddenly emerged from the depths of the ground. This is? The big black horse looked at the bloody light that stretched thousands of feet, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He trembled all over, and suddenly felt an indescribable panic. This turned out to be a blood dragon. His whole body was covered in blood, releasing endless evil energy. This evil spirit is sharp and ferocious, as if it can swallow everything in the world. Jia Jia. After this huge blood dragon appeared, it immediately let out a weird laugh that only humans can have. When it saw the sea of blood in the void, it opened its mouth and swallowed it fiercely. The old monk in red clothes next to him suddenly woke up. What's this? The old monk in red looked at the blood dragon in front of him in horror, his eyes almost bulging out. He had stayed in Wanlong Ridge for such a long time and had never seen this blood dragon before. After looking in the direction of the ground, I found that a big hole had been opened there. The muscles on the red monk's face kept beating, and he immediately knew the origin of this blood dragon. Deep underground, a divine dragon from ancient times is buried. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. But he never discovered the existence of this blood dragon. You didn't expect that bald human being, and we have been neighbors for many years, right? The blood dragon hovered in the air and looked over with its fierce eyes. Its voice was cold and rampant, and its cold eyes revealed bloodthirsty, murderous intent. It seemed that the old monk in red was about to become a delicacy in his eyes. "What the hell are you?" the old monk in red asked in horror. "I am a divine dragon, a standard divine dragon." The blood dragon burst out laughing. The next moment, it pounced on the old monk in red. The old monk in red had a look of fear on his face. He turned around and ran away, but his speed was far from enough in front of the blood dragon. In an instant, a bloody light passed through the space, and the old monk in red disappeared into the void. A few seconds later, the figure of the blood dragon reappeared in midair. The blood dragon chewed twice, then said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I've eaten real human beings. This tastes really delicious." "You are so cruel." The big black horse grinned. He raised the golden axe in his hand and prepared to fight. "You are also a dragon, right?" The blood dragon's ferocious eyes kept scanning the big black horse, with a look of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. "Why have I never seen a dragon like you?" The big dark horse was a little embarrassed by the blood dragon's words. "He only has half the blood of the dragon." "Stop talking nonsense, let me see what you are capable of and dare to be so rampant." The big black horse raised his axe and issued a challenge. "You are just a third-level Eternal Realm person, but you are not my opponent yet. Considering that you are also a dragon, why don't you become my subordinate from now on?" The blood dragon laughed arrogantly. "Get out." Hearing this, the big black horse immediately felt insulted and rushed towards the blood dragon. This blood dragon, the big dark horse, can't even see the cultivation level, because the aura on its body is constantly undergoing various weird changes, making it difficult to distinguish. The blood dragon rushed over fiercely, stretched out its blood-red claws, and grabbed the golden axe. Boom! The golden claws grabbed the axe, and golden lightning exploded from it. The blood dragon was immediately blown away by the golden lightning. But the big black horse wasn't much better. He was also hit by a brutal force, and his whole body flew back. "What kind of axe is this? The thunder and lightning on it are actually more powerful than the thunder and lightning of the thunder dragon?" The blood dragon said with a surprised look on its face. It looked at its claws. That lightning was filled with unimaginable destructive power, and half of its claws were blown away. It shook its paws, and the next moment they returned to normal. "I'm attracted to this treasure of yours." The blood dragon showed greedy eyes, laughed, and rushed towards the big black horse again. Midair, a white figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the blood dragon. The blood dragon was shocked when he saw the sudden appearance of the white figure, and quickly stopped in midair. "There is a person here, and it has never discovered his existence. Where did it come from?" "Master, I can do it. Let me have a good fight with him, right?" The big black horse flew over from behind and stood next to Yi Yun, holding up the axe and saying. Although he had just suffered a loss, the big dark horse was not convinced. "You are not its opponent for the time being, so you don't have to expend your energy." Yi Yun smiled lightly. This blood dragon's cultivation level is higher than that of the big dark horse, and its talent is so great that the big dark horse is not its opponent yet. If one day he cultivates the power of reincarnated thunder and lightning, the big dark horse can compete with it. When the master said this, the big dark horse also blushed. He actually knew that he had encountered a difficult opponent. As a half-dragon, he knew how terrifying the dragons were. And this time he happened to meet a mysterious dragon. This blood dragon was so weird that even he couldn't tell what kind of dragon it was. Who are you? The blood dragon looked at Yi Yun warily and did not attack. I am the 13th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect, Yi Yun said with a smile. The leader of the Shenlong Sect? The blood dragon shook its huge dragon head, seemingly not thinking about the information related to the Shenlong Sect in his mind. You don't have to think about it. There was no Shenlong Sect in ancient times. Yi Yun smiled. You stopped me because you wanted to fight with my Shenlong clan? The blood dragon asked in a deep voice. It has just been resurrected and its level of cultivation is still relatively low. It really doesn't want to get into a fight with the mysterious young man in white in front of it. You still dare to fight with me? I think you are out of your mind. Come on. Let me show you a few tricks with you. Seeing how arrogant this blood dragon was, the big black horse raised the golden axe in his hand. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and held down the big black horse. He looked at the blood dragon and asked calmly, what kind of dragon bloodline do you have? Only if you defeat me will you be qualified to know my bloodline. The blood dragon said with a sneer. How difficult is it to win against you? Yi Yun chuckled and tapped with a finger. In an instant, countless mountains seemed to be added to the surrounding void, squeezing towards the blood dragon. The blood dragon's body suddenly couldn't move. It felt an indescribable vast force that oppressed its body so much that it couldn't breathe. God realm? How is this possible? The blood dragon looked at the young man in white in front of him with a look of shock in his eyes. The young man in white casually stretched out his hand and suppressed it, making it feel helpless when facing a powerful person in the divine realm. In ancient times, powerful divine dragons had reached the realm of divine beings. Hee hee. Yi Yun shook his head, with a faint smile on his face. Even if it was a divine dragon, it was still not enough in front of him. Tell me, what kind of dragon bloodline is in your body? Yi Yun said with flashing eyes. I am the blood demonic dragon. The immobile blood dragon said this, with a look of arrogance in his eyes. Blood chief demonic dragon? Yi Yun moved his lips slightly and muttered these words. Suddenly his eyes were in a trance, and the light in his eyes soared. For an instant, it seemed as if the entire abyss was illuminated. He remembered. The blood chief demonic dragon is one of the 10 super divine dragons under the ancestral dragon. It was once a powerful being in the realm of the god king. Yi Yun looked at the blood dragon in front of him and said calmly, the blood dragon is one of the 10 super dragons. Its bloodline is pure and noble, far from the chaotic and vulgar bloodline in your body. Are you a hybrid bloodline? So what? The blood chief demonic dragon said angrily. The last thing it wanted to hear was that it was a hybrid dragon. It does have a lot of blood in its body, but it also has the blood of the blood demonic dragon, but this blood is very thin in the body. I see. Yi Yun laughed. No wonder it was difficult for him to distinguish the origin of the blood dragon in front of him. It really is a hybrid dragon. There were also extremely many hybrid dragons in ancient times. Dragons are promiscuous by nature, so they have created many dragons with mixed bloodlines. These dragon clans were passed down from generation to generation and interbred with each other, making their bloodline become thinner and impure. The blood dragon in front of him had very messy blood in his body. Fortunately, there is a kind of super dragon in its body, the bloodline of the blood chief demonic dragon, which can suppress other bloodlines in its body. It is precisely because of this bloodline that it was resurrected after dying. In ancient times, the blood demonic dragon is known as the immortal dragon. It can be resurrected with a drop of blood, making it an immortal super being. Among the 10 great dragons of ancient times, it is one of the most powerful. The blood chief demonic dragon is warlike in nature. In ancient times, it was said that even the ancestral dragon accepted the challenge of the blood chief demon dragon. It can be seen that the temperament of the blood chief demonic dragon is really lawless. It turned out to be the blood king demon dragon. I didn't expect that. I lost. Well, the big dark horse muttered to himself. At this moment, it finally admitted that it was no match for the blood king demon dragon in front of it. No matter how messy the hybrid dragon's bloodline is, it still contains the bloodline of the blood king demon dragon. It was the power of this immortal bloodline that allowed it to be resurrected again across millions of years. When the big dark horse thought of this, he felt a little incredible. Yi Yun looked at the bloody demon dragon in front of him, his deep eyes pulsating. I saw him smiling softly and saying, "You little miscellaneous dragon, with such a thin bloodline of the blood chief demon dragon, can actually be reborn after 1,000,000 years. I think your ancestors' real blood chief demon dragon will also be reborn. Not dead? How do I know this?" As if he had been touched in pain, the blood king demonic dragon lowered his head at this moment, his mood obviously no longer high. Its ancestor, the blood chief demon dragon, is also one of the top 10 super dragons, with a distinguished reputation and terrifying combat power. Even among the top 10 divine dragons, he is one of the top ones. But during the internal fight among the 10 ancient super dragons, his whereabouts were unknown, and he didn't know if he had died. And it was the first group of dragons to die. It was not very clear about many things that happened later. After death, the thin blood of the blood chief demonic dragon in its body allows its body to continuously absorb the life essence energy of other dragons. After a long period of time, he finally transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly and gained a second new life. After being reborn, it was still very weak at first and kept hiding in the abyss to practice until it later saw the old monk in red. But the old monk in red didn't notice it, but it had already locked the old monk in red as its future prey, waiting to break the seal one day and eat the old monk in red directly. The Blood King demonic dragon was in a trance for a moment. It didn't know that in this short moment, its memory had been read by the young man in white opposite. Yi Yun looked silent. In the memory of the Blood King demonic dragon, he saw countless huge populations of divine dragons living on the hidden dragon continent. The magnificence and vastness are really difficult to describe with words. But the battle between the dragons was also extremely brutal. This little hybrid dragon was only in the true god realm back then. Finally died in a dragon battle. "Are you willing to join our Shenlong Sect?" Yi Yun stared at the Blood King demonic dragon and asked in a deep voice. "Shenlong Sect?" The Blood Chief demonic dragon was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, "What kind of sect is this? Is it a sect established by the human race?" Yi Yun nodded. "How can I, a mere divine dragon, join a small human sect? This is absolutely impossible. Even if you kill me, I won't agree." The Blood Chief demonic dragon seemed to have been touched to the bottom line and roared hysterically. Yi Yun was not angry, just smiled. He can understand that any dragon clan is a proud existence, especially those dragons from ancient times. The human race in ancient times was very small, especially the human race on the hidden dragon continent was even more insignificant. In Shenlong's eyes, those are all inferior creatures. But times have changed and everything is different now. Although the Blood King demon dragon in front of him has some abilities, it has no chance to resist when faced with the powerful human forces in the divine land. Yi Yun didn't want the bloody demon dragon in front of him to die. Inexplicably. After all, its bloodline is extremely rare and must be protected. As a time traveler, Yi Yun has naturally seen some news about protecting wild animals that is often broadcast in the media. What he is doing now is to save the Shenlong clan that is on the verge of extinction. Seeing how stubborn the blood demonic dragon was, the big black horse stood next to him with a look of hatred for steel, and said coldly, "You guy, you really don't know what is good and what is good. What if I just don't know what's good? It's absolutely impossible for me to join a sect established by human monks." The blood chief demonic dragon roared and said, "Is it?" Yi Yun was not angry but smiled, with a calm expression on his face. His body trembled slightly, and a wisp of the ancestral dragon's breath rushed towards his face like a tsunami. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon is the most powerful throughout the ages. There are no dragons in the world who don't obey. The rich and huge power of blood rolled in. When the blood chief demonic dragon felt this power, he was dumbfounded. This is... The Blood King demonic dragon hesitated for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Is this the bloodline of Zulong?" At this time, it stared at Yi Yun so closely that its eyes almost fell out of their sockets. It never dreamed that the seemingly ordinary human being in front of it actually had the blood of an ancestral dragon. How can this be? The ancestral dragon is aloof and has never intermarried with the human race. How could this human being have such strong and pure ancestral dragon blood in his body? Impossible? The ancestral dragon has disappeared a long time ago. There is no way that there is still the blood of the ancestral dragon in this world, let alone the existence of human monks with the blood of the ancestral dragon. You must have cast some illusion on me?" When the blood chief demonic dragon said this, he roared with grief and anger. At this moment, it is very emotional. After all, it had been so long, and even if it was an illusion, it could still feel the strong aura of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, making it difficult to control its emotions. "Master, I'm afraid this guy's brain is not working properly." The big black horse grunted beside him, shook his head, and sighed. "It's not that its brain is not working well, it's just the arrogance in its heart that prevents it from lowering its noble head." Yi Yun smiled lightly. He waved his hand gently, removing the extremely heavy space force that was squeezing around the Blood King demonic dragon. After regaining control of his body, the Blood King demonic dragon shook his body vigorously, felt it carefully, and found that he had not been hit by any illusion at all. How can this be? How come this young man in white clothes has the aura of the ancestral dragon on him? The Blood King demonic dragon glared and rushed towards Yi Yun. "What are you going to do?" The big black horse immediately raised his axe and blocked Yi Yun's side. He was afraid that the demon dragon would lose control and attack the master. "Don't be afraid, it just wants to feel the breath of the ancestral dragon up close." Yi Yun stretched out his hand and gently patted the big black horse's body. Out. At this time a bloody light shot out from a distance, and when it was about 7 or 8 feet in front of Yi Yun, it crawled down. He lay prostrate at Yi Yun's feet. It's unimaginable. This is really the aura of the ancestral dragon. How did you do it? Could it be said that the ancestral dragon and the human race have any descendants? The Blood King demonic dragon murmured to himself. At this moment, its tone was no longer as arrogant as before. It was lying at Yi Yun's feet, its body trembling continuously. It is just a small miscellaneous dragon. Although it has the blood of the Blood Demon Dragon, one of the 10 super dragons, it is extremely thin and cannot withstand the pressure of the ancestral dragon's breath. Why I have ancestral dragon bloodline is not something you are qualified to ask. Yi Yun's eyes widened, and 2 rays of cold light suddenly shot out. At this moment, he increased the output of ancestral dragon Qi. In an instant, a more violent ancestral dragon aura rolled in with supreme pressure, which immediately confused the Blood Chief demonic dragon. It was so pure, it was as if the ancestral dragon appeared in front of it. I've seen Zulong. The awakened Blood Chief demonic dragon transformed into a young man in blood robes, kneeling on the ground respectfully and kowtowing without hesitation. Get up. Yi Yun smiled lightly. This Blood King demon dragon finally made the right choice under the pressure of his ancestral dragon bloodline. Any dragon clan in the world who feels the aura of the ancestral dragon must surrender. This is the rule of the dragon clan hidden deep in the bloodline. Just call me master from now on. Yi Yun thought for a while and said again. Okay, sir. The Blood King demonic dragon nodded quickly. When he looked up at Yi Yun, there was a look of fanatical admiration in his eyes. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to stand next to a descendant of the ancestral dragon bloodline. In ancient times, the level of miscellaneous dragons like him was too low, let alone the ancestral dragons. Even among the top 10 super dragons, he had only seen the Blood King demonic dragon. At the battle mobilization meeting before his death, his ancestor, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon, appeared and gave them some instructions. That's all. As for the ancestral dragon, the chance of seeing even the 10 super divine dragons is very slim. Therefore, ordinary people cannot understand the mood of the Blood King demonic dragon at this moment. His body was constantly trembling, and the excitement in his heart was like a raging tsunami that couldn't stop. I am the 13th generation master of the Shenlong Sect. From now on, you will be regarded as the monster of the Shenlong Sect. Do you hear me? Yi Yun looked at the Blood King demonic dragon with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his voice. I understand, sir. The eyes of the Blood King demonic dragon were a little moist. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said excitedly, I was ignorant just now, please forgive me. Yi Yun nodded. He looked deep into the ground again, where thousands of divine dragons were buried. The dragon energy in that place is still extremely strong. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, thinking that it would be a good idea to put Wanlong Ridge away and use it as a secret place for the disciples of Shenlong Sect to practice in the future. He began to fumble around in the warehouse, preparing to find a treasure to pack up and take away the entire Wanlong Ridge. When the big black horse saw that the Blood King demonic dragon had also transformed into a human form, he walked over with a smile, patted the opponent's shoulder, and said with a grin, Senior, from now on we will be brothers of the same sect. The Blood Chief demonic dragon glanced at the big black horse and felt the aura of dragon blood in the other person's body, feeling closer to him in his heart. Yeah, I'll hang out with you from now on. The Blood King demonic dragon said with a smile. The big black horse shook his head repeatedly, with a look of fear on his face, and said, Senior, you have lived too long. I am just a junior. You should be the boss from now on. Don't. I have just been reborn. In terms of age, I am much younger than you. You are the boss, and I can just be the second child. The Blood King demonic dragon laughed, and the tension in his heart gradually relaxed. Listening to the conversation between the two people, Yi Yin shook his head. According to the information in his mind, the Blood Chief demonic dragon is good at fighting and brave, but he is also cunning. This is determined by his bloodline. The reason why the Blood King demon dragon in front of him is so close to the big dark horse is that his cunning character is still at work. But Yi Yun disagreed. In ancient times, there were so many dragon clans, with all kinds of personalities, and they all lived in peace and harmony under the rule of the ancestral dragon. Even if the Blood King demonic dragon has some bad qualities, he can't make waves under his nose. After a few breaths, Yi Yin finally found a treasure that could put down the entire Wanlong Ridge. There is an extra green bead on his hand. The big black horse suddenly opened his eyes and cast his gaze curiously. He felt that this bead was extraordinary and contained rich spatial power. Let's go up first and then talk. Yi Yun looked at the two people in front of him, and his body suddenly flew over the abyss. The big black horse and the Blood King demon dragon quickly followed behind, flying out of the abyss, standing in midair. Yi Yin made a big move, and the black carriage on Wanlong Ridge suddenly rose into the air and was in front of him in a blink of an eye. This incident frightened the big black cat and cat bower on the carriage, and they thought they had been attacked inexplicably. But when they saw Master and Uncle Ma beside them, the two cats' hearts dropped from their throats. Yi Yun held the green bead in his left hand and gently threw it into the air. Green beads suddenly appeared in midair, blooming with mysterious green light. What kind of treasure is this? The big black cat's eyes widened and he stared at the green beads. Yi Yun stretched out his right hand and gently grabbed it towards Wanlongling. Boom! The Wanlong Ridge, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, was suddenly uprooted at this moment. The huge mountain range rose into the sky and flew towards the green bead. This mountain. Mao Bauer stared at the unbelievable scene in front of him, and he was so shocked that he almost turned to stone. Not only was the entire mountain range captured, but the roots of thousands of miles below the mountain range were also captured. How vast and powerful it must be, to be able to do this. The Blood King demon dragon was breathing rapidly, and his blood was boiling all over. He felt the trace of the ancestral dragon power released from the master. It was this force that easily grabbed a huge mountain. The power of the ancestral dragon dominates the world. It's so scary. A green bead, the mysterious green light blooming, is huge, overwhelming, and boundless. Wanlong Ridge was completely covered in an instant. Then I saw the huge mountain range shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the entire huge mountain range shrank into a green bead and disappeared. Everyone looked at this scene and were so shocked that they were speechless. This bead turned out to be an incredible space treasure, fitting such a large mountain range into it. Do it all. Yi Yin waved and grabbed the green bead. The light of the bead disappeared and turned into an ordinary bead again. Yi Yin put the green beads back into the warehouse. Then he looked at the blood demonic dragon, pondered for a moment, and decided to let it follow the team for a while. After all, this guy is a dragon from ancient times. It's been so long since now, I'm afraid my thoughts can't keep up. It is better to let him experience the customs of Songnan continent along the way, which can be regarded as reshaping his emotional intelligence. From now on, just follow Xiao Ma. Yi Yun glanced at the Blood King demonic dragon and gave instructions calmly. The Blood King demonic dragon nodded quickly and said with a smile, "He will be my eldest brother from now on, and I will get along with him." The big black horse nodded speechlessly. He suddenly discovered that although this Blood King demon dragon was a noble dragon, his shameless energy was so profound that he didn't know what to say. But he also understood what the master meant, which was to let him restrain and discipline the Blood King demonic dragon. Hiss. When the big black cat saw that there was another member, the hair on its entire body stood up immediately. It kept looking up and down at the young man in red robe, and as soon as it felt his breath, the big black cat wilted. The aura of this young man in red robe is similar to that of Uncle Ma, which shows that he is so strong that he cannot afford to offend him at all. Mao Bauer blinked his eyes and felt that the strength of the young man in red robe was unfathomable. "I don't know where the master found it." The big black horse transformed into a black horse again, and then pulled into the black carriage. The Blood Chief demonic dragon came over and looked at the carriage up and down, as if trying to find some clues. Yi Yun smiled beside him and said nothing. He stood on the carriage in a flash, lifted the curtain and walked in. "It turns out that the master is riding in this car." The Blood King demonic dragon blinked his eyes and understood immediately. No wonder the big black horse is responsible for pulling the cart. It turns out to be the master's car. He immediately understood his position. At this time, the Blood Chief demonic dragon looked at the two cats, one black and one white, lying on the carriage. The black cat's cultivation level is not bad, and it has reached the destiny realm. But the little white cat's cultivation level is really too low, only the Shenxiao realm. It seems that the master likes to raise some monsters. After some observation, the Blood King demonic dragon came to this conclusion. Seeing that these monsters had turned into monster bodies, the Blood Chief demon dragon rolled his eyes and felt that he would never be able to maintain his human form. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the master. He transformed into a little red dragon and lay down next to the big black cat. There was a dragon lying next to him, which frightened the big black cat. "Brother, your cultivation level is too high. Can you stay away from me? I'm too scared." The big black cat said tremblingly. "Don't worry, I am also a demon beast from the Shenlong Sect. From now on, we will all be brothers of the same sect." The Blood Chief demonic dragon said with a smile. It tried its best to appear amiable, and did not use the aura of the eternal realm demon to oppress the little black cat in front of it. He knew that since there were two cats on the master's carriage, they were also raised by the master. As for him, the little miscellaneous dragon he became, he still needs to keep a low profile for the time being. The big black cat was speechless. Facing the senior dragon in the eternal realm, it really didn't know how to get along well with him. On the contrary, Mao Bauer looked like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. He blinked his big sapphire eyes, looked at the Blood King demonic dragon and asked curiously, "Senior, I wonder what kind of cultivation you have?" "My cultivation level is quite low, I can't reach the eternal realm," the Blood King demonic dragon said embarrassedly. After its rebirth, its cultivation level was very low. In ancient times, it would have been like a stepping stone. In ancient times, only divine dragons who had reached the realm of true gods were worthy of some status. "I didn't expect that you were also in the eternal realm, just like Uncle Ma." Cat Bauer was shocked. The big black horse turned his head, grunted, bared his white teeth, and said, Little white cat, you may have made a mistake. This senior's cultivation level is several levels higher than mine. Yeah? Hearing Uncle Ma's words, Maubauer was even more shocked. Seeing a great demon of the eternal realm lying less than 1 meter away from him, Maubauer felt extremely constrained and didn't know what to do. Especially this senior in the eternal realm, turned into a mini version of a dragon, making it look very scary. The Blood Chief demonic dragon looked at the big black horse and said, "Respectfully, boss, please stop joking with me. I am only where I am now because of my bloodline. In fact, in terms of qualifications, I am far incomparable to you. I am the second child and you are the boss." He looked at the big black cat, then smiled and said, "The little black cat is the third child, and the little white cat is the fourth child." Yi Yin in the car couldn't help but laugh after hearing the explanation from the Blood King demonic dragon. The pets in this car are really becoming more and more harmonious. I believe that he will not be lonely along the way. He seemed to have thought of something. Yi Yin suddenly moved his hand, and saw the Blood King demonic dragon being shrouded in a ball of light. "What's wrong with me?" The Blood Chief demonic dragon was shocked, but it found that it could not break free at all. The next moment the light disappeared. The big black cat and Maubauer's eyes suddenly opened wide, their breathing stopped, and they were shocked into silence. The little red dragon in front of them disappeared. In its place was a red cat. The big dark horse didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. He knew that all this was the master's work. In the carriage, Yi Yun's voice came faintly. "Blood Chief demonic dragon, it is very inconvenient for you to walk in the world as a dragon, so you should keep a low profile in your current form for a while." "Okay, sir." The Blood King demonic dragon replied with tears in his eyes. It never dreamed that the master would turn it into a little red cat. It turned out that he looked down on these two kittens just now. Unexpectedly, it suddenly transformed into a cat itself, and it was also a red one, which was good. There were 3 kittens lying on the carriage, 1 black, 1 white and 1 red. The big black horse's lips kept pouting, and he wanted to laugh, but tried his best to hold back. Although the Blood Chief demon dragon considers it the boss, in fact, the big dark horse still respects this senior who has lived to this day from ancient times. So it held back its laughter. Seeing the 3 black, white and red kittens lying on the carriage, they were very eye-catching and interesting. The big black horse quickly turned his head, not daring and could not bear to look at them anymore. If you look at it one more time, it probably won't be able to hold back its smile. The big black horse pulled the carriage and walked slowly in the direction of Shenhu Mountain. As he walked, he smiled secretly in his heart. This time, the Blood Chief demonic dragon was really completely suppressed by the master. A good blood dragon was turned into a little red cat by the master. How interesting. Maubauer stammered, "Senior, there's actually nothing wrong with turning into a cat. You see, it looks just like me. I'm used to it." "Yeah?" The Blood King demonic dragon lay angrily on the carriage, staring blankly at the sky outside. The big black cat came back to his senses at this time and knew that this was a good time to curry favor with his senior. He quickly said with a smile, "Senior, being a cat is actually not bad. You just need to feel the feelings. For the time being. After a while, maybe I will be able to do it. Changed you back." The Blood King demonic dragon wished he could say it would be better to turn into a dragon. But when it thought of the master sitting in the car, it swallowed this thought back in frustration. It's good to be a cat. The Blood King demonic dragon suddenly laughed. The big black cat looked at its face carefully for a few times suspiciously, and found that the smile was still very sincere, and couldn't help but murmur secretly, could it be that the senior dragon clan in front of me is really so willing to be a cat? It thought to itself. Senior, where are you from? When Melbauer saw the red kitten in front of him, he felt very kind in his heart. It even had the courage to ask about the origin of the Blood King demonic dragon. The Blood King demonic dragon was about to speak, but suddenly closed his mouth again. It has already turned into a cat, so let's not talk about things from ancient times. I was practicing hermitage in Wanlongling. I happened to meet the master and followed him back. The Blood Chief demonic dragon explained feebly. So this is Melbauer nodded quickly. Seeing Melbauer's cute look, the big black cat wanted to reach out and slap him on the forehead. This guy is really impudent. He dares to say anything to the seniors in the eternal realm. He is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. I don't know what he thought of, but Melbauer's face suddenly showed joy. He looked at the big black horse in front and asked, Uncle Ma, are we going to Shenhu Mountain as our next stop? The big black horse smiled and said, we are going to Shenhu Mountain. Didn't I promise you that I would terminate your engagement? When Melbauer heard this, he laughed excitedly. After leaving the boundary of Wanlong Ridge, the big black horse pulled the carriage and fell from the sky. After all, the original Wanlong Ridge has turned into an unfathomable abyss. So the big black horse flies in the air. Driving slowly along the mountain road, a monk saw a black carriage beside him along the way and couldn't help but marvel. Look, there are 3 cats lying on this carriage. It shows how much this owner likes cats. Yes. The Blood Chief demonic dragon was pointed at by many people along the way, and felt a little uncomfortable. But it didn't dare to show any anger. The master is the body of an ancestral dragon, and he is as sacred as the ancestral dragon in his heart. It is now thinking about what happened after Master Zulong disappeared to make the master in white in front of him look like Zulong. Just thinking about it felt like my mind was exploding, so I simply buried myself in my soft belly and fell asleep. Anyway, it's a cat now, so no one will say anything if it behaves like this. The big black cat couldn't help curling his lips when he saw that his senior had fallen asleep. Cat Bauer, how far is it from this place to Shenhu Mountain? The big black cat asked softly. It's about 2 or 3 days away. Melbauer felt the speed of the carriage, silently calculated it, and said, That's good, let's practice for a while. The big black cat laughed. So it closed its eyes, and began to practice the sky disillusionment eye again. This time in the Joyo underground palace, the sky disillusionment eye saved its life several times, so the big black cat is now really interested in this magical power. Practice hard day and night and strive to get started as soon as possible. Melbauer also felt very bored and had no choice but to practice on the spot. The big black horse hurried on with his eyes slightly closed. As he hurried on, he was secretly practicing the sky disillusionment eye. He is also very attentive to this magical power. After all, he had seen the master use this magical power with his own eyes. The walk went smoothly without any monks coming to disturb me. 3 days later, the black carriage drove to the foot of Shenhu Mountain. Finally reached. Melbauer looked at the familiar black mountains and stood up excitedly. The big black cat also stood up. It promised Cat Bauer to help him break off the engagement. This time it had to rush ahead. If it is not strong enough, then ask Uncle Ma to take action at that time. Shenhu Mountain stretches for thousands of miles, and the mountain is like a huge tiger, lying prone on the ground, with an extremely amazing momentum. The big black horse pulled the carriage and walked deeper into the mountains. About an hour later. Then we saw the place where the golden pattern tiger clan lived. Who? Two demon youths with golden patterns and black tigers suddenly appeared and blocked the way. Mel Bauer transformed into a charming woman in red. It's me. Mel Bauer said with a cold face, I'm here to find your clan leader and let me know. When the two young men saw the magnificent cat Bauer, they immediately recognized her origins. The person coming was from the Celestial Cat clan, the fiancé of their young master. Good. The two of them did not dare to neglect at all, and one of the young men immediately turned around and reported. The big black horse didn't stop and continued pulling the carriage forward. In addition, the young man did not dare to stop him. The big black cat also transformed into the image of a young man in black robe. When you need my help, just squeak. The Blood King demonic dragon raised his head and shouted at the big black cat. He was bored all the way, and it was rare for him to encounter something as interesting as the breakup of the engagement, so he wanted to get involved. The big black cat turned his head and glanced, and said with a smile, Senior, why don't you come in with me? Okay. The Blood King demonic dragon suddenly became excited and jumped up to the big black cat's shoulder. Its body moved slightly, shrinking a bit smaller than before. It's like a mini version of a little red cat, squatting on the shoulder, small and exquisite, very cute. Don't call me Senior from now on. It seems too old-fashioned. Why not just call me Second Brother? The Blood King demonic dragon shook his head and said, Second Brother? The big black cat was shocked, and quickly shook his head and said, This is not allowed, Senior, the rules cannot be messed up. Okay. The Blood Chief demonic dragon shook his head helplessly. The carriage entered and finally stopped in a square. Mel Bauer and the big black cat jumped out of the carriage and walked towards the main hall in front. At this time, a big man in black armor walked over quickly from inside. The big black cat immediately became happy when he saw this person. I saw Taihanhan again. When the golden-striped black tiger saw Mel Bauer coming, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said with a smile, Mel Bauer, you came back just in time. Otherwise I would have to go to your Celestial Cat clan to find your parents. Looking for my parents? Mel Bauer's face suddenly turned cold. My parents' orders, the matchmaker's words. The two of us are already engaged, and we just have to get married and enter the bridal chamber. The golden-patterned black tiger crossed his shoulders and said with a smile. He didn't pay any attention to the nine-tailed civet next to him. In his opinion, the nine-tailed civet was 3 small realms away from him and would not be his opponent at all. Now surrounded by their clansmen, some elders of the clan, all with astonishing cultivation levels, this nine-tailed civet cat is simply vulnerable. The golden-patterned black tiger casually glanced at the black carriage parked in the distance. The carriage was very ordinary, and the big black horse pulling it was unremarkable, which did not arouse his interest at all. Finally, his eyes fell on a red kitten lying on the shoulder of the nine-tailed civet. It was mini, exquisite, and very cute. The golden-patterned black tiger curled his lips and thought to himself, the nine-tailed civet cat tastes really strong. Seeing the golden-patterned black tiger's words, he actually wanted to find his parents. Mel Bauer suddenly became angry. She put her hands on her waist and shouted, Angrily, I came to you this time, to ask you to break off the engagement. Break off the engagement? How is that possible? Call your parents over and see if they dare to say such a thing. The golden black tiger laughed wildly. Suddenly, some burly young men emerged from all around, all of whom were in the destiny realm. There were more than a dozen of them, with a fierce momentum, surrounding the nine-tailed civet cat and Mao Bauer in the center. The black tiger, with golden stripes, was even more confident, with a sneer on his face. In his own territory, he is fearless and will destroy anyone who dares to cause trouble. The big black cat put his hands behind his back, recalling the master's style in his mind, and said slowly, Tai Henin, you have to back off this marriage. Or you have to back off if you don't. Who are you, dare to talk to my elder brother like this? At this time a burly young man next to him rushed over and punched the big black cat. The fist wind howled. Boom! The big black cat also punched back, and the two people's fists collided in mid-air, making a loud noise. With one blow, the burly young man was knocked back. Why is this guy so physically strong? The burly young man stared at the nine-tailed civet cat with bared teeth. Brother, although you are in the same realm, this guy ate a lot of immortality grass in the Joyo underground palace, and now his physical body is very strong. The golden-patterned black tiger patted his shoulder and whispered. The burly young man had a look of sudden realization on his face. Don't be afraid, brother, I will take revenge on you if you have a big brother. The golden-patterned black tiger took 2 steps forward, and there was an explosion in the joints of his body. He stared at the nine-tailed civet cat and let out a ferocious laugh. Nine-tailed civet cat, don't you want to break off the engagement? Come on, let's fight. If you can defeat me, maybe I will agree. Yeah? The big black cat also smiled coldly and stepped forward without fear. Brother, be careful. Mao Bauer whispered from behind. Don't worry. The big black cat smiled confidently. Will anything happen to him? Absolutely not. Crouching on his shoulder was a great demon from the Eternal Realm. This is not an ordinary Eternal Realm monster, but a dragon. It is 3 points more powerful than Uncle Ma. He's afraid of a ball. Taking a step back, Uncle Ma is still watching covetously from behind, and there is an even more powerful master in the car behind. The depth of his knowledge at this moment is simply unimaginable. Although the big black cat knows that he is not strong enough, he is now representing the Shenlong Sect to handle the matter of breaking off the engagement. So he must not show the slightest hint of timidity. Cat Bauer, whose fiancé are you? Why are you so close to the nine-tailed civet cat? When the golden-striped black tiger heard what Mao Bauer said behind him, he suddenly became jealous and roared angrily. Whose fiancé, is none of your business. The big black cat said with a sneer. Nine-tailed civet cat, has anything happened between you and Cat Bauer during this time? The golden-patterned black tiger roared and asked. At this moment, the joints all over his body were cracking, and a layer of rich black light surged around his body, ready to attack the nine-tailed civet at any time. Everything happened as you wished, and what was supposed to happen happened. The big black cat chuckled and said shamelessly. I'm going to kill you. The golden-patterned black tiger roared angrily, immediately drew out the sharp sword, and struck with one strike. The big black cat took out his black shield, poured mana into it, and charged forward. Boom! The big knife struck the shield, and a huge force hit him. The big black cat even retreated back. The golden-patterned black tiger stood motionless. The big black cat was shocked. His body was so powerful now that he was no match for the other party. It seemed that the difference of 3 realms still put some distance between him and this Taihanhan. Xiao He, throw me over. The Blood King demonic dragon sent out a message. Throw Senior over? The big black cat was stunned for a moment. It's not a good idea to throw it over. Is this an eternal dragon? Aha! The sword flashed. The golden-patterned black tiger struck fiercely again. This time, the sword light filled the sky and surged down like a tsunami. The big black cat couldn't avoid it. He put the shield in front of him, then grabbed it with his other hand and immediately threw the red kitten on his shoulder away. A red kitten seemed to turn into a red ball in midair and slammed into the sky full of light. Boom! A group of red shadows smashed into the sky full of sword light, broke through forcefully, and hit the chest of the golden black tiger. Puff! The golden black tiger vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his body suddenly flew backwards. The young people watching the battle were shocked when they saw this scene. Several of them immediately flew over and caught the gold-patterned black tiger. The golden-striped black tiger stared in disbelief as a ball of blood flew in the direction of the big black cat. What kind of cat is this? How can your body be so hard? Brother, are you okay? A young man next to him asked quickly. Just some injuries. The golden black tiger took out a pill, swallowed it quickly, and then struggled to stand up. He suffered some minor injuries, but they affected his combat effectiveness. Just as he was about to continue fighting, an old voice suddenly came over. Who dares to break into my clan of golden-patterned black tigers and injure my clansmen? When the golden-patterned black tiger heard these words, he immediately stopped. I saw several old men in black clothes falling from the sky. I've met the clan leader, I've met all the elders. The young people around him quickly bowed and saluted. These old men are obviously the elders and clan leaders of the golden-patterned black tiger clan. The black tiger with golden patterns looked at the old man in black robe with 3 golden patterns on his face in the middle, and said angrily, Dad. Someone is bullying your son. The black-robed old man's eyes were like 2 sharp swords shooting towards the 9-tailed civet not far away. You were the one who injured my son? The old man was surrounded by black light and his aura was deep, like a towering mountain. The aura of the 10th level peak powerhouse in the Destiny realm rolled down. The Blood Chief demonic dragon raised its small red claws and gently scratched the big black cat's shoulder. The pressure that was coming from him disappeared immediately. The big black cat stood there feeling nothing. He just looked at the old man in black robe with sharp eyes and let out a mocking laugh. So what if I'm injured? You're such an old guy, you still want to rely on your old age. Are you ready to fight in a group? The big black cat laughed. You underestimate my golden-patterned black tiger clan too much. Clan leader. Let me teach this guy a lesson. An old man jumped out, a great demon at the 8th level of the Destiny realm. That's fine. The old man in black robe nodded. He also wanted to see what the young man in black robe opposite could do to hurt his son. That guy was only at the 3rd level of the Destiny realm, at least 3 smaller realms less than his own son. Dad, be careful of the red kitten on his shoulder. I was injured by it just now. The golden-patterned black tiger said quickly from the side. Yeah? The old man in black robe narrowed his eyes and looked at the red kitten. He found that the red kitten was just an ordinary kitten, nothing surprising. While he was wondering in his heart, the elder beside him had already rushed over. The weapon used by the old man on the stage is a long sword. In an instant, sword shadows poured out from the sky. The swords were shining brightly, cutting gold and cracking stones, and rolled down. The big black cat's vision is not low-end, and he naturally knows the goods. When he sees the old man taking action, he knows that he is invincible, so he has self-knowledge this time. Without hesitation, he grabbed the Blood King demonic dragon on his shoulder and threw it away. A ball of blood-red light immediately smashed into the shadow of the sword. Boom! The sword shadows all over the sky disappeared immediately, and a ball of red light hit the old man's shoulder at high speed. Puff! The old man vomited blood and his body suddenly flew backwards. When the old man in black robe saw this scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of monster is this red kitten? Why is it more powerful than a magic weapon? Someone immediately caught the injured elder. After winning 2 battles in a row, the big black cat smiled triumphantly and said, "You must be Tai Henin's father. This time I'm here to break off the engagement on behalf of Cat Bauer. Can the engagement be dissolved by just talking about it? Besides, this matter was settled between me and Mao Bauer's parents. It's not your turn as an outsider to dictate here," the old man in black robe said with a cold face. He did not act rashly for a while, but kept looking at the red mini kitten lying on the shoulder of the black-robed young man. Apart from being cute, there is nothing fierce about this kitten. If it was really a peerless demon, he would be able to feel a trace of demonic aura, but he didn't. This has always puzzled him. "I make the decision about my marriage, and nothing you say counts." Mao Bauer felt aggrieved in her heart and her eyes were a little red. She looked at the old man in black robe opposite, clenched her fists, and shouted, "Cat Bao, don't be stubborn, otherwise your parents will be very sad if they find out." The old man in black robe was there to be seductive. "Stop talking nonsense." The big black cat saw that Mao Bauer was a little excited, and quickly stood in front of her, staring at the old man in black robe with bright eyes, and said, "Mao Bauer's marriage has been called off. The two of us have gotten along well, and everything that was supposed to happen has happened." "What did you say?" Hearing the young man in black robe in front of him speak such words without restraint, the old man in black robe immediately became angry. He suddenly raised his palm and slapped it in the direction of the big black cat. He is half-step into the realm of life and death. This slap was overwhelming, like a dark cloud pressing down. The big black cat threw the red kitten on his shoulder without hesitation. "Senior, I'm really sorry, I still have to use you." When the big black cat was thrown out, he didn't forget to send a message to the Blood King demonic dragon. He was afraid that he would be resented by this senior and seek revenge from him in the future. The Blood Chief demonic dragon laughed loudly and replied through the message, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Haizi, as a senior, I will cancel this engagement for you no matter what." "Thank you very much, senior," the big black cat said in a grateful voice. Boom! The red light ball hit the palm of his hand and flew away immediately. The Blood King demonic dragon did not take advantage of the victory and pursue it. Instead, it bounced back in midair and landed on the big black cat's shoulder again. "Feel the burning pain in your palms." The old man Black Cannon looked at his palm and found that it was completely red. He was suddenly shocked. What kind of monster is this red kitten in front of me? Even he, a strong man who is halfway to the realm of life and death, can't repel it? When the other elders of the golden-patterned Black Tiger clan saw this scene, Their expressions changed greatly. The red kitten is so weird. They have lived for so long and have never seen such a weird cat tribe. The big black cat looked at the old man in black robe and sneered, "Old man. You can't beat me, why don't you still want to break off the engagement? Don't anger me, otherwise I will crush your sacred tiger mountain." What the big black cat said was so impassioned and powerful that it frightened the young people around him to back away. The old man in black robe narrowed his eyes slightly, and the cold light in his eyes suddenly increased. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath and pulled out a token. This is a blue-black token. The token is very simple, with some ancient runes engraved on it. The golden-patterned black tiger couldn't help but be surprised when he saw his father using this cyan token. "Dad, are you planning to use that Shenlong token?" the golden-patterned black tiger asked. "Yes, the little red cat opposite is a little weird, so we can only use the Shenlong token," the old man in black robe said seriously. The other members of the gold-patterned black tiger tribe also had sacred looks on their faces when they saw that Shenlong token. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun looked at the token with interest. What role can a small token play? Is it possible to summon a strong person to come? Yi Yun couldn't help but look forward to it. The old man black cannon placed the Shenlong token in front of his forehead and said with a sacred look, "I would like to invite the gods of the Shenlong realm to descend on me. I wish you a helping hand." After saying these words, the token suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared through the air. "What are you doing?" The big black cat looked at the black-robed old man's dazzling methods in shock. Was he preparing to summon help? He is not afraid to call for help. What kind of helpers can a small black tiger clan with golden patterns summon? If they are stretched to death, they will be in the realm of life and death. If they can summon a big demon with the realm of eternity, then they will be considered powerful. A ray of light disappeared into the void, and within 2 or 3 breaths, another ray of light fell from the void again. However, this ray of light was a dazzling white light, and it fell on the old man in black robe in an instant. In an instant, the image of the old man in black robe changed drastically. The whole person turned into the image of a man wearing golden armor. The man was holding a long spear, and he was majestic, giving people a powerful aura that one man was in charge and no one could stop him. What is this? The big black cat was stunned. The Blood King demon dragon next to him licked his lips and looked at the golden-armored man opposite with some curiosity. This method was very mysterious, and he didn't understand what was going on. For a while. Is it the black-robed old man's own magical power, or is it forcibly possessed by someone? The big black cat quickly sensed the golden-armored man's cultivation level and found that the man was already at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. This surprised him even more. Just like that, a ray of light fell, and not only did the person's appearance change drastically, but his level of cultivation also improved. What kind of magical power is this? Old man, are you still you? Suddenly the big black cat asked tentatively. Nonsense. The man in golden armor suddenly roared angrily and pointed his gun at the big black cat. He's still the same person. The big black cat can't see clearly. Immediately afterwards, the man in golden armor changed his expression and became extremely majestic and domineering. He roared loudly, "Take my shot." As he spoke, a shining golden light suddenly stabbed over. Boom! The void shattered. It can be seen that the power of this gun is unimaginably powerful. The big black cat was shocked. The voice just now was obviously different from that of the old man in black robe. Could it be that there is another soul in this body at this moment? The gun was so fast that the big black cat didn't even react. At this time, the Blood King demonic dragon suddenly jumped into the air from him and hit the tip of the spear. Boom! The indestructible silver spear pierced the Blood King demonic dragon and was immediately knocked back. How can this be? The man in gold armor looked at the red kitten that bounced back, with a look of shock on his face. All the members of the golden-patterned Black Tiger clan nearby were also shocked, and at the same time an indescribable fear surged in their hearts. What is the origin of this red kitten? Unexpectedly, even the most mysterious spirit summoning method in their clan couldn't deal with this red kitten. You must know that after the spirit summoning method took effect, the realm of their clan leader has soared to the 3rd level of life and death. With this level of cultivation, no one in the entire Tianqing dynasty could rival him. At this time, Yi Yun's pupils in the carriage shrank sharply. He actually saw some familiar shadows in the golden-armored man's marksmanship. The Qin family's overlord spear. The Qin family has 3 unique skills, one of which is the overlord spear. Once the overlord spear is used, it has such powerful power that no one can attack it. It's really strange. How can a man in golden armor know the Qin family's overlord spear? Yi Yun murmured to himself at this time. Suddenly, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The man in front of me is not an entity, but a group of spirits. With a flash of thought, Yi Yun immediately entered the warehouse and came to the site of the reincarnation lay pond. He sent out a thought, and a piece of soul nurturing wood floated out. An illusory image of a beautiful woman appeared on the soul nurturing tree. It was Qin Yao. Qin Yao, I actually saw the Qin family's overlord's marksmanship outside. Yi Yun said directly. What? Brother Yun, have you seen the Qin family's overlord spear? Could it be that after 100,000 years, do the Qin family still have descendants alive in this world? Qin Yao said in surprise and joy. He is not a real person, but a spiritual body that descended on the body of the golden-patterned Black Tiger Demon clan and used the overlord spear. Yi Yun said. Qin Yao rolled her eyes, thought for a moment and said, Brother Yun, I died early. I don't know if the Qin family has been retaliated by the enemy after my death, so I don't know what will happen to the Qin family 100,000 years later. Are there any descendants still living in this world? Yi Yun nodded slightly. Then he flashed and floated to Qin Yao's side. He gently touched Qin Yao's forehead with his hand, smiled gently, and said lovingly, Then you continue to meditate and cultivate here. I will clarify the matter and then come back to tell you. Okay, Brother Yun. Qin Yao smiled thoughtfully, turned into a ray of light very obediently, and got back into the soul-nurturing tree. The soul-nurturing would sank into the water of the reincarnation thunder pond. Again. With a thought, Yi Yun returned to the body again. At this moment, the big black cat was looking at the man in golden armor proudly, and said with a smile, You are no match for me, so I'd better call off the engagement. The man in golden armor looked suspicious at this time, looking at the red kitten, hesitating for a moment. Suddenly it turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. As the light disappeared, the image of the man in golden armor also disappeared, replaced by an old man in black robes. The aura of the old man in black robe was a little weak at this time. His face was also extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, even after he used the most powerful spiritual technique, he still couldn't do anything to the red kitten. This is incredible. Old man, if you don't break off the engagement, I will crush you to death. The big black cat said fiercely. At this time, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and pursue it too. Finalize the divorce. Okay, let's give up on this marriage. The old man in black robe thought for a long time and sighed. All efforts are in vain, it is better to give up on this marriage. The golden-striped black tiger was stamping his feet angrily beside him, but there was nothing he could do. Although he is a bit naive, he is not ignorant of the general situation. This time the nine-tailed civet brought a mysterious red kitten and attacked the entire black tiger clan with golden stripes. If the engagement is not broken off, the family may be in danger of being exterminated. He would never tie his marriage to the crisis of his ethnic group. Cat Bauer, the engagement is called off, and now you are free. The big black cat turned around and patted Mao Bauer gently on the shoulder. Thank you, brother. Mao Bauer's eyes were red, with crystal tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Crying ball. The big black cat said to her angrily, we've called off the engagement. Shouldn't you be laughing now? Yes, I should laugh. Mao Bauer burst into laughter again, her face as bright as a summer flower. Seeing Mao Bauer burst into tears and laughing, the big black cat felt extremely happy for no reason. He turned around and walked in the direction of the carriage. Now that the golden-patterned black tiger clan has broken off the engagement and given in, let's just forget about this matter. There was no need for him to push the gold-patterned black tiger clan to death. Mao Bauer followed him closely. The two people walked to the carriage, transformed, and immediately turned into two kittens, one black and one white, lying on the carriage. The red kitten landed nearby. Da-da-da. The big black horse grunted, raised its hooves, and pulled the carriage down the mountain. It disappeared quickly. The old man in black robe looked at the carriage going away, feeling as if he had just had a dream. He suddenly realized that maybe that big black horse was not ordinary. Even the person sitting in the carriage was extremely terrifying, and his strength was unimaginable. The carriage left Shenhu Mountain. Yi Yun suddenly walked out of the carriage. He looked into the void in a certain direction with a mysterious smile on his face. Let's go, I'll take you to a mysterious place. Going to mysterious places? When the master said this, not only the restless big black cat, but also the always sullen big black horse became excited. Master, where are we going? The big black cat stretched its neck, was the first to speak, and asked with a smile. Yi Yun said nothing, with a focused look on his face. He just looked at somewhere in the sky, and his pupils were constantly flashing runes as small as stars. At the same time, the entire carriage rose into the air and flew towards somewhere in the void. You are the only one who talks a lot. Snapped. The big black horse's tail swung over and slapped the big black cat onto the carriage. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was amazed when he saw this scene. I didn't expect that Boss Ma in front of him would be so ruthless, without caring about the little black cat's face. Uncle Ma, please forgive me. I won't dare to talk nonsense next time. The big black cat was lying on the car, holding his head in his hands, begging for mercy. The big black horse baldly grunted, and said with a smile, just know the rules. As it spoke, it also looked in a certain direction in the sky. The big black horse released powerful spiritual consciousness and scanned the void in front of him, but found nothing. Yi Yun's eyes were still changing runes, as if he was calculating something. The big black horse raised his head and waited quietly. Brother, take care of your mouth from now on. Mao Bauer snickered, suddenly stretched out his cat paw and patted the big black cat's head gently. The big black cat slapped Mao Bauer on the head fiercely. Snapped. Cat Bauer, do you still dare to teach me a lesson? Just shut up. The big black cat made a sound in anger, and then pretended to lie down. Mao Bauer was slapped by the nine-tailed civet, and her eyes were filled with stars, and her eyes were red with grievance. The Blood King demonic dragon couldn't stand it anymore. After all, the little black cat is a big demon at the 3rd level of the Destiny realm, but he always bullies a little cat from the Divine Bridge realm. This made the old man feel really sorry. Little Heisey, don't always bully other girls. I remember you said that. Everything has happened between you. Isn't this considered a couple? The Blood King demonic dragon sent out a message and said, Senior, I was gentle and didn't hurt it at all. The big black cat chuckled and said indifferently, It's better not to bully girls anyway. The Blood Chief demonic dragon reiterated his position. Senior, don't worry. As the saying goes, hitting means kissing and scolding means loving. I will take good care of Cat Bauer. The big black cat smiled and covered up the matter with a very thick skin. Anyway, this senior came late and didn't know about the bad things between him and Mao Bauer, so he could just brush it off casually. The Blood King demonic dragon suddenly felt a strange aura and suddenly raised his head and looked into the void. It saw a faint shadow appear in the void. This layer of shadow is like a light film, exuding a strange power. It is this power that allows this membrane to be hidden in the void. Master, what on earth is this? The Blood King demonic dragon asked quickly. Yi Yun glanced at it, smiled calmly and said, Did you feel any familiar scent? I didn't feel anything. The Blood King demonic dragon thought for a moment and shook his head. It doesn't know what the master is referring to? Yi Yun nodded lightly, and saw the light in his evil eyes getting brighter and brighter. At this moment, it was as if all the stars in the universe were emitting light, emitting from his 2 pupils. Extraordinarily bright and brilliant. Master, what is this? The big dark horse who had seen the master cast the sky disillusionment eye could not help but be frightened when he saw this scene. The master has never used such intensity of sky disillusionment eye. What on earth is the master doing? Is he going to break that membrane? What kind of film is that? All kinds of thoughts came to the big dark horse's mind. Open. Yi Yun gave a low drink, and saw a tiny crack suddenly opened in the film. At this time, Yi Yun emitted a sacred white light all over his body, covering the entire carriage, and then turned into a stream of light and flew in through the crack. Then the cracks immediately closed again, and the membrane trembled slightly in the void and disappeared again, as if nothing happened just now. We have entered a small world. At that moment, the big dark horse suddenly realized in his heart, behind that layer of film, there is actually a small world. A white light fell from the sky, but finally stopped in the void, revealing a black carriage coming out. Yi Yun looked at the small and beautiful world in front of him. Green mountains and green waters in the distance, green grass nearby. The air is fresh and pleasant, and the spiritual energy is extremely rich. Several red birds flashed across the sky. There is a big river down there, the water is full of joy, and fish are constantly jumping out of the water. Rows of trees on the other side of the river stretch toward the mountains in the distance. Wow, it's a small world here. The Blood King demonic dragon sighed in admiration and stretched his neck to explore everywhere. Yi Yun stood there, silently feeling the energy around him. Suddenly, he glanced at the big black cat and said calmly, Kitten, has there been any change in your body? The big black cat suddenly became energetic when he heard the master's words. It felt it for a while, then its eyes widened, and it said in shock, "Master, why do I feel that my body seems to be affected by an energy, and it seems to be gradually disappearing?" Yi Yun nodded. At this time, Mao Bauer also screamed, "Master, me too, I feel that this disappears very quickly, or my body may disappear in less than a day. You two go back to the carriage first." Yi Yun waved his hand gently and sent Bauer, the cat with the lowest level of cultivation, and the big black cat into a certain space in the carriage. In this secret realm of Taoyuan, there is indeed a strange energy that can make people's bodies disappear. This is a kind of disappearance that is almost like virtualization, which is equivalent to the physical body disappearing after being eroded by power. The body is gone, can the soul still be retained? A faint smile appeared on Yi Yun's face. He looked into the distance and saw a small mountain village at the foot of the mountain. There is a stone tablet erected at the entrance of the mountain village. There is a big character engraved on the stone tablet. Qin. Are you really a descendant of the Qin family? Yi Yun's heart moved slightly, and he felt somewhat excited. If the descendants of the Qin family can be found, it will also be a comfort to Qin Yao. Master, I also feel that kind of virtual energy. It's really scary. While he was thinking about it, the big black horse also exclaimed. Even if it is a great demon in the eternal realm and possesses the blood of the dragon clan, it is difficult to resist this power of virtualization. It even feels that soon its physical body will quickly weaken, then fade away, and eventually return to nothingness. Me too, sir, what kind of power is this? As soon as the big black horse finished his voice, the Blood King demonic dragon also exclaimed in shock. I don't know what kind of power this is, but it gives me a familiar feeling. Yi Yun smiled slightly and pointed towards the distance. Go and have a look. In front. After Yi Yun finished speaking, he gently tapped his hand. 2 rays of white light shot out from his fingertips and landed on the Blood King Demon Dragon and the big black horse. The bodies of the 2 monster beasts shook, and they suddenly felt a powerful force rising up like a mountain in their bodies. This power was filled with a sacred aura, making it impossible for the power that made their bodies to become insubstantial, to take another step forward. At this time, the big dark horse let out a sigh of relief. The master is so strong. Such a weird virtual power has no effect in front of the master. Yi Yun looked back at the carriage next to him and found that the carriage seemed to be slightly affected by the power of the virtualization. What kind of power is this? It's so weird and powerful. Yi Yun was slightly startled, and with a big move, he immediately put the black carriage back into the warehouse. You two, transform into human forms and walk in with me. After taking care of the carriage, Yi Yun ordered. Okay, sir. The big black horse and the Blood King Demon Dragon hurriedly transformed and immediately turned into human forms. Yi Yun fell from the air and walked leisurely towards the village at the foot of the mountain in the distance. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon and the big black horse followed closely behind. Yi Yun didn't walk very fast. As he walked, he admired the beautiful scenery inside the secret mirror of Peach Blossom Spring and kept making sounds of admiration. This place is really a good place for seclusion. It's just that the power of virtualization is so weird that no one can stay here. However, although this power was strange, it had no effect on Yi Yun. He didn't even use the supreme power in his body. As soon as the power of virtualization invaded his body, it was instantly neutralized by the ancestral dragon bloodline. The whole process is magical. This made Yi Yun wonder, and a kind of doubt arose in his heart. Could it be related to? A vague guess emerged in his mind. This speculation may be related to the dragon clan, so Yi Yin prepared to go to the depths of the secret realm to find out. The first is to take a look at the descendants of the Qin family. The second is to thoroughly understand the secrets in the secret realm and find the source of the virtual power. Half an hour later, Yi Yin finally arrived at the entrance of the villa with the big black horse and the bloody demon dragon. There is a small river at the entrance of the village, flowing happily. A wooden bridge spans the river. It stretches from one side of the river to the other. Yi Yin stood at the bridge and looked at it for a few seconds, then shook his head slightly at a stone tablet, then stepped onto the wooden bridge and walked slowly to the other side of the river. A young man walked out of his home and was shocked when he suddenly saw Yi Yin and the other three people. Who are you? How come you are so unfamiliar? The young man looked at Yi Yin in shock and asked. Yi Yin did not answer his question. He looked deep into the depths and said, with a soft smile, "Is your clan leader here? Go and tell him that a guest is coming. Just wait." After the young man replied, he quickly ran away. Looking at the young man's retreating back, Yi Yin was thoughtful. This boy's body has long since ceased to exist. The physical body has been completely destroyed by the power of nothingness. At this time, he was just a spirit body. However, under the influence of the magical power of the secret realm, this group of spirits revealed a body that was almost the same as that of a normal human being. Do you two see any difference between this young man and normal people? Yi Yin thought of this and asked in a low voice. The big black horse and the Blood King demonic dragon looked at the young man, disappearing in the distance, without seeing any clues. Master, I didn't realize that the young man's cultivation level is not high. He is only in the nirvana state. The Blood King demonic dragon said. Yi Yin smiled and said no more. Even the most highly cultivated Blood Chief demon dragon couldn't tell the boy's clues. It seems that the power of nothingness in this place is really mysterious. Yi Yin put his hands behind his back and slowly continued walking inside. Soon an old man came quickly from a distance with many tribesmen, blocking the entire road. As soon as the old man saw Yi Yin, a look of shock appeared on his face. Is your surname Yi? The old man seemed to have thought of something and asked excitedly. I'm Yi Yin. Yi Yin nodded and said without any concealment. It seemed that these people in front of him were all members of the Qin family, and someone actually recognized him. It's really that person. The old man looked straight at the young man in white, who looked like a direct immortal, and a turmoil arose in his heart. In the secret room of the Qin family, two ancient paintings hang. One is a female ancestor of the Qin family. The other picture shows the leader of the Shenlong Sect from 100,000 years ago, known as the top master of the eternal realm in Songnan continent. As a descendant of the Qin family and the current patriarch of the Qin family, he naturally knows many secrets of his ancestors. These two paintings represent two extremely powerful figures. That female ancestor was Qin Yao. She and Yi Yin, the leader of the Shenlong Sect, were once a couple of gods and immortals. 100,000 years ago, the affair between Yi Yin and Qin Yao was no secret in the Qin family. Yi Yin has also been to Qin's house. At that time, the entire Qin family was very familiar with Yi Yin. Senior, aren't you already gone? Why are you alive again? The old man asked excitedly. It's just a retreat for practice. Yi Yin said softly. He looked at the piles of spirits in front of him and frowned slightly. How many generations has your Qin family passed down since Qin Yao disappeared? Upon hearing Yi Yun suddenly say Qin Yao's name, the old man quickly plopped down and knelt on the ground. He knew that the young man in white in front of him was the most powerful master in the eternal realm of Sunnan continent 100,000 years ago. He is also the sect leader of the eternal level sect Shenlong Sect, and is known as the genius who has the greatest hope of entering the true God realm before he is 30 years old. Seeing the old clan leader suddenly kneel down, other clan members also quickly knelt on the ground. Hurrah! Suddenly a large number of people knelt down. Yi Yun was indifferent. These are juniors, and it is appropriate to kneel on the ground when facing an ancestor like him. Senior, our Qin family has been passed down for nearly 50 generations since our ancestor, Qin Yao, the old man said. Yi Yun was slightly startled. Only passed down for 50 generations? The Shenlong Sect outside has been passed down for 298 generations. Could it be said that in this secret realm, after turning into a spirit body, the lifespan is several times longer than before? Senior, this secret realm has greatly extended our lifespan, so 100,000 years have passed, and it has only been passed down to 50 generations. Perhaps seeing the confusion in Yi Yun's eyes, the old man hurriedly explained. Yi Yun said calmly, "Do you know that you have been transformed by this secret realm and have no body for a long time? Senior, we discovered this situation after the first generation of the Qin family entered this secret realm. At that time, most of the clan members were affected by that power, but we could not get out." When the old man said this, his face darkened slightly. Yi Yun looked around and asked again, "This secret realm is so strange. Where did your Qin family get it?" Senior, after our ancestor Qin Yao disappeared 100,000 years ago, her good sister Nangonyu came and gave me a bead from the Qin family. Later, we accidentally activated this bead, and a ray of light it fell, and then all the clan members were teleported into this bead. The old man explained softly. What? Nangonyu? Even though Yi Yun had always been very good at cultivating qi, he was a little moved at this moment. P.S. There are only 2 updates today. Nangonyu, why did you come to the Qin family? She drove the ancient troll to kill Qin Yao. Why did she leave a mysterious bead to the Qin family afterwards? What is this? Could it be that Nangonyu gave the Qin family a bead to avoid danger just to repent? After many thoughts flashed through my mind, Yi Yun believed that the bead that the Qin family inadvertently activated might have been part of Nangonyu's plan. After the bead was activated, it brought the entire Qin family into a mysterious secret realm. This prevented the entire Qin family from being wiped out. Where did Nangonyu get this bead? Why had he never heard of it 100,000 years ago? After she died, what happened to this little girl? Why did the personality change so much before and after? Yi Yun also felt that things were getting more and more strange, and layers of doubts shrouded Nangonyu's body. Senior, how did you find this secret world? The old man asked in a low voice. Their secret realm is hidden in the void, and no one has discovered it for 100,000 years. The only time he was targeted by an eternal realm master. But when that guy broke through the outer space of the secret realm, the mysterious energy shot out of the secret realm dematerialized his physical body on the spot. After the strong man's soul escaped, he never dared to visit this secret realm again. The patriarch of the Qin family was very curious. How did the senior in front of him discover this secret place, and how did he get in? In his knowledge, even the true God realm may not be accessible. I saw the descending spirit body from the leader of the golden patterned Black Tiger clan. I tracked the spirit body all the way and found out that there is such a wonderful little world hidden in the void. Yi Yan smiled and said, "That's it. Senior, you are really powerful. You are worthy of being the #1 master in the eternal realm of Songnan continent back then." The old man suddenly understood, with a look of admiration on his face. The big black horse frowned, and snorted coldly. "Old man, stop talking nonsense. 100,000 years have passed, and my master is no longer in the eternal realm." "Oh, I'm sorry, Senior." The old man was shocked and apologized quickly. Yi Yan waved his hand casually and said with a smile, "It's not surprising if you don't know." After finishing speaking, Yi Yan looked at the old man and said calmly, "What's going on with the Tsongling token?" Seeing that Yi Yan asked about the Tsongling token, the old man quickly said, "Senior, we are trapped in this secret realm. Although there is no danger, it is extremely boring. Tens of thousands of years ago, we accidentally found a secret technique of descending deep in the mountains. Only then did we have the opportunity to allow spiritual bodies to descend on the creatures in the outside world, so that we can understand the conditions of the outside world. At the same time, we can also obtain some supplies from the outside world to maintain the operation of the entire family." After hearing the old man's explanation, Yi Yan nodded. He raised his brows and then asked, "The materials you obtained are all physical, so can you spirit beings take them?" There was a hint of embarrassment on the old man's face, and he explained, "It's not possible at the beginning. We have to wait until it fades before we can take it." "I see." Yi Yan nodded. He was becoming more and more interested in this secret realm. This kind of virtual power is very magical and very powerful. "Senior, we not only found the gold-patterned Black Tiger clan, but also several other forces as our targets for spiritual seduction. We have a mutually cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship. If they are not strong enough, they can use the Tsongling order cards come to summon our spirit body, and we help him deal with powerful enemies," the old man said. Yi Yan nodded and smiled slightly. The so-called spirit summoning technique by the old man of the Qin family is nothing more than finding some demon or human monks with relatively low cultivation levels. In this case, the two can have a basis for mutual cooperation. As for the Qin family, there are quite a few people in the clan, and the ones with the highest cultivation level are only at the peak of the 10th level of the life and death realm. No one has broken through to the eternal realm. But even so, with their level of cultivation, if they could find some demon or human monks from a large sect and promise them with the Tsongling token, this would be an irresistible temptation. After all, once the spirit comes to the body, the level of cultivation has been broken through several times, resulting in an unimaginable increase in combat power. At this time, Yi Yan looked into the depths of the mountain again. His expression moved, his eyes unblinking, and he began to observe. The big black horse also stretched his neck and looked in that direction, but saw nothing. "Second brother, have you discovered anything?" the big black horse asked in a low voice. "Nothing found." After observing it for a while, the Blood King demonic dragon set in frustration. Both of them spoke through sound transmission, and were not heard by anyone in the Qin family. Seeing that Yi Yan was fascinated, after a while, the old man couldn't help but said, "Senior, there is something weird deep in that mountain. Even after 100,000 years, we don't dare to enter that place easily. Really? Didn't you get your magical powers from here when you summoned spirits? Yi Yun smiled casually. Deep in the mountain ahead, he saw something interesting. Senior, the void power deep in the mountains is particularly strong. If we spirit bodies advance too far rashly, we will be at risk of falling. Once we fall, we will completely turn into nothingness, and even this group of spirit bodies will be destroyed. Disappeared. The old man looked into the depths of the mountain and said with a look of fear. Yi Yun nodded and said with a smile, since it is so dangerous, it suits my taste. As he spoke, he walked slowly towards the mountain. Senior, it's too dangerous there, you'd better not go there. The old man shouted hurriedly from behind. Yi Yun waved his hand and laughed, there is no place in the world that I can't go to. You just wait for now. The big black horse and the Blood King demonic dragon followed closely behind Yi Yun. The old man looked at Yi Yun's back with a shocked face and was speechless. This senior has been cultivating in seclusion for 100,000 years. What kind of earth-shattering level has his cultivation reached now? Not only did he easily break through the restrictions in this world, he actually had to go deep into the mountains to find the source of the virtual power. How admirable! He is worthy of being the #1 master who defeated all the eternal realms in Shenlong continent back then. This courage is truly unparalleled and invincible in the world. After Yi Yun disappeared, all the tribesmen next to him took a deep breath. Except for the old patriarch, others don't know Yi Yun's identity very well. The tribesmen gathered around and started asking questions. The old patriarch did not hide anything, and told Yi Yun's identity and the identity of his ancestor, Qin Yao. Oh my God! This senior in white has lived for 100,000 years? A middle-aged man looked shocked and didn't close his mouth for a long time. Patriarch, 100,000 years ago, this senior was already the #1 master in the eternal realm. Now another 100,000 years have passed. I'm afraid the senior has already become a true god, right? Asked a young man next to him. Yes, senior must be a true god. The old man's eyes showed a shining light, and there was an incomparable fanaticism in the light. Master, this spirit spelling technique is really magical. The big black horse followed Yi Yun, looking at the mountains in the distance, and exclaimed, the spirits of the Qin family can descend on the creatures outside through the Tsongling token, instantly improving them several times. In such a small realm, this method is really mysterious. There are indeed some methods, but the souls who are seduced will also lose their energy, blood and mana, and have to cultivate for a long time. The longer the time of seance, the higher the degree of damage to the body, so the golden-patterned black tiger, the leader of a clan, will only use the Tsongling token to save his life when the clan's survival is at stake. Yi Yun walked slowly with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Master. The Blood Chief demonic dragon looked into the depths of the mountains, blood flashing in his eyes. He said slightly worriedly, I feel that the virtual power is stronger than before. This is natural. The closer you get to the depths of the mountains, the stronger the power of virtualization will be. Yi Yun nodded. He didn't take it seriously, because this power had no effect on him. Once the power of virtualization invades the body, it will be neutralized by the ancestral dragon bloodline. This process is extremely wonderful. However, the two monsters next to him were going to suffer a lot. The three people continued walking forward. Yi Yun didn't walk very fast, observing the trend of the surrounding mountains. As he walked, looking here and there, as if looking for something. The big black horse and the Blood King demonic dragon were confused, but they didn't dare to say anything. After half an hour, the big dark horse finally couldn't hold on any longer. That powerful virtual force has shaken the sacred mountain that the master built in his body. The power of this virtualization is too strong, sir. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Cold sweat broke out on the big black horse's forehead. Yi Yun glanced at him and patted his body gently with his hand. After a divine power was injected into him, the divine mountain in his body became stable again. This sacred mountain sits in the body of the big black horse, preventing him from being disturbed by the power of virtuality. Because of the high level of the Blood Chief demonic dragon and the fact that he has the bloodline of the Blood Chief demonic dragon, he can still withstand it for the time being. After walking deeper into the mountains for a while, the Blood King demonic dragon could no longer hold on any longer. Snapped. Yi Yun also patted him. This place is so weird. After stabilizing his body, the Blood King demonic dragon looked at the surrounding mountains with a look of shock on his face. Now, the surrounding mountains also showed layers of blur. Although they were not completely blurred, they seemed to be hidden by countless voids, giving people an extremely dreamy feeling. Yi Yun still walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Along the way, he didn't see any living beings. The power of virtualization is getting stronger and stronger. This illusory power released from the depths of the mountain is getting stronger and stronger, so strong that the surrounding mountains have become blurred into a dreamlike feeling. In Yi Yun's opinion, this kind of power has already touched some kind of rules. Roar. Suddenly, deep in the mountains, there was a sound like a dragon roaring. The big black horse and the Blood King demonic dragon looked at each other with extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Is there a dragon in this mountain range? How can this be? Yi Yun looked forward, walked slowly, and said with a smile, Xiaolong, you have also survived from ancient times. Can you tell what kind of dragon the other party is based on the roar of the dragon? The Blood King demonic dragon recalled the dragon roar just now, thought about it carefully, and then shook his head, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Sir, I can't identify it. Yi Yun smiled and walked forward. The various signs that are currently appearing are getting closer and closer to his guess. Yi Yun was also a little excited. It was time to reveal the secret. The big black horse and the blood demonic dragon followed closely behind. The two of them were feeling uneasy at this moment. They did not expect that there would be a dragon deep in the mountain. How powerful must the dragon clan be that can live in such illusory power? After walking for a while, the roar of the dragon in the distance came again. This time the sound was clearer than before. But the Blood Chief demonic dragon still didn't recognize it. What kind of dragon is this? As the power of the blur became stronger and stronger, all the mountains in front disappeared. In the space ahead, a dreamlike energy flows slowly like water in the void. Others cannot see these illusory energies, but in Yi Yun's eyes, these illusory energies exude a colorful light. This light is very beautiful, but extremely deadly. Yi Yun guessed that even a true monk in the Divine Lord realm would be unable to save his life if he entered this place. Master, I can't hold on any longer. The big black horse suddenly couldn't move, and the powerful virtual energy began to disintegrate the divine mountain in his body. The situation of the Blood Chief demonic dragon was not much better. At this time, he was motionless, and the mountain of divinity in his body began to collapse. The virtual energy in this place is too strong. If it weren't for the divine mountain of Yi Yun suppressing them in the body, I'm afraid they would have been reduced to nothing. Yi Yun turned around and saw the painful and frightened expressions of the two monsters. He smiled casually, stretched out his hands, and tapped the two people's heads twice. An unimaginable ancient and huge power poured in from the top of their heads and fell into their dantian, forming a divine dragon whose image could not be seen clearly. This divine dragon coiled around the sacred mountain, immediately making the mountain extremely strong. The extremely violent and violent illusory power quickly faded away like a tide as soon as it saw this divine dragon. It seems that he has met his nemesis. The big dark horse let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the invisible dragon in his body in shock. At this moment, he felt like he was worshipping. What exactly is this? The blood chief demonic dragon also looked at the divine dragon coiled on the sacred mountain inside his body, looking dazed and not understanding what was going on. Yi Yun smiled. They were two little dragons condensed from the essence and blood of the ancestral dragon, and their aura was covered by him. These two little dragons were wrapped around the sacred mountain, directly dispelling the power of the void. Regarding the two little dragons, Yi Yun did not intend to take them back. After all, to him, it was equivalent to 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood. These two little dragons, guarding the bodies of these two monsters, can be regarded as their biggest trump card in the future. Hua hua. A lake-like sound rang out. When Yi Yun heard this voice, his heart moved, thinking that the guy was really coming out. He looked into the distance expectantly. A pair of enchanting eyes became extremely deep at this moment. I saw in the void 1,000-foot-long virtual dragon, exuding terrifying power, slowly swimming out with its teeth and claws. Only Yi Yun could see this virtual dragon. As for the two monster beasts beside him, they couldn't be seen at all. Before their eyes, there was nothingness. The virtual dragon looked slow, but in fact it was very fast. It swam 100 feet away in the blink of an eye. It stared at Yi Yun with a pair of eyes, as if it was hard to believe that such a terrifying virtual power could not destroy these 3 people. Who is your excellency? It made an old voice, affected by the power of virtualization. This voice was different from the normal voice. If there is something, if there is nothing, if it is looming, it will appear. At this moment, only Yi Yun, relying on Zulong's supreme bloodline, could hear clearly. Haha, top 10 super dragons in ancient times, Taishu ancient dragon, is that you? Yi Yun, who had his hands behind his back, asked calmly with stern eyes, and a calm expression. What? Taishu ancient dragon? Just as Yi Yun's voice fell, the Blood King demonic dragon and the big black horse next to him were stunned. Especially the Blood King demonic dragon, his eyes were straight and his breathing was short. In this illusory energy, there is actually a Taishu ancient dragon hidden? Although it was born in ancient times, the Blood Chief demonic dragon has never seen the Taishu ancient dragon, one of the top 10 super dragons. The Taishu ancient dragon is extremely mysterious among the top 10 super dragons. Except for the ancestral dragon, even among the top 10 super dragons, very few have seen its true face. It was born in illusion and practiced in illusion. From the moment of its birth, it rarely reveals its true form in the world. Even if the dragon body is revealed occasionally and the cultivation level is not up to the level of God King, no one will be able to see clearly or see it. Such a mysterious super dragon is a legendary existence among all dragon clans. I have never seen a small miscellaneous dragon like the Blood King demonic dragon, and I have only heard rumors about it. Although it is very mysterious, this does not prevent Taishu Ancient Dragon from becoming famous and powerful in the entire dragon clan. The 10 super dragons have all reached the realm of god kings. They are all unfathomable and their combat power is unimaginable. It can be said, the 10 super divine dragons, in ancient times, the ancestral dragons did not appear. This hidden dragon continent is the world of the 10 super divine dragons. The big black horse looked like a stone sculpture, and he couldn't hide his shock. As a half-dragon clan, he had naturally heard of Taishu Ancient Dragon. But I didn't expect that there would be a Taishu Ancient Dragon deep in the secret realm of this small world. Could it be that the Taishu Ancient Dragon did not really fall in ancient times, but has been hiding in this small secret realm? Such thoughts suddenly came to the big dark horse's mind. It widened its eyes and stared straight ahead, but still could not find any trace of Taishu Ancient Dragon in the illusory space. Boy, can you see it? The big black horse quietly sent out a message. I can't see it either. The Blood King demonic dragon replied in frustration. Just when these two monsters were trying their best to find the Taishu Ancient Dragon, the swimming Taishu Ancient Dragon suddenly stopped in the tidal wave of illusory energy. It didn't expect that the young man in white clothes in front of it would see itself at a glance, which shocked it in its heart. At this time, Taishu Ancient Dragon roared, "Human, why can you see me? Who are you?" Yi Yun said nothing. His eyes just kept scanning Taishu Ancient Dragon's body. After a few seconds, he suddenly smiled, "You are different from the one in the legend. Taishu Ancient Dragon of the Divine Lord Realm. Where did you come from? What? Can you still see my cultivation?" Taishu Ancient Dragon was shocked again, his huge dragon eyes almost protruding from his eye sockets. The strangeness and mystery of the man in front of it were beyond its imagination. As a Taishu Ancient Dragon, it possesses unimaginable magical powers of virtualization. If it deliberately hides its cultivation, even the same super dragon will not be able to sense its cultivation. Except for the ancestral dragon, there are very few dragons in the world who can feel its cultivation. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked coldly. "Tell me your origins, you incomplete Taishu Ancient Dragon." He had long seen that the Taishu Ancient Dragon in front of him was very different from the real super dragon from ancient times, the Taishu Ancient Dragon. Although the Taishu Ancient Dragon in front of him also had the magical power of virtualization, it felt incomplete to Yi Yun. This feeling naturally comes from some kind of memory of the ancestral dragon bloodline deep in his body. "How dare you? You, a humble human being, dare to insult me like this? You are looking for death." After saying that, Taishu Ancient Dragon roared angrily, stretched out its illusory claws, and grabbed Yi Yun. "You don't overestimate your capabilities." Yi Yun showed a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "Call." He swung out one hand fiercely, and in mid-air, his palm collided with the claws of Taishu Ancient Dragon. His palms are real, but the dragon's claws are virtual. When the two collided, there was still a loud bang. A huge force suddenly swept over, and Taishu Ancient Dragon was slapped away by Yi Yun's palm. The master fought with Taishu Ancient Dragon? The big black horse and the Blood King demon dragon next to them looked at each other in confusion. They could not see anything while standing nearby, just like blind men. But the earth-shattering sound just now really startled them both. As the huge noise sounded, the illusory energy suddenly began to shake, becoming more dreamlike. This human race is so strong. After being slapped away with a palm, Taishu Gulong was frightened and did not dare to stay. He turned around and flew towards the depths. Yi Yun smiled lightly. He looked at a place in the depths, and small runes like stars flashed in his eyes, constantly changing. He observed for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Come on, let's go inside and have a look. I can't think of anything else." What a surprise! Surprise? The Blood King demonic dragon and the big black horse were stunned for a moment, then quickly followed Yi Yun and flew inside. Yi Yun is not fast. Walking slowly in the illusory energy like a river is like walking in the flowing river of time. Everything is like a dream, neither true nor false. At this moment, the big black horse and the bloody dragon were speechless. Due to the influence of the virtual power, the surrounding scene has been completely distorted, so distorted that it has completely exceeded the normal world. It made them feel terrified. If the master hadn't been there, they wouldn't have dared to enter such a terrifying place even if they were beaten to death. Half an hour later, Yi Yun suddenly stopped and looked up at the surroundings with interest. "Master, what is there around here?" The Blood King demonic dragon asked curiously. "This is the source of the entire secret realm's illusory energy." Yi Yun smiled lightly. The Blood King demonic dragon showed a frustrated look and murmured to himself, "Our cultivation level is really too low, we can't see." "Do you want to see it?" Yi Yun asked with a smile. "Want to see it, sir?" The Blood King demon dragon and the big black horse answered in unison. "Okay, let me open your eyes, and see what kind of world this is." As he spoke, 2 purple runes floated out of Yi Yun's monster eyes. He gently injected 2 rays of divine energy with his hand, and then the 2 runes floated into the blood of Su Kuei respectively. In the eyes of the demon dragon and the big black horse. In an instant, the world in front of the 2 monster beasts suddenly changed drastically. Just in front of them, thousands of feet away, was a huge black sphere. The black sphere is old and vicissitudes of life, covered with runes, showing a twisted state between illusion and reality, constantly releasing illusory energy like water waves. "What's this?" The Blood King demonic dragon's eyes widened and he blurted out. This black sphere gave him a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. "Taishu Ancient Dragon?" "I saw Taishu Ancient Dragon." Suddenly the big black horse's voice also sounded. He stared at the middle part of the black sphere with an excited expression, and saw a semi-illusory divine dragon entrenched deep in the black sphere. The pair of huge dragon eyes stared outside, blooming with wisps of fierce light. Yi Yun calmly looked at Taishu Ancient Dragon in the black sphere, and asked calmly, "It's useless to hide inside. In front of me, you have no right to refuse." The words fell. Boom. Waves of huge roars suddenly sounded, as if something huge was about to emerge from the ground. Yi Yun's expression changed slightly. He originally thought that Taishu Ancient Dragon was hiding in the black sphere, ready to attack him at any time. But I didn't expect that there was a big mystery hidden deep in the ground. Before Yi Yun could look in the direction of the ground. Boom. 7 huge sky-reaching bronze pillars, all shining with a faint black light, suddenly burst out of the depths of the ground and suddenly surrounded the black sphere. The 7 bronze pillars are extremely huge, extending from the ground to the top of the sky in the entire secret realm, giving people an extremely spectacular feeling. Mysterious black energy flows on every pillar. Yi Yun took a look. It was discovered that 7 bronze pillars were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. It is similar to the 7-star formation under the Shenlong Sect and the 7-star formation laid down by Emperor Joyo in the Joyo Underground Palace. Seeing the 7-star formation again, Yi Yun's face became a little gloomy. Have the black hands behind the scenes actually reached into this secret realm? Could it be that 100,000 years ago, this killing array had already been laid out, creating a dead end? Master, is it another 7-star formation? The big black horse looked at the 7-star formation, composed of 7 sky reaching bronze pillars, and his face suddenly changed color. Yi Yun nodded. This 7-star formation looks a little different from the previous one. This time, the black sphere was used as the core of the formation, and it evolved to a certain extent. When Taishu Gulong saw the 7 bronze pillars that suddenly appeared outside, his eyes showed a look of shock. Its expression was instantly captured by Yi Yun. It seems that this incomplete Taishu ancient dragon does not know that there is a 7-star formation hidden deep underground. Call. The 7 bronze pillars suddenly shot out a black light together, forming a black ball of light in midair. After a while, the black ball of light squirmed and finally turned into a black human form. The face of this black humanoid was unclear, but after he appeared, he kept twisting his body and seemed to be still adapting to the transformation process. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked cold. He looked at all this coldly and did not rush to take action. At this time, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse became nervous. The powerful aura emanating from the black figure made them both breathless. What the hell? That guy is actually at the top of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. The Blood King Demonic Dragon said with a shocked expression. The big black horse curled his lips, glared at him angrily and said, "What does it mean to be at the top of the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm? Brother, don't take on the prestige of others." The Blood King Demonic Dragon suddenly understood, nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, I made a mistake, I'm sorry." After he finished speaking, he actually slapped his face several times with his hands. Yi Yun smiled angrily. Even though they were so serious, these 2 guys still had the energy to joke around. A cold laughter suddenly came from the black figure. Haha. I have been waiting in this ghost place for 100,000 years. And now I am finally waiting for the rightful master. What kind of figure I thought he was with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out he is just a small God King realm. The black figure stood with his hands behind his back, still unable to see his face clearly. He moved his body and let out wild laughter. Boom! The laughter shook the entire secret realm. And in the Qin family's village, everyone felt an indescribable divine power coming, and everyone was shocked. And their bodies became unstable. Some of the weak ones were forced to the ground by Tianwei, unable to move. Clan leader, what happened? A middle-aged man quickly asked the old man. The sky is going to change. That senior is no ordinary person. There was a fanatical look in the old man's eyes. Even if there are often unknown forbidden powers deep in the mountains, he believes that they will never be the opponent of that senior. 100,000 years ago, when this senior was 24 years old, he had conquered the entire Songnan continent without any rivals. Now 100,000 years later, it is even more invincible. Huh? Yi Yun put his hands behind his back, looked at the black figure in the void in the distance, and smiled indifferently. Where did you come from, a little reptile? You are on the verge of death, yet you are still so stubborn. The black figure stared closely at the young man in white below, and uttered an arrogant ridicule. If I kill you, I will no longer have that inexplicable scruple, and from now on there will no longer be instability in the entire Hidden Dragon continent. After listening to the words of this black figure, Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and at this moment, he seemed to have captured a lot of news. Your master is quite capable. Did you predict what will happen 100,000 years ago? Yi Yun smiled indifferently. That's right. I'll let you understand what happened now. The face of the black figure is still unclear, as if it is an illusory body composed of black light. He burst out laughing. My lord, during a secret practice 100,000 years ago, had a premonition that in 100,000 years, a very dangerous person would appear on the Hidden Dragon continent, who would not only cause chaos on this continent, but also cause chaos on the continent. The divine soil will also have an impact. That's why I laid out the secret hand in advance, just waiting for an unknown person like you to appear. I was a little unbelievable at first, but after waiting for 100,000 years, you really appeared. Speaking of which, the black figure paused for a moment, and then said proudly, you know, not everyone can enter this place. The only person who can enter this place is the dangerous person predicted by the adults. Dangerous person? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What qualifications do you have, adults, to make such a judgment on me? Presumptuous. The black figure was furious. A little God King realm is about to die, but he still dares to speak harshly. This 7-star phantom killing array uses the eyes of Taishu ancient dragon as the eyes of the array. The power it exerts is unimaginable. Even if your cultivation level reaches, the divine realm will also be wiped out. Are these the eyes of Taishu ancient dragon? Yi Yun nodded and smiled easily. What the black figure said was almost consistent with his judgment. Ever since he saw the film Outside the Void, he realized that it was an eye mask. After entering the depths of this secret realm, I saw the Taishu ancient dragon hiding in a huge black sphere. Yi Yun concluded that this secret realm was an eye of Taishu ancient dragon. However, the mastermind behind this is really powerful. Unexpectedly, the Taishu ancient dragon's eyes can be found as the core of the 7-star formation. In this way, this formation can indeed kill the masters of the god realm. Oh my god, it turns out to be one of Taishu ancient dragon's eyes. The Blood King demonic dragon murmured to himself, as if he couldn't believe it. Hiss. The big dark horse also took a breath of air. He heard every word spoken by the black figure high in the sky in the distance. He didn't expect that the situation in front of him had been set up 100,000 years ago. It was really terrifying. Sir, what kind of cultivation is that? Can you actually feel that the master will appear on this continent 100,000 years later? Hee, I've said all that needs to be said. You, a dangerous person, can go on your way with peace of mind. After you die, the Hidden Dragon continent will be at peace. At this time, the black figure let out a ferocious laugh and waved his big hand fiercely. The 7 bronze pillars simultaneously emitted streams of black light, converging into the black eyeballs. Buzz. The huge black eyeball trembled violently. Seeing this black eyeball is about to attack, Yi Yun still had his hands behind his back and remained calm, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. If you want to use the illusory power of Taishu ancient dragon to deal with yourself, it will not have any effect. This 7-star formation uses Taishu ancient dragon's eyes as its core, which is nothing more than amplifying Taishu ancient dragon's innate magical power. But now that this innate magical power is suppressed by the ancestor dragon's bloodline, it will not cause any harm to Yi Yun. Buzz. The black eyes suddenly trembled violently, and a strong illusory light beam flashed out of the eyes and shot towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun's face was indifferent. He stretched out his palm and pushed it up into the air. At the same time, a light shield appeared in front of him, covering him and the other two monsters. The illusory beam of light struck down fiercely, landed on the light shield, and disappeared in an instant. Like a stone sinking into the sea, chatting is like a message. How is this possible? The black figure couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. What kind of magical power does this young man in white use? It is really incomprehensible that his light shield can withstand the blow of Taishu ancient dragon's virtual magical power. They are just ants with little knowledge. Yi Yun smiled calmly, took one step forward, stepped out of the transparent light mask, and came to the front of the black figure in an instant. You. The black figure was horrified at this moment. He suddenly transformed and his body split into 7 rays of black light. They fell onto 7 bronze pillars and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huh? Yi Yun let out a light sigh. He thought this guy was a bit interesting. This body is not the real body, nor is it a clone in the general sense. It is like a clone, and the 7 bronze pillars of the 7-star formation merged into one. Boom. At this time, the entire formation started to move violently. In an instant, black light filled the air, billowing black fog seemed to be swirling in dark clouds, and the entire space became dim and chaotic. The black eyeball also floated at this time, spinning constantly, emitting a strong illusory light. The power seems to be further enhanced. And the Taishu ancient dragon was still deep in the eyes. It was panicking at the moment and kept swimming, but it seemed as if it was imprisoned and could not escape. Go to hell. Suddenly a thunderous roar sounded in the formation. Buzz. The black eyeball shrank suddenly and once again emitted an illusory beam of light. This beam of light is at least 10 times thicker than before, which shows how powerful it is. One blow has reached a terrifying level. Even if a cultivator at the level of a god stood here, he would be unable to withstand this terrifying power of virtualization. Oh my god, this formation is really terrifying. In ancient times, only the super dragon could take it down. Within the mask of light, the Blood King demon dragon's face turned pale. He looked at the illusory beam of light rushing towards the master, and a look of panic flashed in his eyes. After all, he is from the dragon clan in ancient times, and he has seen a lot of the world. He could feel the power that this formation now exuded. Facing the formation, his strength suddenly increased tenfold. He didn't know how he could resist it. The big dark horse's face changed slightly, but he was still calm. He believed that the master would be able to follow through. Welcome. Yi Yun laughed, his black hair fluttering, his eyes blazing, and a faint white divine light burning all over his body. He immediately punched out. Boom. The extremely huge light pillar, composed of illusory energy, was immediately destroyed by Yi Yun's punch. Boom. Yi Yun punched with his backhand, and 7 bronze pillars shattered into pieces, turning into countless fragments and flying towards the surroundings. But it only flew a few hundred feet before being turned into nothingness by the huge illusory energy here. Sudden streams of black light emerged from those fragments, and finally formed a black figure. The black figure stared at Yi Yin closely and roared in disbelief. Impossible, how can you, a human monk from 100,000 years later, be so strong? What's impossible? Yi Yin smiled coldly. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared in front of the black figure. Yi Yin stretched out a hand and immediately grabbed this person in his hand. Who is that adult behind you? If you tell the truth, I can spare your life. Yi Yin said indifferently. The black figure was caught in Yi Yin's hand, and all his magic power was imprisoned, making him unable to move at all. He was shocked, but he still kept his mouth tight and stared at Yi Yin fiercely without saying a word. Aren't you going to say yes? Yi Yin suddenly increased his strength on his hand, and in an instant the black figure felt death coming. Even if you kill me, I won't say anything. Just give up on this idea. The black figure laughed arrogantly, seemingly not taking Yi Yin's threat to heart at all. Little ants. Yi Yin smiled, his eyes became elusive, and he activated the sky disillusionment eye in an instant. Boom. When the power of disillusionment affected the black figure's soul, a strange force suddenly exploded in his soul. The head of the black figure immediately turned into fly ash and disappeared. Without the head, the black figure's body was immediately decomposed. Finally it disappeared. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Yi Yin nodded, but didn't take it seriously. He had seen it once in Shenlong Sect. The mastermind behind the scenes has a hidden plot for every chess piece. Once the chess pieces fall into the opponent's hands, they will expose themselves and will never give the opponent a chance to search for the soul. Yi Yin turned around and came to the huge black eyeball. He looked at the ancient Taishu dragon deep in his eyes and smiled calmly. Come out. Feeling the disappearance of the seven-star formation outside, Taishu ancient dragon's expression became much calmer, and it shook its body and swam out from inside. However, it did not leave the black eyeball, it just swam near the eyeball. And then looked at Yi Yin. Thank you for breaking this formation and giving me my freedom. Taishu Gulong said gratefully. Is the real Taishu ancient dragon dead? Yi Yin lowered his eyelids, and wisps of divine light shot out from his eyes and fell on Taishu ancient dragon, as if he had discovered some kind of clue. I don't know if I am still alive. This residual body of mine is just a clone, born from one of my eyes. It has no current connection with me. Taishu Gulong sighed and said. I see. Yi Yin nodded silently. According to the legends of later generations, all 10 super dragons have fallen. But at present, this legend may not be true. One eye of Taishu ancient dragon can give birth to a clone, which shows how incredible the super dragons in the God King realm are. Maybe there will be some means of rebirth. Yi Yin's heart moved, and he asked in a deep voice, who gave your eyeball to Nangongyu? Nangongyu? Taishu Gulong was stunned for a moment. Yi Yin stretched out his hand, and the magic power swept out, and the image of a beautiful woman appeared in front of it. It turned out to be this girl. I remember her. She sent me to the Qin family. Taishu ancient dragon murmured to himself, looking at a certain place in the void with his eyes, and recalled, this eyeball has been separated from the body for a long time. It was circulated around the divine land, and later fell into the hands of a divine king. Hearing what Taishu Gulong said, Yi Yin's heart moved, and his tone was quite surprising, and he asked hopefully, do you have any information about this God King? Taishu Gulong sighed, lowered his head, and said with some annoyance, I don't know which God King he is in the divine land. This person always wears a mask. And never says a word. I don't know his identity either. Name taboo. Wearing a mask? Yi Yun's heart moved and he said, with your current memory, can you still draw his image? Tai Shi Gulong hesitated to speak, but remained silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, it's strange. I can't imagine his frontal image. At best, I can only draw a back view. Then just draw a back view. Yi Yun nodded, a gloomy look flashing in his eyes. The mastermind behind this scene has always acted cautiously, and actually did some tricks in Tai Shi Gulong's mind. Aha! Tai Shi Gulong's two eyes shot out two rays of light, which met in midair, and soon a faint back appeared. When he saw this familiar figure from behind, Yi Yun's pupils shrank sharply, and he exclaimed, Long Xian? The back of the man condensed by Taishu Ancient Dragon was 89 points. Similar to Long Xian. Even though he was very good at cultivating qi, Yi Yun was also in a state of confusion at this moment. The mastermind behind the scenes will be Long Xian. But, how is this possible? Long Xian is the 250th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect. At best, he is only a little over 10,000 years old. There is absolutely no way that he would have laid out this killing plan against him 100,000 years ago. Besides, Long Xian and Yi Yun had no grudges and no motives at all. Yi Yun's eyes were beating like flames, and he kept observing this figure, but the more he looked at it, the more similar he became to Long Xian. A strange look appeared on Yi Yun's face. He found that this matter was getting more and more interesting. Did the mastermind behind the scenes deliberately leave a wrong message to Taishu Gulong? Let him, the 13th generation ancestor, think that Long Xian is secretly planning this? If this is really the case, then it would be too much to look down on him, Yi Yun. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up, revealing a faint sneer. One day, when the matters in Songnan continent are settled, he will go to the divine land to find out the divine king behind the scenes. Look what a three-headed and six-armed figure this guy is. This idea is really too sinister. After signing for 100,000 years and becoming invincible in the world, now Yi Yun suddenly has such an opponent, and his life has become a lot more interesting. If there really was no opponent, Yi Yun would probably go crazy at any time. The loneliness caused by being truly invincible and unparalleled throughout the ages is really no different from the loneliness of having unlimited top resources in the sign-in space. When people are alive, they have to find some hobbies and something to do. Now that there is such a mastermind constantly causing trouble for him, Yi Yun finds it very interesting. His eyes fell on Taishu Ancient Dragon again, and he said calmly, although your clone is incomplete, it can still be regarded as Taishu Ancient Dragon. Why don't you join our Shenlong Sect, and then I will take care of you. Take away all the small world, and you no longer have to hide in this void all the time. After saying that, Yi Yun immediately released a breath of ancestral dragon. This breath suppressed the world, it was extremely powerful, and it immediately oppressed Taishu Gulong, unable to even lift his head. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Oh my god, it turns out to be the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Taishu Ancient Dragon was lying on the ground, looking excited and muttering to himself. It never expected that the man in front of it turned out to be a human with the blood of the ancestral dragon. A flash of inspiration flashed in my heart. Taishu Gulong finally knew why his virtual magic power had no effect on the young man in white in front of him. It is precisely because of the ancestor dragon's bloodline that it can Neutralize its virtual magical power. In ancient times, not only the 10 super dragons, but also all dragon clans would not cause any trouble if they attacked the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragons are born with the ability to neutralize any attack from dragons. This is why in ancient times, the ancestral dragon was able to suppress all dragon clans, and no dragon clan dared to have any thoughts of rebellion. I do, Lord Zulong. Taishu Gulong was very excited and lay on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Just call me master from now on. Yi Yun smiled faintly. He looked down and reached out to grab it. The translucent light shield immediately disappeared. The Blood King Demon Dragon and the big black horse rose into the air and flew to Yi Yun's side. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon looked at Taishu Ancient Dragon in his black eyes, rubbed his hands, and smiled enviously. Senior Taishu Ancient Dragon. Hello. Hello. You should have the bloodline of the Blood Demon Dragon, right? Taishu Ancient Dragon looked at the Blood King Demonic Dragon and showed a kind smile. Yes, it's just a little bit, relatively thin. The Blood King Demonic Dragon smiled awkwardly. Taishu Ancient Dragon nodded, and then it looked at the big black horse next to it, and found that his bloodline was very strange, and he had half of the dragon bloodline. But it couldn't tell the difference between half of the dragon bloodline. For a moment, Taishu Gulong looked at the big black horse with a thoughtful look on his face. Yi Yun smiled and said softly, you don't have to guess his origin, you can't guess it. The big dark horse is one of the divine pets he got by signing in. It is not a monster in this world at all. But it comes from a certain world among all the worlds, and there are also dragons in that world. He is a monster born from the marriage between the dragon clan and another powerful race, and his bloodline is also very noble. Okay, sir. Taishu Gulong nodded quickly and withdrew his gaze. The big black horse quickly clasped his fists, bowed his hands to Taishu Ancient Dragon, and said with a smile, I have met Senior. You're welcome. Taishu Gulong said with a smile. Yi Yun looked around and said calmly, Taishu Ancient Dragon, just continue to practice in this black eyeball. After I go out, I will find you a quiet place. Thank you, sir. Taishu Ancient Dragon was overjoyed. It also imitated the appearance of the two people next to it, transformed into a man, and bowed respectfully to Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded, turned around and left with the Blood King Demonic Dragon and the big black horse. This time Yi Yun broke through the void directly and arrived at the village where the Qin family was located. Looking at Yi Yun falling from the sky, the old patriarch of the Qin family suddenly became inexplicably excited. He knew that the leader of the Shenlong Sect, who was invincible 100,000 years ago, could definitely conquer the forbidden power deep in the mountains. Now that nothing happens, you can live and practice in this place with peace of mind. Yi Yun smiled. Thank you, Senior. The old man led the tribesmen to kneel on the ground and kowtow to express their gratitude. Yi Yun waved his hand and signaled everyone to get up, then raised his brows and said with a smile, there is a Taishu Ancient Dragon deep in the mountains. It is practicing there. After a while, when it truly understands the illusory magical power, it can reverse your spirit body and turn you into a real human being again. Wow, is it true? Senior, that would be great. As soon as they heard that they could transform from a spiritual body into a human body again, all the people of the Qin family were excited, and even the Taishu Ancient Dragon, one of the 10 ancient super divine sects, was ignored. Everyone in the Qin family's faces glowed red, and their hearts were extremely excited. Seeing this, Yi Yun shook his head and chuckled, then gave a few instructions and left this small world. This time, there was no need for him to forcefully break the Taishu ancient dragon's eye mask. The Taishu ancient dragon, hiding in the black eyeball, could naturally control the entire world inside the eyeball. It directly opened a passage, allowing Yi Yun and the others to fly out. Standing in the void, Yi Yun looked at the huge illusory world above his head and said with a smile, "Return to your original self." Shocked, Yi Yun's words fell. "I only heard the voice of Taishu ancient dragon, coming from the illusory world." "Okay, sir." Buzzing. A buzzing vibration like a buzzing sound came from the void. The huge illusory world began to shrink violently. In just a few breaths, it shrank into a walnut-sized ball and quickly fell from the sky. This is a translucent round bead with a black pupil-like black ball inside. Taishu ancient dragon is hidden deep in the black ball and cannot be discovered from the outside. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and grabbed the black ball in his hand. After looking at it twice, he took the black ball back to the warehouse. "Master, that battle in ancient times was so brutal that even the eyes of Taishu ancient dragon, one of the super dragons, were gouged out." The Blood King demonic dragon said with lingering fear beside him. "If the top 10 super dragons don't fight among themselves, the land of gods won't have the chance to start a dragon-slaying battle." Yi Yun smiled faintly. Although he had some regrets about the extinction of the dragons in ancient times, he felt that there was nothing to sympathize with. After all, Yi Yun is a time traveler, a man of 2 lives. Regarding what happened millions of years ago in ancient times, Yi Yun has always regarded himself as a bystander. The Blood Chief demonic dragon sighed slightly and said, "Master, since the eyeballs of Taishu ancient dragon still exist in this world, I am afraid that there are still many super dragons or organs of divine dragons still circulating in the world on this continent or on the sacred land." "Yes." Yi Yun nodded, looking at the void in the distance with a leisurely expression. He said slowly, "Don't worry, if I encounter anything related to the dragon clan, whether it's organs or remains, or even life forms like you or the Taishu ancient dragon, as well as humans with the blood of the dragon, I will find a way to deal with them one by one. Settle properly." Yi Yun, who has the blood of the ancestral dragon, faced the dragon clan that was increasingly on the verge of extinction, so he naturally had to find a way to pass on the dragon clan better. Just like how humans protected wild animals on Earth in previous lives. Therefore, Yi Yun deeply agreed with the Blood Chief demon dragon's kind reminder. Even if the organs left behind by the dead dragons were turned into magic weapons, if he had the chance, they would be included in the Shenlong Sect. As for the Taishu ancient dragon eyeball, that can give birth to an array of clones, organs from super dragons like this are the top priority of Yi Yun's collection. Through this trip to the secret realm, Yi Yun also realized that the 10 terrifying super dragons all have some backups, and they will gradually resurrect themselves over a long period of time, including different kinds of powerful divine dragons, or so. This continent still hides many secrets, waiting for him to slowly discover them. "Let's go," Yi Yun said. He took one step forward, walked in the void, and flew towards the black carriage in the distance. The big black horse and the bloody dragon followed closely behind. Yi Yun landed on the black carriage, lifted the curtain, and entered the carriage alone. At this time, the big black horse transformed into its true form and dragged the carriage. The Blood Chief demonic dragon also transformed, turned into a red light and fell on the carriage, and turned into the cute red kitten again. What kind of magical power is this master using? My body has been changed. And I still can't change it back this time. The Blood King demonic dragon, who transformed into a red kitten, was about to cry without tears. He had nowhere to talk, so he had to grit his teeth and swallow. Master, where are we going? The big black horse turned his head and asked enthusiastically. Go to Tianyue Dynasty. Yi Yan thought for a while and said. There is nothing left for the entire Chen dynasty to miss. After everything that needs to be done is done, the next step is to go to the Tianyue Dynasty and wait for the opening of the Tianyue secret realm. The big black horse responded and pulled the carriage slowly towards the southeast. Senior, where did you go just now? Melbauer was a little curious, and moved his body towards the Blood King. Demonic Dragon blinked his big sapphire-like watery eyes, and asked in a low voice. Went to one. The Blood King Demonic Dragon was about to speak, but suddenly he shut his mouth tightly. That Taoyuan-like secret realm is related to Taishu Gulong. It is a sensitive matter, so it is better to say less. Boom. At this time, the big black cat slapped it down and landed on Melbauer's head, who saw stars in his eyes. You hit me again? Melbauer said with tears in his eyes. Don't ask about some things you shouldn't ask. Keep your mouth shut. Are you allowed to ask where the master goes? The big black cat raised its paws and threatened arrogantly. Oh. As soon as the word master was mentioned, Melbauer immediately lost his temper and could only meekly lay his head on the carriage and remained motionless. This time, the Blood King Demonic Dragon did not comfort Melbauer. It also felt that Melbauer was a little too curious, so he simply asked the little black cat to teach him a lesson so that he could learn a lesson. Seeing the big black cat pretending to be powerful, Yi Yan smiled angrily. This guy likes to use chicken feathers as arrows. However, these three demon pets have their own ways of getting along with each other, and it is not easy for Yi Yan to interfere. He thought for a while and suddenly asked. Cat Bauer, where is your home? Master Qi, my home is at the junction of Tianqing Dynasty and Tianyue Dynasty, near Wukuan Mountain. Melbauer quickly replied respectfully. Well, when you get there, go back home and tell your family about breaking off the engagement and joining the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yan ordered. Okay, sir. Melbauer said gratefully. The powerful and mysterious master is really good to this little demon in the Shenqiao realm. Not only did he help her break off the engagement, but he also helped her solve family problems. The two stubborn and old parents in his family will definitely prevent him from joining the Shenlong Sect. After all, they don't understand the power of the Shenlong Sect. In the end, the master had to take action to settle this matter. However, the master will definitely not take action personally. If he does, it will be Uncle Ma or the senior dragon clan. Huh? The big black cat's eyes suddenly lit up. Cat Bauer, it turns out that your celestial cat clan lives near Wukuan Mountain? Yes, what's the matter? Melbauer asked, looking at the big black cat with a puzzled look. The big black cat chuckled, and suddenly said excitedly, I heard that there is a black market in Wukuan Mountain, which is quite popular. You can buy everything there. Well, the black market in Wukuan Mountain is indeed very popular. There are all kinds of elixirs, magic weapons, and magical secrets. Melbauer nodded and smiled. Seeing some pride on Melbauer's face, the big black cat snorted angrily. When I mentioned the black market, you were even more excited than me, as if the black market was so great. Humph. In the eyes of Uncle Cat, here, the pills on the black market are much worse than the pills the master gave me. Brother, you are right. Mao Bauer touched the back of his head with his paw and smiled awkwardly. It knows that when the nine-tailed civet is proud, it must not throw cold water on it. So I had to go with the flow and praise him a few times. At this time, the Blood King demonic dragon's eyes lit up. Little Heisey, what kind of elixir did Master give you? You said it was so good, can you show it to me? This. The big black cat's face suddenly became sad. The elixir, given to it by the master, was of excellent quality, and it was very suitable for monsters to take. I am really afraid that once I take it out, my seniors will snatch it away. Xiao Heisey, are you worried that I will steal your elixir? The Blood Chief demonic dragon's face darkened, and there was anger in his tone. Senior, you are joking. You are already in the eternal realm. How could you steal my elixir? The big black cat chuckled and took out a bag from the storage ring. It touched inside, and after a while, it took out a pill that was very painful. Is this the dragon spirit pill? As soon as the Blood Chief demonic dragon saw the elixir on the cat's paw, his eyes suddenly lit up, his whole face came closer, and his pink little nose moved slightly. Next moment, the Blood King demonic dragon was shocked. This turned out to be a god-level dragon spirit pill. Although it is a divine dragon from ancient times, but the Blood Chief demon dragon has never taken dragon spirit pill. Dragon spirit pill has a huge effect on the improvement of any demon clans. Practice. In ancient times, dragons without any strength or status had no chance of obtaining the dragon spirit pill. At that time, it had no chance to enjoy even the yellow-level dragon spirit pill, let alone the earth-level dragon spirit pill. After all, very few of the ancient dragon clan knew how to make elixirs. Among the human monks on the hidden dragon continent, not many can practice elixirs. Most of the dragon spirit elixirs were passed down from the divine land. Therefore, only the noble divine dragons, with high positions, have the opportunity to enjoy the dragon spirit pill to assist their own practice. Although the dragon's body is extremely powerful, most of the time it can be improved without any pills. But if you take the dragon spirit pill, your practice will be improved very quickly, so no dragon clan will reject the dragon spirit pill refined in the divine land. Call. The Blood King demonic dragon licked his lips, snatched the dragon spirit pill from the big black cat's claws, then took a deep breath and took a whiff, then showed an intoxicated look on his face. The big black cat suddenly became nervous, and it stammered, Senior, you have a distinguished status, please don't steal my pills. The Blood King demonic dragon laughed twice, and suddenly felt a little ashamed on his face. It couldn't help but look at the dragon spirit pill carefully, and after a while it hesitated and said, Is this a god-level dragon spirit pill? The big black cat shrugged helplessly and replied, Yes, Senior, this is a god-level dragon spirit pill. Oh my god! Even in ancient times, only the top 10 super dragons were eligible to enjoy the god-level dragon elixir. The Blood King demonic dragon murmured to himself, with a huge look of shock on his face. Who is this master? It turned out to be a god-level dragon spirit pill as soon as it was released. The Blood King demonic dragon was shocked, and a turmoil arose in his heart. Holding this god-level dragon spirit pill in his hand, he wanted to take it for himself immediately. After 2 or 3 breaths, his eyes fell on the big black cat, and the Blood King Demonic Dragon laughed dryly. The big black cat suddenly felt something bad, as if the elixir was going to never come back. Senior. The big black cat shouted feebly. The Blood King Demonic Dragon coughed twice and pretended to be calm, but still held the dragon spirit pill in his hand and did not return it to the big black cat. He suddenly felt that this little nine-tailed civet cat was only at the destiny realm, and taking the god-level dragon spirit pill was really a bit of a waste of nature. It wanted to snatch it, but it was afraid of losing its grace in front of the master. After all, it is a majestic dragon and a great demon in the eternal realm. It would be unjustifiable to snatch the elixir from a nine-tailed civet cat in the destiny realm. That would be so embarrassing. Xiaohaizi, I want to discuss something with you. Can you give me one of these pills? I think you still have quite a few in your bag. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said with a smile. The big black cat was about to cry without tears, and quickly shook his head and said, Senior, there are not many left here. I still want to keep them for practice. As you can see, my cultivation level is very low and I need pills to improve it. Cultivation. How about I help you think of other ways? After all, there are many ways to improve your cultivation. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon shook his head and said, still refusing to give up. The big black horse in front shook his head as he walked. It thought to itself that this senior dragon clan resurrected from ancient times has really never seen the world. A small god-level dragon spirit pill was shocked into this state. The big black horse knew that there were still many coins in the kitten's bag. After all, the kitten's cultivation level is very low and he can't even use 2 or 3 in a month. Therefore, the big black horse made no sound. After all, in its view, the loss of a dragon spirit pill was nothing to the kitten. The big black cat saw that the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was not giving up, and knew that the elixir was gone forever, but it was not willing to give it away in vain, so it pretended to be sad and said, Senior, what can you do? Do you want me to improve my cultivation? There are really no natural treasures at the moment, but I can promise it first and be the first to give it to you when I encounter something good in the future. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon smiled cheekily. After saying that, it felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it was red from the inside out, so others couldn't see its embarrassed expression. Inside the carriage. Seeing this scene, Yiyan couldn't help but smile. The dragon spirit pills are almost piled up into mountains in his warehouse. There are as many as you need, and there is simply no way to use them all. However, he did not expect that the Blood King Demon Dragon would no longer have that old face for a dragon spirit pill. Yiyan thought for a while. He felt that it was better to provide some elixirs to these demon pets. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon is different from the big black cat. It is a dragon in itself and is naturally close to his divine dragon sect. Now it is only in the eternal realm. Yiyan feels that he should help it. As for the little cat bower of the civet clan on the carriage, Yiyan was also going to give it some dragon spirit pills, but the quality was a little lower. After all, this little guy's cultivation level was really too low. The reason why Yiyan gave Mao Bauer the dragon spirit pill was because he felt that Mao Bauer could not be held back like this. When the 3 cats are together, there cannot be too much of a gap in terms of realm. Seeing that his senior wanted to have sex for free, the big black cat's heart was bleeding, but he knew that there was nothing he could do at this moment. But at least this senior helped him when he was in Shenhu Mountain. So it looked reluctant to part with love and said, "Since seniors have spoken, let's give it to seniors." Haha. Xiaohaizi, you are so interesting. The Blood King demonic dragon laughed twice and immediately stuffed the dragon spirit pill into his mouth. After eating the elixir, it burped and said with a satisfied look on its face, "It's really good." In ancient times, only the top 10 super dragons were eligible to enjoy the god-level dragon spirit elixir. You don't have to fight anymore. The curtain was raised, and Yi Yin suddenly threw out 3 bags. These 3 belts fell in the 3 directions of the big black horse, the Blood King demon dragon and the cat bower respectively. I actually have a share in it? The big dark horse was always paying attention to what was going on behind him. When he saw a bag flying over, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. It had been coveting the big black cat's dragon spirit pill from the beginning, but it had not taken action due to its identity. Unexpectedly, the master gave me a bag of dragon spirit pill this time. Dragon spirit pill is also of great help to it. The big black horse immediately put the bag away. The Blood King demonic dragon suddenly saw a bag flying over and grabbed it in his hand. "Thank you, sir," the Blood Chief demonic dragon said happily. It happily opened the bag. When it saw that the bag was full of god-level dragon spirit pills, its 2 eyeballs bulged and it almost didn't fall in. "Oh my god! There are 1,000 dragon spirit pills inside." The Blood King demonic dragon was breathing rapidly and his heart was pounding. It has never seen so many god-level pills in its life. The cat bower next to him caught the bag with a confused look on his face. "Thank you, sir," Mel Bower said very excitedly. Because it was so excited, its 2 paws kept untying it at the mouth of the bag, and it didn't untie it for a while. "Look at how clumsy you are, I'll do it." The big black cat became anxious and slapped Cat Bower's claws away angrily. Then he untied the bag and took a look inside. There are also 1,000 dragon spirit pills in the bag, but the level is 1 level lower than its god level. All of them are emperor level. The big black cat took a long breath, feeling relieved and balanced. At this time, Mel Bower quickly put his head to the mouth of the bag and took a look, his eyes shining brightly. A few breaths passed. "No, why does my dragon spirit pill feel different from yours?" Mel Bower looked at the big black cat in confusion and asked. "Divine Lord Realm." The big black cat pouted. "You are only at the Shenqiao level. It would be great if you have the Emperor level dragon spirit pill. What else do you want?" "It turns out that mine is an Emperor level dragon spirit pill." Mel Bower had a look of surprise on his face. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. The big black cat raised its paws, chuckled without falling, and spat. "Cat Bower, the Emperor-level dragon spirit pill is enough for you, don't even think about it." "A super dragon spirit pill." "Oh, yes." Mel Bower nodded obediently. "It was still a little unbalanced, but when I thought about how low my cultivation level was, it was shocking enough to be able to possess a bag of Emperor-level dragon spirit pills at the Shenkio realm. Even in the entire Tianqing dynasty, it has never seen the appearance of an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill. Even heaven-level dragon spirit pills are extremely rare. It has only taken dragon spirit pill once since childhood. Mel Bower remembered that the dragon spirit pill was just a mysterious level dragon spirit pill. Thinking of this, Mel Bower's heart calmed down. It carefully took out a dragon spirit pill, took a few sips of it, intoxicatedly, hesitated for a moment, and put it into its mouth. After the dragon spirit pill entered the lower abdomen, it immediately turned into rolling manna, rushing towards the 8 meridians of the limbs. What a powerful medicine! Melbauer was taken aback, and instantly felt like he was being swelled to the point of explosion by the power of the medicine. I'm going to die. A thought flashed through Melbauer's mind. In the carriage. Seeing this, Yi Yin gently used his hand, and the crazy medicinal power was immediately suppressed. Melbauer's cultivation level is too low, even the Emperor-level dragon spirit pill needs to be suppressed before he can take it. The reason why Yi Yin gave Melbauer the Emperor-level dragon spirit pill was because he wanted Melbauer to quickly improve his level. I was scared to death just now. I almost didn't explode. This pill is so scary, Melbauer said with lingering fear, and quickly put the small bag into his storage ring. Ha ha. The big black cat laughed twice at the side, a little gloating about the misfortune. It touched the cat Bauer's head with his hand and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I took action, otherwise the bones in your little body would have exploded." Cat Bauer was surprised. Only then did I realize that a force had just entered the body and suppressed the power of the elixir. It turned out that it was the master who took action. It quickly turned around, bowed its head in the direction of the carriage, and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." Yi Yin smiled, but did not speak. The big black horse pulled the carriage slowly, heading towards the Tianyue dynasty. Time passed day by day. More than a month later, the carriage drove to the vicinity of Wukuan Mountain. There is a dense valley here, and deep in the valley is where the celestial cat clan lives. After this period of practice, Yi Yun's cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. He was rapidly improving his cultivation at a terrifying speed. There are only 3 small realms away from the Divine realm. Lord Grimm was also the first to break through to the Nirvana realm, and is now stabilizing the realm and practicing with peace of mind. Luoli and Suwani are about to break through. There is still about a week left before the Tianyue secret realm opens. However, this time, Yi Yun planned to let Lord Grimm go to the Sky Moon secret realm alone to find the Sky Laurel tree. It can be regarded as making up for Lord Grimm's regret of not going to Joyo Underground Palace last time. "Master, the valley in front is where our celestial cat clan lives." Melbauer stood up, looked at the valley in the distance, and said softly, "Its aura at the moment is much stronger than before." After swallowing an Emperor-level dragon spirit pill, Melbauer was promoted from the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm to the 7th level of the Divine Bridge realm within this month. Improved 2 small realms in a row. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. "Master, shall I accompany Cat Bauer?" The big black cat looked at the direction of the carriage and asked respectfully, "You 3 kittens, all go," Yi Yun said with a smile. Hearing Yi Yun's words, the blood demonic dragon raised his paws and shouted feebly, "Master, I am not a cat, I am a dragon." "Second brother, you are what I say you are, don't quibble there." The big black horse turned his head and grinned. "Master, I also want to join in the fun, okay?" The big dark horse asked. "Okay, you can go too." Yi Yun readily agreed. The big dark horse's personality is that he likes to join in the fun. It is estimated that there will be some trouble this time, just in time for him to steal the limelight. After receiving the master's affirmative reply, the big black horse laughed, transformed into a black light, and turned into the man in black robe. "Kitten, we can act together again this time." The big dark horse laughed. "Uncle Ma, it is my honor to act with you." The big black cat Tian smiled shamelessly and transformed into a young man in black robe. At this time, Mao Bauer also transformed into a charming girl. I saw everyone transformed. The Blood King demon dragon rolled on the carriage and immediately turned into a streak of blood and fell to the ground, turning into a young man in red robe. It's better to turn into a human form. The Blood King demonic dragon touched his body with his hand, with a happy expression on his face. He had no choice but to change into the form of a little red cat when he was on the carriage. After all, that's the rule. You can only transform into human form when you are out on a mission. However, just because the master just gave me a bag of god-level dragon spirit pills, let alone a little red cat, even if it turns into a little red mouse, I will accept it. The Blood King demonic dragon chuckled in his heart and carefully put away the bag in his hand. 2 seniors, please leave first. Mao Bauer looked at the big black horse and the bloody demon dragon, and quickly and respectfully guided them with his hand. No, this is your home, just go ahead. The big dark horse waved his hands repeatedly. He glanced at the Blood King demonic dragon, touched his chin with his hand, rolled his eyes a few times and said, "Boy, we have to restrain our breath. Otherwise we will easily scare people." 2. The Blood King demonic dragon glanced toward the valley. He probably understood what was going on, and he immediately controlled his aura. The same goes for big dark horses. 2 seniors, my cultivation level is not high, so I won't restrain my aura. The big black cat said with a smile beside him. He is only at the 3rd level of the destiny realm. This level of cultivation is not considered high among the celestial cat clan. However, he has been practicing diligently recently and is about to break through to the 4th level of the destiny realm. The big black cat and Cat Bauer walked side by side, with the big black horse and the Blood King demonic dragon following behind, walking slowly and gracefully. Both of them are great demons in the eternal realm. In a small place like Tianqing Dynasty, it is natural to walk sideways, so there is nothing to worry about. I came out just to relax and to help Mao Bauer gain momentum. A few people walked deep into the valley, in front of a stone gate, and suddenly a young man jumped out from the dense forest nearby. "Sister Bauer, you are finally back," the young man said with a smile. "What happened?" Mao Bauer looked at the young man and felt a bad feeling in his heart. "It's nothing. It's just that there have been a lot of people coming to propose marriage recently." The young man scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Why is there someone proposing marriage again? Didn't all the Black Tiger clan with golden patterns agree to break off the engagement?" The big black cat clenched his fist and waved it, and said with some annoyance, "Yes, do they still dare to go back on their word?" The Blood King demonic dragon also touched his chin and said in a deep voice. The situation at that time clearly scared the Black Tiger clan with golden patterns. They shouldn't be so ungrateful, right? It's not the gold-patterned Black Tiger clan. I think you are mistaken. The young man from the Celestial Cat clan looked at these strangers, scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment. After listening to the young man's words, the big black cat patted his chest and laughed loudly and said, "I'm just telling you, the gold-striped Black Tiger clan will not be so brainless." Recalling the day when he used the Blood King demonic dragon as an iron ball and hit Tai Henin's father so miserably, the big black cat felt extremely proud. This is a great feat in his cat life. There is no second example in the world of using a divine dragon in the eternal realm as an iron ball. The master is so strong and has never done anything like this. If you are not from the gold-striped Black Tiger clan, then it has nothing to do with me. Are the people who come up to propose marriage to the second sister? Mel Bauer's brows relaxed slightly, then became nervous again, and asked quickly. Yes, Sister Bauer. The young man replied quickly. So you have a girl? The big black cat touched his chin and smiled. You two sisters are really sisters. You are both beautiful. You are so popular that people who want to propose marriage have broken the threshold. Where? Mel Bauer nodded awkwardly. Then she walked inside without saying another word, followed by the others. As soon as I walked outside the reception hall, I heard someone talking inside. This time we come here with sincerity. We want to establish a closer relationship with the Tianling Cat clan. We also ask clan leader to consider this matter carefully. A man's voice said. I will consider it. After all, you are also a member of the nine-tailed civet cat clan, and are of the same origin as our celestial civet cats. An old voice said. What? Nine-tailed civet? When the big black cat heard this, his ears suddenly became twitchy and he stared in the direction of the main hall. Why is there a nine-tailed civet in this place? The big black cat couldn't help its curiosity, so it scurried over, lay down at the door, and looked inside. As expected, there were many people standing in the main hall. Among them were two guys who looked familiar to him. An old man in linen clothes sat on a chair, drinking tea leisurely. There was a young man in red standing next to him. The young man is as tall as a jade tree, with deep facial features, handsome and unrestrained. His cultivation level is not low, and he has reached the third level of Destiny Realm. Kitten, this is your kindred, right? The big black horse came over and asked. Uncle Ma, I think they and I are of the same race, but we have only met a few times. The big black cat's face turned gloomy, as if it was remembering some unpleasant past events. The old man and the young man opposite are indeed from the nine-tailed civet clan. And so does he. It's just that his bloodline is not the main bloodline. Because the bloodline is relatively thin, it is not taken seriously in the nine-tailed civet family. Especially when his father made mistakes when he was young and was fined from the family. Later, when the big black cat was young, he went back several times with his father and met the old man and the young man across from him. The old man in linen clothes was the leader of the nine-tailed civet cat clan. People in the clan called him Master Jiao. He had lived for many years and was a great demon at the 10th level of Destiny Realm. The young man next to him is the most outstanding genius of the nine-tailed civet clan. What's going on? You look like you have a grudge against them? The Blood King demonic dragon also came up and asked. It's not like we have any grudges, it's just that they are direct relatives. And I am a branch. The big black cat wrinkled its nose, smiled sadly, and briefly described the incident to the two seniors. Xiao Haizi, you can do whatever you want, I will be your strongest backing. The Blood King demonic dragon patted his chest and said. Thank you very much, senior. The big black cat said gratefully. Cat Bauer was thoughtful when he heard what the big black cat said. But she did not stay, but walked directly into the hall. The big black cat took a deep breath and walked in. As for the big black horse and the bloody demon dragon, they walked in unsteadily. Suddenly, 4 figures walked in from the door, and everyone in the hall immediately turned their attention. Sister, are you back? A girl in pink swooped out like a butterfly, with a look of surprise on her face. Yes, little sister, I'm back. Mel Bauer said with a smile. She reached out and touched her sister's back with a doting smile on her face. After the sisters hugged each other briefly, Mel Bauer took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said to the majestic old man in golden robes above, "Father, I'm back. You still know how to come back? What on earth did you do to make the golden-patterned Black Tiger clan cancel the marriage?" The old man in gold robe clapped his hand, causing the chair to make a loud noise, and said angrily, "I just don't want to marry that Taihanin. Now that the marriage has been cancelled, Father, you don't have to mention it anymore," Mel Bauer bravely said. Normally she was still very afraid of her father, but this time with 2 great demons of the eternal realm standing behind her, she felt confident. Plus this for a while. Mel Bauer has experienced many things, so she has become bolder. Hearing Mel Bauer's retort, the old man in gold robe was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He stared at Mel Bauer, his body bulging with anger. "My daughter is disobedient, rebellious, and willful. The golden-patterned Black Tiger clan is so powerful, and a marriage with their celestial Lingmao clan would bring huge benefits to their celestial Lingmao clan. But I didn't expect that this girl, who was good at making decisions, would suddenly mess up the marriage. Who are these people?" The golden-robed old man's eyes flashed and fell on the people behind Mao Bauer. The young man in black robe is at the 3rd level of Destiny Realm. As for the 2 people at the back, he couldn't even tell the other person's cultivation level. This shocked him and he no longer dared to act rashly. Aren't you the little bastard from the branch? How did you end up here? You actually got together with the eldest lady of the Tianling cat clan. Could it be that you messed up the previous marriage?" The young man in red in the main hall cast his eyes on the big black cat and recognized him after a quick glance. "Who are you calling a bastard?" The big black cat was furious, and a burst of anger burst out of his chest. This genius, who is known as the most outstanding genius of the nine-tailed Civet clan, had ridiculed him thousands of years ago. Now, after thousands of years, he still hasn't changed at all. In the past, the big black cat didn't dare to take action on other people's territory, but now, he definitely dares to take action. Finish that sentence. He unceremoniously took out his black shield and rushed towards the boy in red. "You are so brave. How dare you attack the main pulse with just 1 branch? It's outrageous." The eyes of the old man in sackcloth shone brightly, and he struck out with a fierce palm. He is a great demon at the 10th level of Destiny Realm, so one can imagine the power of this palm. A red shadow flashed. Suddenly, a young man in red robe appeared in front of him and took his palm forcefully. The Blood Chief demonic dragon took it very easily, held the palm, and said with a smile, "You are really majestic as the leader of the clan. Do you still want to kill your own clan members?" The old man in sackcloth looked at the young man in red robe in front of him with a look of shock on his face. This strange young man in red took his palm so easily, and his strength was probably almost the same as his own. The big black cat let out a sigh of relief when he saw the Blood King demonic dragon taking action to stop the clan leader. He didn't stop his castration and still rushed towards the boy in red. The boy in red didn't show any weakness. He held a sword and controlled the billowing sword light, and fought with him. Boom! Hundreds of bright sword lights fell on the black shield, but were knocked back by the black shield. "What a bullshit genius, you are no match for me now." The big black cat had a ferocious look on his face, held a shield in his hand, and struck it with thunderous force. how could this bastard be so strong? The young man in red panicked and quickly raised his sword to block. With a bang, the black shield knocked away the sword in his hand. The big black cat raised its foot and kicked the boy in red hard on the shoulder, sending him flying away. Oops. When the old man in sackcloth saw that something was not going well, he left his seat in a flash and stretched out his hand to grab the young man in red. The boy in red was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs were seriously injured. Yuan Hua, are you okay? The old man in sackcloth quickly took out a pill and quickly stuffed it into the mouth of the boy in red. Clan leader, how can this bastard be so strong? His body contains unimaginable power. The boy in red turned pale, spit out a mouthful of blood, and said with difficulty. He couldn't believe that the offshoot bastard he used to look down on actually seriously injured himself in one round. I heard someone say that there is a nine-tailed civet cat that devoured a lot of immortality grass in the Jiuyo underground palace. I'm afraid it's him. The old man in sackcloth raised his head and looked at the big black cat with bright eyes. His expression was extremely complicated. Unexpectedly, the bastard who once looked down on him could defeat the most powerful genius in his clan in one round. The leader of the nine-tailed civet cat clan also felt extremely complicated, like a tsunami and landslide. For a moment, it was difficult to accept this cruel reality. The big black cat put away his shield, crossed his arms, and said with a cold smile, you, the nine-tailed civet's first genius, are nothing more than that. If you have the guts, come here and fight for another 300 rounds to see how I deal with you. The boy in red was so angry at the big black cat's words that he spit out another mouthful of blood. He struggled to break free from the mighty old man's arm and rushed towards the big black cat. The old man in sackcloth dodges and grabs his arm, preventing him from moving forward. You are no match for him. The old man in my had sharp eyes and saw that the nine-tailed civet cats in front of him were different from before. After swallowing the immortal grass, his strength became stronger. Make up for the lack of blood. When the clan leader said this, the handsome face of the young man in red suddenly swelled as red as pig liver. Originally, this time, the nine-tailed civet clan came to propose marriage, but unexpectedly they failed miserably. When the second lady of the Tianling cat saw this scene, he felt so embarrassed. But he was indeed no match for the opponent. The boy in red knew this very well. The old man in sackcloth looked at the big black cat, his expression getting colder and colder. The big black cat raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Don't use the majesty of your clan leader to deal with me. I am no longer a member of your clan." The old man in Mai's expression froze, sighed, and suddenly said, "Although your father was expelled from the family, you can come back at any time if you want. The door of the nine-tailed civet clan will always be open for you." Yeah? The big black cat shook his head and sneered. If this sentence was said thousands of years ago, I would still be able to believe it, but if I say it now, I won't believe it. What I said is true. I am willing to swear as the leader of the nine-tailed civet cat clan that I am willing to accept you and return to the family. The old man in sackcloth said with a solemn expression. Ha ha ha. The big black cat laughed. He looked arrogant, shook his head and said, I have already joined the Shenlong Sect, and it is impossible to join the nine-tailed civet clan again. Shenlong Sect? The old man in sackcloth frowned slightly. He had heard about the Shenlong Sect, and it was said that it was a low-level sect from the Tianqing dynasty. Before he could speak, the boy in red next to him spit out a mouthful of blood and said with a sneer, "You bastard, you will always be so unpopular." This time, the clan leader also feels sorry for you and doesn't want you to wander outside. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Shut up. The big black cat was immediately furious. This guy's mouth was so dirty. He rushed over suddenly, raised his palm and slapped her. The old man in sackcloth wanted to stop him, but suddenly he noticed a cold gaze from the side falling on him. He looked up and found the man in black robe not far away, staring at him coldly. At this moment, he felt as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Another master. The old man in my didn't expect that the nine-tailed civet cat could be so successful, and that he would be escorted by two masters. He didn't act rashly. Snapped. A crisp slap resounded throughout the entire hall. The boy in red screamed, and his whole body flew out, landing heavily on the ground, vomiting blood. "You trash, I won't let you die." The big black cat sneered and walked over, trampling on the boy in red who had mocked him several times. He knelt down and repeatedly slapped the young man in red on the face with his palm, making a slap sound. Thousands of years of accumulated anger were all poured out with these dozens of slaps. The boy in red was knocked unconscious. The big black cat then stood up and let out a sigh of relief, feeling extremely comfortable. "Sister, is that young man your lover?" In the distance, the girl in pink clothes hid beside Mao Bauer, looking at the young man in black robes with admiration. "This is my fellow sect. I have now joined the Shenlong Sect, sister." Looking at the energetic nine-tailed civet cat in the distance, Mao Bauer smiled, with a hint of arrogance on his face. The carts pulled by her Shenlong Sect are all great demons from the eternal realm. The master is even more unfathomable. Mao Bauer is proud of joining the Shenlong Sect. "Sister, why did you join that Shenlong Sect? I remember they are a low-level sect from the Tianqing dynasty, right?" The pink-clothed girl blinked and asked, curiously. "This divine dragon sect is not that divine dragon sect," Mao Bauer said with a smile without explaining too much. She didn't want to exaggerate the power of the Shenlong Sect too much, lest her curious sister also want to join the Shenlong Sect. Through this period of observation, Mao Bauer knew that Shenlong Sect was not just for those who wanted to join. There are only a few monsters in total. 2 great demon seniors of the eternal realm, and a nine-tailed civet cat of the destiny realm, plus myself, a little celestial cat of the divine bridge realm. Mao Bauer felt that he joined the Shenlong Sect, and it was probably because of his kindness that he made such an incredible decision. Otherwise, with her small Shenqiao realm, she is definitely not qualified to join this powerful team. Mao Bauer did not deliberately alienate his sister, but he was afraid that if his sister knew too much, she would be disappointed if she could not join the Shenlong Sect. "Daughter, is this your friend? He actually beats people in the hall of our Celestial Cat Clan?" The old man in golden robe, who had been silent all this time, looked at everything that happened in the hall just now, with an extremely cold expression on his face. These strangers simply didn't take the Celestial Cat Clan seriously. Especially the young man in black robe, who actually got into a fight. It really makes him, the leader of the Celestial Cat Clan, lose face. "Father, it's obvious that they were the ones who hurt people first, so I, the eldest brother, would teach him a lesson," Mao Bauer said with a smile. After saying that, seeing that her father's face was still unhappy, she added, "Father, just Pretend you haven't seen this matter. We are not married to them anyway. She said this sentence using voice transmission. The old man in golden robe frowned when he heard this. Why is his daughter so bold to talk to him now? Could it be that because he joined the so-called Shenlong Sect, he became fearless and lawless? He heard everything the sisters said just now. Mao Bauer, you are a member of my celestial cat clan. The leader of this clan will not let you join any human clan force. The old man in gold robe lightly patted the back of the chair. Suddenly his face darkened, he stood up and said loudly. The words of the golden-robed old man immediately made the atmosphere in the entire hall become solemn. Mao Bauer was slightly startled. Although he was prepared, he didn't expect his father to speak so decisively. This old man is really stubborn. The big black cat stood nearby and smiled, but did not interrupt immediately. After all, this is a family affair of the Maobatian civic clan. He would first see how Mao Bauer communicated with her father. If she really couldn't communicate with this stubborn old man, the big black cat decided to take action again. Behind him stood two great demons from the eternal realm. I didn't believe that they couldn't deal with a little leader of the celestial cat clan. The old man and Mai on the other side was also a little surprised. The majestic celestial cat clan is very powerful, comparable to large mid-level sections. Why does the eldest daughter of the clan leader want to join the human race? This doesn't make sense at all, does it? This thought only flashed through his mind. The old man in sackcloth stepped forward and helped the young man in red. He found that although the child was injured, it was not fatal, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a few extremely precious pills and quickly stuffed them into the mouth of the boy in red. This time, they went to the Tianling cat clan to propose marriage. It was a failure. The only thing I didn't expect was that the bastard from the branch would be so strong. The old man in Mai was filled with a deep sense of frustration at this moment. However, he has no intention of leaving here for the time being and wants to see how things develop next. Father, I have joined the Shenlong Sect and this matter cannot be changed, Mao Bauer said stubbornly. After saying that, the pink-cloaked girl next to her hurriedly pulled her arm and whispered, Sister, how can you talk to father like this? Our celestial cat clan is extremely noble and is a well-known existence among the demon clan. How can we join? Where are the human forces? Sister, if you don't understand this matter, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Mao Bauer shook his head and said firmly. Snort. The old man in gold robe turned red with anger, waved his sleeves, and shouted loudly, Cat Bauer, do you really not take my father's words seriously? Father, I don't look down on you, but joining the Shenlong Sect is my own choice. Mao Bauer looked at her furious father, her delicate body trembling slightly. But her voice remained extremely firm. Well. The old man in golden robe raised his hand, pointed at Mao Bauer and said two good words in succession. His face became extremely gloomy and depressed. After a few breaths, he loudly said, From now on, you are no longer a member of the Tianling cat clan. As the leader of the clan, I declare that I will sever all ties between you and the celestial Ling cat clan. Father, you can't expel your sister from the family. The girl in pink clothes suddenly became anxious when she heard this. She quickly knelt on the ground and begged her sister pitifully. I have made up my mind, don't say any more. The old man in golden robe had his hands behind his back and his expression was cold. From the moment he made up his mind, he had already decided to completely sever the father-daughter relationship with Mao Bauer. Father. Mao Bauer was so sad and angry that she burst into tears. She didn't expect that her stubborn father would expel her. Seeing Mao Bauer's sad look, the big black cat felt an unspeakable anger in his heart. He took 2 steps forward, looked at the old man in gold robe, and asked loudly, "Old man, you are too cruel, you can treat your own daughter like this." The old man in gold robe snorted coldly, looked at the young man in black robe in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "This is a family matter within our clan and has nothing to do with you." "Who says it has nothing to do with me? Mao Bauer is also a fellow sect of my Shenlong Sect." Seeing how sad she is, Uncle Cat can't ignore her. The big black cat smiled coldly. "How do you manage it? Can you take back the order I gave you?" The old man in gold robe said angrily. "You must take back this order, otherwise, I will have to teach you, this bad old man, a lesson." The big black cat stamped his feet and said, "Although he is only at the 3rd level of the destiny realm and is far from being a match for Mao Bauer's father, he must not give in at this time. Okay, I want to see what you, a genius of the 9-tailed civet clan, are capable of." The old man in gold robe slowly walked towards the big black cat, as if he was ready to fight. He exuded a powerful aura, and the pressure rolled in like a river, and the big black cat was immediately overwhelmed and breathless. After all, the gap between him and Mao Bauer's father is too big. "Little old man, if you dare to touch her hair, I will beat you to the ground." Uncle Ma. The big black horse also took 2 steps forward and caught all the breath. The big black cat took a breath, feeling extremely grateful. At the critical moment, Uncle Ma has to take action. "Who are you? Do you have to go against our celestial cat clan?" The old man in gold robe stared coldly at the man in black robe in front of him and asked fearlessly, "I am also from the Shenlong Sect. Do you want me to meddle in this business?" "Old man, for the sake of your daughter, I won't embarrass you. Please take back what you just said. We will all be happy, otherwise if so, don't cause any unpleasant things." The big black horse said patiently and in a deep voice. Although the old man was very stubborn and had a bad temper, the big dark horse did not act aggressively for Mao Bauer's sake. Otherwise, according to his temperament, if someone was so arrogant, he would have been slapped to death by Uncle Ma. The old man in gold robe stopped, his face as gloomy as water. "This guy is strong." Not only is he strong, the young man in red robe beside him is also very strong. At this time, he is 1 against 2 and probably has no chance of winning. When he was hesitating, he suddenly heard the old man in my next to him say, "I, the 9-tailed civet clan, are willing to fight side by side with the celestial civet clan." The old man in gold robe was overjoyed, clasped his hands and said, "Thank you so much, brother Taoist." The old man in sackcloth came forward and stood side by side with him. "Father, please don't do anything." Seeing that his father was going to join forces with the old man in my to deal with Uncle Ma, Mao Bauer suddenly became anxious and ran over suddenly. "Go away." The golden-robed old man waved his hand, and a strong wind swept out, pushing Mao Bauer out. The 2 10th-level destiny realm are indeed very strong, but you still can't see enough. The big black cat chuckled, blinked at the big black horse, and said with a shameless smile, "Uncle Ma, give them some color." The big black horse nodded, moved his body slightly, and immediately released a faint aura of the eternal realm demon. This breath swept over, and the expressions of the golden-robed old man and the linen-clothed old man immediately changed, and there was a look of fear in their eyes. A great demon in the eternal realm? How is this possible? The old man in sackcloth reacted very quickly, took a few steps back, clasped his hands and said, I didn't know that the senior demon from the eternal realm was coming. I have offended you, so please forgive me. Seeing that this guy was so spineless and even backed down, the big dark horse was a little angry. Uncle Ma doesn't like to see a weakling like you. He slapped him lightly, and the old man in sackcloth let out a scream, flew backwards, and landed on the ground, struggling constantly. Demon ancestor. The big black horse did not kill the old man of course, because he was the leader of the nine-tailed civet clan. After all, it is not appropriate to kill his clan leader in front of the big black cat, who is the same clan as the big black cat. Just teach him a lesson. This slap was enough to make the old man in sackcloth remember for the rest of his life. At this time, the old man in gold robe started to tremble all over. He looked at the man in black robe in horror. His throat seemed to be blocked and he could no longer speak. How could a small Shenlong Sect have a great demon in the eternal realm? In front of the eternal realm great demon, he, who is on the 10th level of the destiny realm, is simply not enough to look at. The big black cat became proud and said with a smile, Old man, now you know the background of our Shenlong Sect. Hurry up and admit your mistake and take back those words. You are still Mel Bauer's old father. We are very generous. Yes, I won't argue with you about these little things. If you want me to bow my head, that's absolutely impossible, unless I die. The old man in golden robe said stubbornly. The girl in pink clothes next to her ran over and held the old man's arm in gold robe, and persuaded softly, Father, sister, and we are all a family. There is no need for you to make things so stiff. You should take back what you said before. Won't take it back. The old man in golden robe shook his head and said decisively. Mel Bauer sighed. At this moment, she felt that the whole world had lost its color. Her father is such a stubborn person. She has been deeply aware of his stubbornness since she was a child. Even though she strongly opposed the marriage with the golden-patterned black tiger clan last time, her father still agreed to it for the benefit of the family. Even though she threatened to die, her father did not relent at all. He is so stubborn that no one can do anything to him. Seeing how stubborn the old man was, the big black cat shook his head helplessly. If a person is not even afraid of death, then there is really no other way. He walked forward, pulled Mel Bauer, and persuaded him, let's leave first. And then come back when your father has calmed down. Mel Bauer nodded sadly and prepared to leave with the big black cat. At this time, the Blood King demonic dragon, who had been silent next to him, suddenly took 2 steps forward. He looked around and smiled coldly, Old man, if you don't take back what you just said, don't blame me for being rude. Although you are not afraid of death, don't forget that there are still many people in your celestial cat clan. Seeing the Blood King demonic dragon suddenly speaking like this, the big black cat was stunned and didn't know what he meant. The big dark horse was stunned for a moment and reacted instantly. He hurriedly walked over and whispered, Second brother, forget it, don't go on a killing spree. No, I just want to go on a killing spree, otherwise, this old man will never bow his head. The Blood King demonic dragon gritted his teeth and said, making people feel very vicious. The big black horse shrugged, looked at the old man in gold robe, and sighed. I can't help it. The second brother's cultivation level is higher than mine. And I can't control him at all. Yeah, he can't control me. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon smiled deliberately coldly, and he also released a trace of the aura of the Eternal Realm demon. Seeing another great demon in the Eternal Realm, the golden-robed old man felt his eyes darken and almost fainted on the ground. This Shenlong Sect actually has two great demons of the Eternal Realm. He lowered his head, his body trembling. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun couldn't help but shook his head and smiled when he saw the Blood King, Demonic Dragon and the big black horse working together so well. One plays a red face, and the other plays a bad face. This trick is very effective and easy to use under normal circumstances. Yi Yun watched with anticipation as things developed and evolved in the direction he expected. The big black cat crossed his arms and looked at the old man in gold robe, quietly from the side, looking confident. Now that they are showing their fangs, the two great demons of the Eternal Realm are sitting in formation, which can be said to have brought huge pressure to the Celestial Cat clan. Mao Bauer also held his breath, quietly waiting for his father's decision. She also knew that the cruel words spoken by the Dragon Senior were just to force her father to submit. Tens of seconds later, the old man in golden robe lowered his head, and bursts of cold laughter came from his mouth. Don't think that because you are in the Eternal Realm, you can bully others at will. Our Celestial Cat clan has been inherited for millions of years, so we naturally have a foundation. Information? Everyone in the main hall was surprised. Mao Bauer looked shocked. She didn't expect that her father would actually say these words when facing two great demons in the Eternal Realm. She had never heard that the Celestial Cat clan had any background that could resist the two great demons of the Eternal Realm. The big dark horse was also a little surprised. Could it be that the small Celestial Cat clan still has a powerful person from the Eternal Realm sitting in charge? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon didn't care about this. He laughed loudly and said, "Take out any information you have and let me take a look." "Yeah, old man, don't brag." At this time the big black cat also laughed. He guessed that the old man had gone crazy just to save face. He also knew the Celestial Cat clan relatively well, but it was not as powerful as he had imagined. If you don't even have a strong person in the life and death realm, how can you fight against two great monsters in the Eternal Realm? The old man in gold robe shook his hand, and suddenly a picture scroll appeared on his hand. This scroll is extremely old and seems to have been around for some time. Hooray! The old man in golden robe threw the ancient painting in his hand suddenly into the air, and then said very respectfully, "I respectfully invite Demon Ancestor Yunxiao." The scroll of ancient painting opened in midair, revealing the image of a woman on the screen. The woman is around 20 years old, with delicate features and a beautiful face. Wearing a blue Taoist robe, he made his temperament extraordinary. But her face was cold, and her eyes were even colder and ruthless. One glance at it will make you feel as cold as falling into an ice cellar. This is the Demon Ancestor Yunxiao Empress? The big black cat stared at the woman in the ancient painting in stunned silence. Suddenly, his whole body trembled and he knelt on the ground. The old man in linen clothes in the distance also knelt down on the ground with excitement when he saw the image of the woman. "Meet the demon ancestor," the old man in sackcloth said excitedly. "What kind of demon ancestor is this, boss?" The Blood King Demonic Dragon raised his eyebrows and sent out a message in confusion. "I don't know either." But looking at the excited expression on the kitten, he looks like a great person. The big black horse scratched his head and looked a little confused. Mao Bauer and the girl in pink were also dumbfounded. The two girls also knelt on the ground. Mao Bauer never thought that there would be a portrait of the demon ancestor among his celestial cat clan. Within the carriage, Yi Yun, who had been observing this situation in the main hall, suddenly changed his expression. The beautiful face of the woman in green on the ancient scroll was so familiar that it instantly brought back ancient memories in Yi Yun's heart. Yun Xiao, it's been 100,000 years, I didn't expect that your portrait is still circulating in Shenlong continent. Yi Yun stood up, half smiling but not smiling, and murmured to himself, Xiao. Yun Xiao, when did you become the demon ancestor again? Yi Yun closed his eyes. A pretty and lovely girl suddenly appeared in his mind. This quirky girl has 2 braids on her head, likes to wear pink skirts, and likes to follow behind him every day. Although the little girl looks cute, she has an extremely hot temper. Every day, she clamored to drive away all the confidants around Yi Yun, and she wanted to monopolize the most powerful man in Shenlong continent. At that time, Yi Yun had a domineering personality, so how could he let Yun Xiao succeed? So most of the time, Yi Yun would take action to teach Yun Xiao a lesson. Sometimes when he got angry, he grabbed Yun Xiao and spanked her on the butt, making the little girl scream. At that time, Yun Xiao was only at the realm of life and death, and was still far away from the eternal realm. But Yun Xiao is not a monk from the human race, but a demon race. In Yi Yun's eyes, she was just an arrogant and savage little demon. As a time traveler, Yi Yun has no prejudice against the demon clan. Yi Yun, who has watched many dramas such as Su Xian and White Snake, a Chinese ghost story, etc., naturally treats the beauties of the demon clan equally. What Yi Yun didn't expect was 100,000 years later, little Yun Xiao has turned into what future generations call the demon ancestor. He couldn't help but sigh that the changes of time were really elusive. It seems that Yun Xiao also cultivated to the eternal realm later, and it is not an ordinary eternal realm. To become a demon ancestor, one must at least be above the 9th level of the eternal realm. Although the lifespan of the demon clan is very long, it is absolutely impossible for them to live for 100,000 years. Yi Yun sighed and stood silently in the carriage. An ancient painting reminded him of the past a long time ago. Yi Yun stood there blankly, as if the time around him was flowing back at this moment, and he was back to 100,000 years ago. To be honest, 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun was young and energetic, and indeed very arrogant. It was far better than the peace brought by this invincible loneliness 100,000 years later. Within the main hall, the old man in gold robe looked at the 2 great demons in the eternal realm. In the distance, he saw that the demon ancestor did not kneel down and worshipped. He couldn't help but became furious. He shouted coldly, "You too. Why don't you bow when you see the demon ancestor?" The big black horse was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Why do you want to worship her? I don't know her." "Yes, it's the demon ancestor you're talking about, and we don't know her." "Why do we have to kneel down to her? Are you out of your mind, old man?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon also sneered and said, "You." The old man in gold robe was so angry that he was shaking all over. He didn't expect that the 2 big demons in front of him were pretending to be crazy, and even didn't give face to the demon ancestor. You must know that in the entire Shenlong continent, once this ancient painting appears, any demon clan will kneel down and worship the demon ancestor. After all, in the great war between the human race and the demon race tens of thousands of years ago, demon ancestor Yunxiao Empress single-handedly turned the tide, allowing the demon race to retain a lot of blood. Sure enough, the world is not ancient, and people's hearts are unpredictable. The old man in golden robe suddenly laughed coldly. He created a magic spell with both hands, which turned into a ray of light and injected it into the ancient painting. The ancient painting suddenly shone brightly, and the characters in the painting seemed to have souls at this moment, and they came to life. Then he saw the woman in the ancient painting walking out of the painting. As soon as she appeared, a powerful pressure immediately emitted from the entire hall. The big black horse was immediately shocked. He discovered that the woman in front of him had actually reached the 10th level of the Eternal Realm. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was also dumbfounded. I didn't expect that the woman in the ancient painting had such a high level of cultivation. The woman's eyes were extremely cold, as if everything in the world was nothing but dead things in her eyes. She looked coldly at the two big demons below and said coldly, "You two little demons, why do you still react when you see me? Don't you kneel down? Why are you kneeling?" The big black horse said stubbornly, without showing any hint of cowardice. "Since you don't kneel down, don't blame me for being rude." The woman in green stretched out a finger as slender as an onion, a strong light bloomed between the fingers, and slowly pointed towards the big black horse. The powerful pressure actually made the big black horse unable to move. Even the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was suppressed at this moment. The two people watched helplessly as the finger pointed towards them. The old man in golden robe looked at this scene with a look of surprise on his face. Sure enough, the ancestor was right. The ancient paintings contain the will of the Yunxiao Empress. This will help their celestial cats survive the most dangerous disaster. Just when the golden-robed old man thought that the two Eternal Realm demons were about to perish, he was suddenly stopped. He was not alone in his stasis. Everyone around him fell into a dreamlike state of stillness at this moment. A figure in white suddenly appeared. "Xiao Yunxiao, hasn't it been a long time since I spanked you?" Yi Yin appeared opposite Yunxiao, stretched out a hand, and blocked the jade finger. "Who are you?" Yunxiao's cold eyes looked at the white-clothed figure in front of him, but he didn't seem to show any familiar eyes. "You don't recognize me?" Yi Yin was surprised. Unexpectedly, after 100,000 years, Yunxiao would no longer recognize him. What happened in the meantime? He stared closely at Yunxiao's stunning face, and when he saw an extremely ruthless aura deep in her eyes, he seemed to understand something. "Yunxiao, have you really practiced the great way of forgetting love?" Yi Yin asked sadly. "Who are you? Why do you know my name? And why do you know that I practice Taishang Wangqing Dao?" Yunxiao's cold eyes shrank slightly. She looked at the man in white in front of her and asked a series of questions. "I'm Yi Yin." Yi Yin's voice contained some kind of painful emotion, and he slowly walked towards the illusory body opposite, which was composed of a will. "Your name is Yi Yin?" "This name?" At this moment, Yunxiao's eyes were in a daze. She seemed to remember when she had heard this name. It seemed that somewhere in her heart, there was such a name. But at this time an instinctive cold emotion arose in her heart, which strangled some of her emotions. Yi Yin slowly walked up to Yunxiao, and the two stood opposite each other in the air. Looking at this familiar face, Yi Yin sighed with emotion. He slowly stretched out his hand and landed on Yunxiao's head, gently trying to rub it. "Go away, don't touch me." Yunxiao roared angrily and slashed towards Yi Yin with a palm knife. The white jade-like palm exuded an astonishing sharpness, like a snow-white sword light, slashing towards Yi Yun's chest. "You're naughty again, it seems I should spank you." Yi Yun smiled and blew lightly. This breath came last and came first, pushing Yun Zhao's body back to the ancient painting. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and put away the ancient painting. The clouds in this ancient painting are just a wisp of will. He couldn't let Yun Zhao take action and waste the energy of this will. It is better to let her return to the ancient paintings as soon as possible. In this way, he could keep Yun Zhao's will alive for a while longer. After taking back the ancient painting, Yi Yun flashed and returned to the carriage. He slowly closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. He just saw his old friend from 100,000 years ago, but he didn't recognize him, which made Yi Yun feel a little confused. Although it did not affect his strong Taoist heart, it still made him feel a little depressed. In the main hall, everyone is still in a relatively still state. Yi Yun took one last look at Mao Baoer's father and instantly retrieved all the memories in his mind. The reason why Yi Yun retrieved the memory was because he wanted to know the origin of this ancient painting. After reading a stream of memories, Yi Yun's face became darker and darker. He murmured to himself, "It turns out that the ancestor of the celestial cat clan was Xiao Yunxiao's pet in his later years, so before leaving, he left an ancient painting to the celestial cat clan to protect them for thousands of years." Speaking of which, Yi Yun took out the ancient painting again and slowly opened it, carefully looking at the woman in green on it. According to the memory in the mind of the golden-robed old man, more than 90,000 years ago, Yun Zhao, who became the great demon of eternity, began to practice the supreme way of forgetting love. By practicing this peerless magical skill, she broke through to the 10th level of the eternal realm in one fell swoop and became a rare great demon in the world. This kind of cultivation is not found even among the human race. So at that time, Yun Zhao was the leader of the demon clan on Songnan continent. He is also considered a spiritual leader. To Yi Yun's surprise, Yun Zhao later founded the Jiuqing Palace and recruited many followers and disciples. There are monsters and humans. The people in the Jiuqing Palace practice the great way of forgetting love. And they are all cold and ruthless, and they kill decisively. On the entire Songnan Road, he is famous and powerful throughout the world. 70,000 years ago, the conflict between the human race and the demon race on the Songnan continent became increasingly acute, and a war finally broke out. At the beginning of the war, Yun Zhao, who practiced the Taishang Wangqing Dao, did not take action, but when the demon clan's survival was in danger, Yun Zhao couldn't help but take action. She defeated the great monks from the human race who were at the 10th level of the eternal realm and gave the demon race a glimmer of hope. From then on, he was remembered by all demon clans and called the ancestor of all demons. The Jiuqing Palace has also become the holy land of the demon clan. Seeing these past events, Yi Yun was deeply saddened. He could vaguely guess why Yun Zhao practiced the great way of forgetting love. Yi Yun's death at that time was a huge blow to Yun Zhao. Frustrated, she practiced Taishang Wangqing Dao, hoping to use this magical skill to forget the pain in her heart. Well, Yi Yun sighed. 100,000 years have passed, things have changed, people have changed, and Yun Zhao is long gone. Even though a monster in the eternal realm has a long lifespan, it is impossible for him to live for 100,000 years. He silently looked at the woman on the screen, and his eyes were in a trance, as if time had returned to 100,000 years ago. Within the main hall, Suddenly, everyone was refreshed and woke up from their stagnant state. What just happened? The big black horse stared and shook his head, a little confused. The same goes for the blood chief demonic dragon. However, when he saw the woman in green who made them tremble, suddenly disappear in midair, and even the ancient painting disappeared. The Blood King demonic dragon suddenly came to his senses. The master must have taken action. When the master saw that they were no match for the Tsingy woman, he directly took action to help them resolve the crisis. Call. The Blood King demonic dragon took a deep breath, feeling like he was surviving a disaster. The big dark horse also understood at this moment, knowing that it was the master who took action at the critical moment. Where did the old demon ancestor go? At this time, the golden-robed old man also woke up. Looking at the empty hall, he couldn't help but let out a roar in his heart. Just now, it was about to succeed, and the two great demons in the eternal realm were about to be suppressed. Suddenly, in a trance, the demon ancestors' will body and the ancient painting disappeared at the same time. What happened? The old man in golden robe wanted to hit his head against the wall and die. This ancient painting has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and has never been used by the patriarchs of the past generations. He was forced to have no choice but to use this ancient painting today. But I didn't expect. He actually lost the ancient painting. He is simply a sinner in the history of the Celestial Cat clan. The old man in golden robe looked up to the sky and roared, tears streaming down his face, and he was filled with guilt. Mao Bauer saw his father being so rude and didn't know how to persuade him. Father, don't be sad, maybe this is all God's will. The girl in pink walked over to help her elderly father. She found that at this moment, her father seemed much older. Mao Bauer shed tears when she saw her father like this. She didn't expect that so many things would happen when she returned home. The greatest secret of their Celestial Cat clan was lost by her father. Mao Bauer could imagine his father's mood at this moment. It should be the master who took action. The big black cat stood up. He thought about what he had just experienced, and immediately understood, and sent a message to Mao Bauer. It turns out that the master took action, which means that the ancient painting should be in the master's hands. Mao Bauer was a little excited. She decided to go to the master and get the ancient painting back, so that her father would not blame himself so much. She was just about to walk out of the hall when she suddenly heard a thunderous sound in the air. Old man of the Celestial Cat clan, come out and die. The sound was extremely rich and penetrating, making the entire hall buzz. The golden-robed old man trembled and immediately recognized who the voice was. He dodged suddenly and walked out of the hall. Standing in the square in front of the main hall, looking up into the void, I found a figure standing there. This figure has a huge body and is wrapped in a strong ghostly aura. It looks eerie and terrifying. Ghost King of Hades, you were my defeated general thousands of years ago. Are you here to die again this time? The old man in gold robe let out an angry shout. The person who came was none other than the Ghost King of the underworld from the Ghost King sect of the Tianyue dynasty, and he had a deep grudge with their Tian Lingmao clan. Thousands of years ago, the Ghost King of Hades then led his disciples to attack the Celestial Cat clan. But he was repulsed. Unexpectedly, 1,000 years later, this guy would come again. This time I, the Ghost King, have developed a great magical power, and I want to have a good fight with you. The Ghost King of Hades made a big move, and a black spear immediately appeared in his hand. The spear was filled with ghost energy, and it made a Series of gloomy screams. It seemed that there were countless innocent souls howling inside. Cat Bower, give me the heavenly spirit mirror. The old man in golden robe turned around and shouted. Mao Bower ran out in a hurry, and when he heard his father's voice, he immediately threw the Tianling mirror out. Oh, it turns out that the Tianling mirror is not in your hand. When the Ghost King of Hades saw this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately swooped down from mid-air, holding a black spear, and stabbed him viciously. His shot went straight to the chest of the golden-robed old man. The old man in gold robe had no choice but to retreat quickly, and the Tianling mirror flashed in front of him. The Ghost King of Hades made a big move and immediately grabbed the Tianling mirror in his hand. Ha ha ha, old guy, you don't have the heavenly spirit mirror, how will you fight me? The Ghost King of Hades laughed arrogantly. The pale face of the golden-robed old man became extremely ugly at this moment. The Tianling mirror is the most precious treasure of their Tianling cat clan, and it can exert supreme power in his hands. If there is no Tianling mirror, I'm afraid he is no match for the Ghost King of Hades in front of him. Old man, suffer death. The Ghost King of Hades roared arrogantly and stabbed him with one shot. Buzz. Woohoo. With this shot, the void shook, countless cries of ghosts and wolves howled, and the surrounding area seemed to turn into a tragic hell scene. So strong. The old man in gold robe took a breath of air. In a hurry, he drew out a long sword and reluctantly faced it. Facing the powerful Ghost King of the underworld, without the assistance of the heavenly spirit realm, he could not stop the power of the opponents. Spear. Bang. The long sword was sent flying in an instant. The shadow of the gun flashed. One shot hit him in the shoulder. Haha, old man, you don't have a heavenly spirit mirror, so you are no match for me. I will kill you today. The Ghost King of Hades laughed and stabbed the golden-robed old man between the eyebrows with a quick shot. This shot imprisoned the surrounding space, and ghosts and wolves howled all around, making it as terrifying as hell. The old man in golden robe knew that this shot was doomed, so he simply closed his eyes. Father. Mao Bower saw his father being beaten by the Ghost King of Hades and was unable to fight back, so he rushed over. But she only rushed a few feet away, before being bounced back by the billowing black energy, making it impossible to get closer. From all directions, some great demons of the destiny realm of the celestial cat clan also rushed over. Their cultivation is not high. They are only between the 3rd and 6th levels of the destiny realm. They are unable to stop the Ghost King of Hades, a ghost cultivator at the 10th level of the destiny realm. The tip of the spear was about to hit the golden-robed old man between the eyebrows. Suddenly, a big hand suddenly grabbed the tip of the gun, and the black spear could no longer move forward half a minute. Who is it? Dare to interfere with the affairs of my Ghost King sect? The Ghost King of Hades was shocked and looked up. I found that at some point, a man in black robe was standing next to the old man in gold robe. The man grinned widely, baring his big white teeth, and said with a smile, "Kid, you are kidding me." The Ghost King of Hades was stunned for a moment. He had never seen the black robed man in front of him before. Who is this? He tried hard to pull back the gun in his hand, but found that he couldn't pull it back at all. The man in black robe easily grasped the tip of the gun, and it was like a big mountain suppressing his black gun, making it impossible for him to draw it back. The Ghost King of Hades was so frightened that he threw away the gun with a shake of his hand and quickly retreated. The big black horse licked his lips and said with a smile, "Kid, you can't run away." The next moment, the big black horse disappeared beside the golden-robed old man and appeared behind the ghost king of Hades. He stretched out a finger and suddenly pressed the ghost king of Hades from midair to the ground. Boom! The ghost king of Hades hit the ground and made a big hole. Smoke and dust were everywhere. "Uncle Ma, we can't keep this kind of evil spirit around. Let's kill him." At this time, the big black cat ran to the square and shouted loudly, "Don't worry, this kid is very cunning and I won't let him live." The big black horse chuckled and slowly landed from midair. The ghost king of Hades climbed up from the deep pit, coughing non-stop, and felt that his internal organs were seriously injured. He couldn't help but look at the black-armed man in front of him with a horrified expression. This person is probably a great demon in the realm of life and death. Right? How come the Celestial Cat Clan has a great demon in the realm of life and death sitting here? The old man in gold robe felt the movement outside, opened his eyes, and was shocked to find that the ghost king of Hades had been knocked to the ground by the man in black robe and was seriously injured. Unexpectedly, before he died, this great demon in the eternal realm actually rescued him. This not only saved him, but also saved the entire Celestial Cat Clan. If he died, none of the remaining clan members would be a match for the ghost king of Hades. The ghost king of Hades will massacre the entire Celestial Cat Clan. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply. The big black horse waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome, you little old man is just a bit stubborn, but you don't have any bad intentions." Having said this, the big black horse raised his hand in the air, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertips. In an instant, it fell on the ghost king of Hades. Only a roar was heard, and the ghost king of Hades suddenly exploded amidst his screams. Big Dark Horse is best at thunder and lightning powers, and thunder and lightning powers are the nemesis of all ghosts, so it is extremely easy to take care of the ghost king of Hades. Mel Bauer was extremely moved when he saw that a crisis of genocide was eliminated in this way. She also quickly clasped her hands and bent down towards the big black horse. "Thank you, Uncle Ma, for saving your life. Kitty Cat, you don't have to be polite to me. We are all members of the Shenlong Sect." The big black horse waved his hands and laughed. The old man in golden robe turned around, walked towards Mel Bauer and said, with a look of shame, "Daughter, it was Daddy's fault. Daddy should not have expelled you from the family. Daddy formally takes back what he said before. And also apologizes to you. If you want to join the Shenlong Sect, just do it. Dad will not stop you anymore." Hearing his father say such words, Mel Bauer burst into tears. She said in a trembling voice, "Father, that ancient painting should not have disappeared. I'm afraid it was put away by the master." "Master?" The old man in golden robe was slightly startled. "Who is this master?" "The master is the master of our Shenlong Sect." Mel Bauer burst into laughter and was about to turn around and go outside to find the black carriage. Suddenly a white light flashed, and Yi Yun appeared beside her. "No need to look for it, I have already put that ancient painting away." Yi Yun smiled lightly. The old man in gold robe looked at the young man in white who suddenly appeared. He looked up and down and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The young man in white didn't have any aura of cultivation in his body, but he was extremely sacred. He seemed to be standing in front of him like a god, shining brightly and making people look up to him. "What kind of cultivation is this?" The old man in gold robe groaned feebly in his heart. He could not imagine what kind of cultivation the young man in white robe in front of him had. I've met the master. The big black horse, the Blood King demon dragon and the big black cat quickly bowed in a very respectful manner. When the golden-robed old man saw this scene, he was as shocked as a statue. Even the great demon in the eternal realm is so respectful. Then how terrifying is the cultivation of this young man in white. This kind of cultivation is at least at the peak of the 10th level of the eternal realm. On the other side, after confirming that the master had collected the ancient painting, Maubauer felt a little flustered. Sir, is this painting useful for you to keep? Maubauer stuttered a bit. Yiyan nodded and said, this ancient painting belongs to an old friend of mine. He was fond of seeing things, so I put the ancient painting away. However, I will compensate for the loss of your celestial cat clan. After Yiyan said these words, the golden-robed old man's eyes suddenly widened, and a turmoil arose in his heart. If the young man in white meets the demon ancestor in the ancient painting, so who is he? He looked at the handsome young man in white and said respectfully, Senior, you saved our celestial cat clan. You are such a great kindness, how can we ask for anything in return? Although this ancient painting is precious, if you need it, Senior, just take it. I won't take advantage of others for nothing. Yiyan shook his head, with a faint smile on his face. He looked around and said with a smile, the ancestors of your celestial cat clan were also used as demon pets by Yunxiao. They should have been very prosperous tens of thousands of years ago, but they are a little depressed now. Why don't you join the Shenlong Sect too? Join the Shenlong Sect? The old man in golden robe was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. In his old-fashioned impression, the Shenlong Sect was still the low-ranking sect of the Tianqing dynasty. When Maubauer saw this, he was immediately overjoyed. He quickly grabbed his arm and whispered, Father, hurry up and agree. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh. The old man in golden robe nodded bewilderedly. The big black cat next to him showed an expression of hatred for steel. He came over and patted the old man in gold robe on the shoulder, and said angrily, Old man, the master has already spoken, why are you still hesitating? Mother-in-law and mother-in-law, you really don't act like a man. The old man in golden robe glared at the arrogant nine-tailed civet, took a deep breath, clasped his hands into fists, bowed and said to Yiyan, my civet clan is willing to join the Shenlong Sect. Although old-fashioned, the old man in gold robe is not stupid. He knew that the Shenlong Sect had two great demons in the eternal realm, and their strength alone was comparable to that of the heavenly level sect. If the other Tianling cat clan joins the Shenlong Sect, the benefits in the future are self-evident. This time the Ghost King of Hades is dead, and maybe the entire Ghost King sect will come out in force to take revenge on their celestial spirit cat clan. Although the old man in golden robe is not afraid of the Ghost King sect, if the two major forces fight, the damage to the entire celestial cat clan will probably be extremely heavy. Naturally, he, the clan leader, does not want his clan members to die in vain. If there is a strong backing to support them, they will not have to worry about these things. Kindness. Yiyan took out a green bead, looked at the old man in gold robe and said, This is a world of its own, and you will practice in it from now on. After speaking, Yiyan had a thought. Everyone around, including the members of the celestial cat clan, all rose into the air. Yiyan reached out his hand, and the entire valley suddenly rumbling with noise, he grabbed it forcefully, and then stuffed it into the green beads. Seeing this scene, all the Celestial Cat clan members were shocked and stared blankly at Yi Yun. This gentleman in white clothes. What kind of terrifying state has his cultivation reached? The old man in gold robe was stunned. He was standing next to Yi Yun, so the feeling was even stronger. At this moment, a thought suddenly emerged in my mind. The master's cultivation has probably already reached the true God realm. The golden-robed old man suddenly trembled with excitement at the thought that the Shenlong Sect actually had cultivators at the true God realm. Yi Yun smiled and said to the old man in gold robe, "From now on, you can practice here with peace of mind." The old man in gold robe was grateful, and he quickly bowed and saluted and said, "Thank you, senior." Yi Yun nodded and shook the green beads in his hand. The golden-robed old man and all the Celestial Cat clan members disappeared into the void at this moment. After doing all this, Yi Yun looked at Mao Bauer and smiled. "Do you want to go in and practice with your father inside?" "No need, master, I'm fine outside," Mao Bauer said with a smile. She now has so many Emperor-level dragon spirit pills in her hand, which are enough for her to practice, and there is no need to go inside to practice. Moreover, Mao Bauer is also worried that after entering, her father and sister will fight for her dragon spirit pill. Yi Yun knew what Mao Bauer was thinking, so he didn't take it seriously, and put away the green beads. With a flash of his body, Yi Yun returned to the carriage. The big black horse also fell down, transformed and returned to its original form and pulled up the carriage. The Blood Chief demonic dragon was also very conscious and turned into a red kitten again, lying on the carriage very cutely. The big black cat and Cat Bauer naturally returned to their original forms. The three kittens were neatly arranged on the carriage, and each one looked extremely well behaved. The big black horse drove the carriage forward. Sitting in the car, Yi Yun entered the world of green beads. This green bead is a super god-level space treasure. The internal space is extremely vast, covering a quarter of the area of Songnan continent. The valley where the Celestial Cat clan is located is just like an ant, not conspicuous at all. The old man in golden robes was standing on the top of the mountain with his clansmen, looking at the surroundings that were like a fairyland. He felt relaxed and happy in his heart. Every moment, the rich spiritual energy penetrated through his pores, and his whole body felt indescribably comfortable. "Father, this is such a good place. Practicing here is more than 10 times faster than outside." The girl in pink clothes looked around, with a look of surprise and joy on her face. "Yeah, I didn't expect that this world would be so magical, with such concentrated spiritual energy." The old man in golden robe nodded, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Father, joining the Shenlong Sect is the most correct choice you have made in your life." The girl in pink giggled. The old man in golden robe blushed, sighed, and said, "Everything is due to your sister. If your sister did not join the Shenlong Sect, how could our Celestial Cat clan have such supreme treatment?" Other tribesmen echoed with smiles on their faces. They were all elated at the moment and were really satisfied with this place. At this time a white figure flashed, and Yi Yun appeared in front of everyone. He took out a storage ring, threw it to the old man in gold robe, and said, with a smile, "This is a training resource for your Celestial Cat clan." The old man in golden robe took the storage ring, quickly knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." All the members of the Tianling Cat clan, hundreds of them, were kneeling on the ground. Everyone, get up. Yiyan smiled, and a burst of magic power swept out, lifting everyone up. Yunxiao and I are old acquaintances. I see that your celestial cat clan is not doing well nowadays, so I want to help you. Yiyan said calmly. After hearing these words, the golden-robed old man felt a storm in his heart. Again. Has this senior lived for 100,000 years? As the demon ancestor, Lady Yunxiao cannot live for such a long time, could it be said that this senior had already cultivated to the true god realm 100,000 years ago? This is really terrible. Okay, you can practice peacefully here. Mao Bauer is practicing outside for the time being. If anything happens, please use the token to contact me. Saying that, Yiyan threw out another bronze token. This bronze token allows them to get in touch with themselves in their small world. Okay, senior. The old man in gold robe carefully collected the bronze token. Yiyan's body swayed and he left this small world in an instant. After seeing the senior disappear, the old man in golden robe devoted a ray of consciousness to look at the training resources in the storage ring. When he saw the huge training resources inside, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. There are actually a large number of dragon spirit pills placed in this small storage ring. His consciousness quickly scanned it, and after a rough count, he found that there were 100,000 dragon spirit pills. This number immediately frightened the old man in gold robe. The Lingmao clan's warehouse does not contain more than 100 dragon spirit pills. The old man in golden robe took out a dragon spirit pill and looked at it carefully before his eyes. Father, this is the dragon spirit pill. It looks of high quality. The girl in pink came over and asked with a smile. The old man in gold robe ignored him. After a few seconds, the muscles on his face began to beat. He said in shock, "Oh my god. They are all Emperor-level dragon spirit pills." What? It turned out to be an Imperial-level dragon spirit pill? All the clan members gathered around, especially the elders in the clan, who were even more shocked. There are only a few dragon spirit pills in the warehouse of the Tianling cat clan, and the best quality ones are only heaven grade. And there are only 3 heaven-level dragon spirit pills. These 3 heaven-level dragon spirit pills were regarded as treasures by them, and they were never willing to take them. Inside the carriage, seeing the shocked expressions of the Tianling cat clan, Yiyan raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. The reason why the Imperial-level dragon spirit pills were given to the Tian Lingmao clan was because these tribesmen had various cultivation realms, and the Imperial-level dragon spirit pills were enough for them to practice. Although the resources in the warehouse are endless, Yiyan also knows that some resources cannot be easily given to others. As the saying goes, a bowl of rice breeds kindness, and a fight of rice breeds hatred. This is the truth. Everything should be done in moderation. Withdrawing his gaze, Yiyan closed his eyes again. The carriage moved slowly. After a while, a towering mountain appeared directly in front of the carriage. The big black cat looked at the mountain and said excitedly, "Cat Bauer, this is Wukuan Mountain." Mao Bauer took a look and nodded. "Well, this is Wukuan Mountain. The most famous black market is on this mountain. I have been a demon for many years, but I have never been to this place. It's really a pity." The big black cat shook his head and said with a sigh. Mao Bauer said with a smile, "There is everything in this black market. Especially recently I heard that the Tianyue dynasty's Tianyue secret realm is about to open, and the Tianyue token, which is the key to entering the Tianyue secret realm, has many people in the black market on sale. Really? Do you need a token to enter the secret realm? The big black cat was slightly surprised, but it didn't know that the Tianyue secret realm was where Yi Yun was going, so it just curled its lips and did not continue talking. If the master didn't say anything and went to Wukuan Mountain, he would naturally not dare to make the decision and leave the team alone. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun, who was closing his eyes to rest his mind, heard Mao Baoer's words and his expression moved slightly. He originally wanted to use supreme means to force Lord Grimm to the Tianyue secret realm, but if there were Tianyue tokens for sale on the black market in Wukunshan, then he could just buy a token directly. This is simple and hassle-free. While Yi Yun was thinking, the big black horse had arrived at the foot of Wukuan Mountain. Yi Yun stood up, lifted the door curtain and walked out, looked at the big black cat and said with a smile, "Let's go and take a look at the black market in Wukuan Mountain." "Okay, sir." The big black cat immediately stood up energetically. The Blood Chief demonic dragon also stood up. Yi Yun glanced at it and said, "This time, you two Eternal Realm little guys don't have to take action." "Okay, sir." The Blood King demonic dragon lay down on the carriage again in frustration. Hee. The big dark horse didn't think it mattered. Anyway, he had just visited the nine-tailed civet cat family, and he had already shown enough prestige. Yi Yun smiled and said, "You two take good care of the car here." As he spoke, he stepped down from the carriage and walked slowly towards Wukuan Mountain. The big black cat and Cat Bauer looked at each other, transformed into human forms and followed behind the master. Mao Bauer looked excited. This was the first time for her to act alone with the master in such a long time, and she was naturally extremely excited. The sky above Wukuan Mountain. Rays of light came from a distance and landed on the top of the mountain. The big black cat saw that those people were flying a little arrogantly, and couldn't help but said angrily, "What are you pulling on? None of them have high cultivation levels, and they still want to fly." Yi Yun glanced at him, reached out and patted the big black cat on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "That's right." The big black cat was immediately flattered and laughed twice. He didn't know whether what he said was right or wrong. He felt guilty and did not dare to continue speaking. Yi Yun looked around, his eyes blinked slightly, and he saw that the surrounding space began to undergo some magical changes. Within 100 miles, all the monks flying in the air were suddenly shot down by a huge force. Everyone fell to the ground, but no one was hurt at all. "What's wrong? Why can't I fly?" A monk sitting on the ground roared and wanted to fly again, but found that it was impossible. In desperation, he had no choice but to fly quickly across the ground. Low-altitude flight is okay, but the speed is also somewhat limited. This discovery frightened many monks. Everyone speculated that a peerless power might have descended on Wukuan Mountain, and then a ban on the air was imposed. At this time everyone was in a tacit understanding and ran quickly towards Wukuan Mountain close to the ground without saying anything. As for those people in the Wukunshan black market, they have not felt this and are not aware of these amazing changes happening outside. Yi Yun walked slowly and leisurely, as if he was traveling in mountains and rivers. The big black cat and Cat Bauer followed Yi Yun on the left and right. "Although I am so strong, I still like to walk slowly like this. It seems that this is the style that a truly strong person should have." The big black cat looked at Yi Yun's back with a burning light in his eyes. He began to imitate Yi Yun's every move, consciously or unconsciously. A group of 3 people finally arrived at the top of Wukuan Mountain half an hour later. The top of the mountain is extremely wide and surrounded by many buildings. Many forces have strongholds here and are responsible for selling some things that cannot be sold on the normal market. There are also many monks who spread cloth on the roadside, put some things on them, and sell their things in the form of street stalls. There is no charge for setting up street stalls in the black market. However, the monks who set up street stalls were a mixed bag, resulting in the quality of the items being sold being of poor quality, which required a pair of discerning eyes. There was a steady flow of people. Yi Yun walked slowly forward along with the flow of people, watching as he walked, observing the stalls on both sides with interest. Although Yi Yun is already above the gods and possesses countless treasures, the quality of them is too high. In this place, if you take out any item, you will probably be beaten to death by the monks. The reason why Yi Yun was interested was because this feeling reminded him of the fun of visiting night market stalls in his previous life. If it were an ordinary monk above the true god realm, he would definitely not have the slightest interest in Xiaoxiaowu Kunshan's black market. But Yi Yun was a man in two lives, and had complicated experiences, so his mentality was completely different from others. Mao Bauer, you said there is a sky moon token on the black market. I wonder where it is. Yi Yun turned his head and looked at Mao Bauer casually. Mao Bauer scratched his head and said, Master, I heard that there is one, but I don't know exactly which shop sells it. Sometimes it depends on luck. After all, the sky moon token is extremely precious and can be sold on the black market. Not much. The big black cat glared at Mao Bauer angrily and said, You don't even cherish the opportunity for you to show your face. Your title as a native near Wukuan Mountain has been wasted. Yi Yun saw the big black cat bullying Mao Bauer again, and smiled without saying anything. What happened to Wukunshan City? Why are they not even allowed to fly? Which big boss came down and set up a ban on air travel? A monk ran panting from a distance. When he saw the bustling crowd, he made a complaining voice. Yes, flying is no longer possible within 100 miles around Wukuan Mountain. Who set up the air ban? Another monk also complained. More and more monks came to the top of Wukuan Mountain from a distance, and everyone complained. At this time, I heard someone shouting in the distance, Get out of the way. Get out of the way, the saint is coming. The crowd retreated to the surroundings, only to see a graceful and unparalleled woman in black, like a fairy descending from the earth, slowly floating from a distance. Standing next to the woman in black were 8 old men, each of whom had extremely high cultivation levels, reaching above the 7th level of the Destiny realm. Wow, it's the saint girl from the Xuanqiu Holy Sect who is here. The crowd gathered, and some people exclaimed. Yi Yun looked at the woman in black and nodded gently. This girl is extremely young and beautiful, with a beautiful face, skin as fair as jade, and black hair like clouds and waterfalls. She can be regarded as a beauty. What is the origin of this saint? The big black cat asked with a wink at Cat Bauer. Mao Bauer thought for a while and said, It is said that the big head behind the black market in Wukuan Mountain is the Xuanqiu Holy Sect of the Tianyue dynasty. I see. The big black cat nodded. His eyes swept around the face of the woman in black, and then turned elsewhere. He had no interest in beautiful women. What happened? Tell me in detail. The woman in black floated over, walked up to the noisy monks, and asked softly. Holy maid of initiation, the air near Wukuan Mountain has suddenly been banned and cannot fly. What's going on? One of the monks asked loudly. Is there still such a thing? The girl in black frowned and looked at the other people around her. Others chimed in, acknowledging the fact. The girl in black used her magic power to fly up into the air. She only flew 3 meters in height before she suddenly fell down. That's true. The girl in black was shocked. Who put up this kind of air ban? You must know that the black market in Wukuan Mountain is controlled by her Xuanqiu Holy Sect. Now that a powerful person is coming, she doesn't know anything about it. This is really a terrifying thing. If she offends this powerful person, I am afraid that her Xuanqiu Holy Sect will also be implicated. I don't know which powerful person came here. The Xuanqiu Holy Sect didn't treat me well. Please forgive me. The girl in black clasped her hands in her fists and bowed to everyone around her. Her voice spread in all directions. The people around looked at each other, no one dared to say a word, and waited quietly for the legendary boss to appear. But after waiting for a while, no one showed up. The black girl sighed, knowing that the boss might not want to show up. Everyone, please leave. Go and do what you need to do. The girl in black gave an order, then turned and left. The big black cat looked at the girl in black, with an expression of admiration on his face, and whispered, Cat Bauer, look at how smart this little girl is, she is much better than a dull one like you. Mao Bauer's eyes turned red, and he puffed up his cheeks and said unconvincingly, Brother, I am at the 7th level of the Destiny Realm, and I am only at the 7th level of the Divine Bridge Realm. There are 2 big realms in between? That makes some sense. The big black cat curled his lips and stopped talking. Yi Yun looked at the girl in black from a distance, with a faint smile on his face. Xuanqiu Holy Sect, this small and unpopular sect, brought back some of his memories. When he was in the Jilei Mountains, he had dealt with the people of the Xuanqiu Holy Sect. Unexpectedly, here in Wukuan Mountain, he would meet the saint of the Xuanqiu Holy Sect again. Yi Yun felt funny when he thought about the ridiculous things that the Xuanqiu Holy Sect did 100,000 years ago. He actually wanted to donate beautiful women to himself in order to gain the attention of the Shenlong Sect. This kind of despicable method could only be accomplished by the Xuanqiu Holy Sect. The girl in black walked slowly along the street. When she passed Yi Yun, she suddenly turned her head away as if she felt something. It didn't matter at this glance, she was immediately attracted by the special temperament exuded by the young man in white in front of her. The young man in front of him is like an immortal who stepped out of an ancient painting. His temperament is otherworldly, and his whole body exudes a faint layer of sacred white light, which makes him feel like he is not an ordinary cultivator in the world. The black girl has grown up and has always had her eyes high. She has never seen such a handsome and charming man. In an instant, I felt my heart pounding like a deer, and my beautiful little face turned a little red. Unexpectedly, she lost control and moved towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun was a little dazed when he saw the woman in black walking towards him. But he immediately understood what was going on. After all, Yi Yun's love experience is too rich. There was something wrong with the way the woman looked at him. This young man is so polite. The girl in black came over and said with a smile. After speaking, 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on her face. Yi Yun nodded. Although he has some prejudice against Xuanqiu Holy Sect, it does not mean that he is unfavorable to all members of Xuanqiu Holy Sect. The girl in front of him looked a bit innocent, and the look of her first love reminded him of a certain confidant from before. The big black cat was very excited next to him. He grabbed the cat Bauer's robe and shook it repeatedly. Mao Bauer glared at him strangely. Unexpectedly, this guy would be even more excited than the old man after seeing him being accosted by the girl in black. But the two of them were very knowledgeable and didn't speak. They only communicated with their eyes. At this time, the girl in black looked at Yi Yun and said softly, "Master, I wonder if I can buy you a cup of tea?" The voice is sweet, like the sound of nature. No. Yi Yun immediately shook his head. He unceremoniously rejected the saint of the Blackbird sect. A little holy girl from the Xuanqiu holy sect, no matter how beautiful she is, she can't fall into his eyes. Be brave. My saintess invites you to drink tea. She is looking down upon you. Don't be disrespectful. An old man stood up next to him and glared at Yi Yun. How dare you speak to my master like that? Don't you want to live? The big black cat rushed out with a sudden sound, holding a black shield in his hand, as if he was ready to fight. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at the scene in front of him, calmly without saying a word. The woman in black quickly pulled the old man beside her, frowned and said, "Don't do anything." The old man's face turned red. He did not dare to disobey the saint's order, and quickly retreated. The girl in black took 2 steps forward and said apologetically, "Master, I'm sorry to say that you were frightened." Yi Yun said calmly, "A cultivator at the 7th level of the Destiny realm can't even get into my eyes." The woman in black was stunned, and looked at Yi Yun again, and found that he still couldn't see his cultivation clearly. Seeing that the girl in black was about to explore his cultivation, Yi Yun moved his body slightly and released a breath of peak 10th level of Destiny realm. It turns out that he is a strong man who is halfway to the realm of life and death. The black girl's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the power of the young man in white, and she felt slightly uneasy. Even if all of them were added to the list of experts who were halfway to the realm of life and death, they would still be no match for them. Seeing that the young man in white was so indifferent to her, the girl in black felt a little frustrated, hugged Ji Yun, then turned and left. Holy girl, that boy in white clothes was so outrageous. I really wanted to beat him up. After walking away, an old man shook his fist angrily and said, "Didn't you feel his breath just now?" The girl in black asked in a low voice. No. Several old men around shook their heads. I see. The girl in black was thoughtful, and she finally understood. It turned out that the aura of that handsome man was specially for her to see. This man is half-stepped into the realm of life and death. He showed me a trace of his aura just now. He also wanted to scare me. It's better that we don't mess with him as much as possible. The girl in black looked solemn and said solemnly, "It turns out that he is a strong man who is halfway to the realm of life and death. No wonder he is so arrogant." An old man groaned. So what if I'm half a step into the realm of life and death? It's not like our Xuanqiu holy sect doesn't have it. Another old man's face was gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today, the saintly daughter of their holy sect was insulted, and these old men were extremely angry in their hearts. The saintly daughter of Xuanqiu holy sect has a status second only to the sect leader in the entire sect. The girl in black said in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive, everyone. There is some trouble. It's better not to mess with it. Try not to use the sect's powerful people in the life and death realm. Kindness." Several old men nodded silently. It took a few breaths. Suddenly, an old man's brows twitched and he asked, "Holy girl, does the strong man who set up the air ban have something to do with this young man in white?" "It shouldn't matter. It's impossible for someone in the half-step life and death realm to have such a powerful ability to set up air restrictions without being discovered by us. This person's cultivation level is at least in the eternal realm." The girl in black frowned and said. After listening to the saint's explanation, everyone's expressions became more complicated. A strong man from the eternal realm came to the black market in Wukuan Mountain, but he didn't know what his purpose was. Such a person is simply not something they can afford to offend. Even if it is as powerful as the Suanio Holy Sect, it cannot afford to offend a great monk of the eternal realm. After all, Suanio Holy Sect is just a high-ranking sect. You don't have to worry too much. The sudden arrival of a senior from the eternal realm to Wukuan Mountain should not have any impact on our Wukuan Mountain. After all, his identity is there, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be the same as the monks of our major sections. The black girl smiled softly and shook her head indifferently. The other old men secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They turned around, walked towards a tall building in front, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. TSK, incredible. On the other side, many people on the street looked at the young man in white, who looked like an immortal with strange eyes. This young man in white mercilessly rejected the invitation of the Holy Lady of the Blackbird Holy Sect, which is really unbelievable. I really can't figure it out. The saint girl of the Xuanqiu Holy Sect is so beautiful, but the young man in white is indifferent. Could it be that his heart is made of stone? A young male monk said softly. Who makes him look so handsome? Any woman will be tempted by it, so the saint girl of the Xuanqiu Holy Sect is no exception. Such a good-looking man has a very high immunity to women, so he doesn't let the saint girl go. Mentally, there's nothing to be surprised about. When a beautiful middle-aged woman next to her said this, she looked at the young man in white with a burning look. If she were a dozen years younger, maybe she would have the guts to strike up a conversation. After all, the young man in white is so good-looking and has an outstanding temperament that any woman who sees him can't help but want to get close to him. The big black cat couldn't help but lowered his head and smiled as he listened to the discussions around him. Cat Bauer, do you see this? This is the master. He is the center of attention wherever he goes. The big black cat touched Mao Bauer's forehead and smiled proudly. Yes, I do look so good that girls like him. Mao Bauer looked at Yi Yun's back with a look like a nymphomaniac. Yi Yun listened to the comments around him and smiled lightly. Yi Yun, who was once the #1 Eternal Realm Master in Songnan Continent, and also the #1 bully, had heard such voices too many times before. He would still be complacent at that time. Now that he has broken through to a realm above gods, he has long been indifferent to these mortal discussions. Yi Yun continued walking forward with his hands behind his back. Our store sells Sky Moon tokens. If you need any monks, you can come to our store to buy them. The price is fair and you can be honest. In the distance, an old man stood at the door of a shop in front and shouted loudly. When Yi Yun heard that it was the Tianyue token, he was very interested and walked over. Sir, are you here to buy the Tianyue token? Seeing Yi Yun's extraordinary bearing, the old man quickly asked with a smile. Yi Yun nodded and walked in. The store does have Tianyue tokens, but the price is a bit expensive, the old man said with a smile. I'm not afraid of the price, but I'm afraid you'll run out of goods. Yi Yun smiled lightly. The old man took Yi Yun to an elegant room. After Yi Yun sat down, he said, with a smile, the Sky Moon token is extremely rare. This time our store will use an auction. The one with the highest price will get it. Yi Yun nodded, okay, no problem. The old man looked at Yi Yun, rubbed his hands and said with a smile, every bidder needs to pledge an item. When the big black cat heard this, he was furious. How dare you, my master? Will lie to you again? The old man lowered his head and smiled. I don't dare, I don't dare. This is the rule of the small shop. Yi Yun smiled. Is this one okay? After speaking, Yi Yun gently touched his wrist and took out a dragon spirit pill. This is an imperial level dragon spirit pill. When the old man saw the dragon spirit pill, he gently picked it up and looked at it, with a look of shock on his face. He nodded quickly and said, okay. Okay. After saying that, he took the dragon spirit pill and turned around and left the room. Yi Yun smiled but did not speak. He can also understand the rules of this kind of auction. It doesn't matter if I take out a small dragon spirit pill. The old man walked in a hurry and quickly came to a room. Shopkeeper, look at this dragon spirit pill. It should be real, right? The old man handed the dragon spirit pill in his hand to an old man in blue robe in front of him. This old man in blue robe is the boss of this auction house. The big shopkeeper looked at it for a moment, with a shocked expression on his face. I can't believe it. This is actually an imperial level dragon spirit pill. Yes, this kind of dragon spirit pill is extremely rare. It has not appeared on our black market for many years. The old man sighed and said, how many coins does that guest have? How about we book them all? The big shopkeeper said, I don't know. The customer didn't say that they just wanted to buy the Tianyu token. So that's it. The big shopkeeper touched his chin, his face became gloomy, and he thought for a few seconds before saying, assign a person to be responsible for bidding, and we must sell this Tianyu token to a sky-high price. The old man was stunned for a moment and understood instantly. Big shopkeeper, you are planning to do something evil. The Tianyu token in their auction house is simply fake, and the so-called auction is just to defraud some spiritual stones. Although this Tianyu token is a fake, it is enough to look real. They specially asked experts to make it. It is said that after being teleported to the Tianyu secret realm, it will be teleported out in no more than 3 days. There is no permanence at all. Shopkeeper, don't worry, I'll go down and make arrangements right away. The old man clasped his hands into fists, then turned around and went out. The big shopkeeper held the dragon spirit pill in his hand with a greedy look on his face. In the end, he couldn't help it anymore and swallowed the dragon spirit pill in one go. As soon as the dragon spirit pill entered the body, it immediately turned into a billowing medicinal power and hit every meridian of the body. Call. The big shopkeeper exhaled, with an extremely comfortable and intoxicated expression on his face. Inadvertently, he exuded a faint demonic aura. In the private room, Yi Yun smiled lightly. He was non-committal about the sordid scene just now. A few tiny ants had no sense of existence in his eyes. His purpose is just for a Sky Moon token. As long as there is no problem with the Tianyu token, Yi Yun will not kill these dirty guys. At most, they will be given a punishment they will never forget. But Yi Yun did not expect that the Tianyu token would be real or fake. Cat Bauer, do you know how much the Sky Moon token is worth? The big black cat was bored and looked at Cat Bauer and asked. Mao Bauer thought about it for a moment. The price of the Tianyu token is different every time. The lowest price is 100,000 spirit stones. It is said that the highest price is 1 million spirit stones. What? 1 million spirit stones? Isn't that too high? Is a small sky moon token worth so much? The big black cat lost his voice, with a look of shock on his face. A secret realm of the sky and moon that can only be entered by nirvana monks. Requires 1 million spirit stones to enter. This cost is too high. This made him, a nine-tailed civet cat who had been wandering outside, really unable to accept such an expensive price. Over the years, the big black cat has accumulated not many spiritual stones. Only more than 100,000 in total. Actually, 1 million spirit stones is nothing to some big families or sections. At this time, Mao Bauer shook his head and said, "It is said that the osmanthus tree growing in the Tianyu secret realm can bear a kind of fruit. If this fruit is swallowed, it can improve people's understanding and qualifications. If it costs 1 million souls, sure, if you can improve the understanding and qualifications of the disciples in your family, it will be very cost-effective." The big black cat remembered some legends about the Tianyu secret realm, snorted coldly and said, "It's not that easy. There are quite a few laurel trees in the Tianyu secret realm, but not all laurel trees have such magical powers. Effective. That's true. Everything depends on luck, and there are too many people competing for it. It's possible that you won't make it out alive at all." Mao Bauer nodded, his face looking extremely solemn. Money is a trivial matter. As long as you can get the Tianyu token, you too don't have to fight here. Yi Yun looked at the two people and said with a smile. The big black cat chuckled, quickly picked up the teapot and poured some water into the cup, and then said with a smile, "Master, you drink tea." Yi Yun glanced at the tea leaves and shook his head. "This tea is really too good." He poured the tea in the cup on the ground, flicked it from his wrist, took out a few green tea leaves, and put them into the cup. In an instant, an indescribable fragrance wafted out. The big black cat took a gentle sniff, and suddenly felt comfortable all over. And his whole soul was about to soar. "Master, what kind of tea is this?" The big black cat stared at the green tea leaves, and said in disbelief. He discovered that the surface of the tea leaves was actually filled with many fine Tao lines, and the Tao lines exuded some kind of Taoist atmosphere. This discovery shocked the big black cat like a sculpture. The master actually has such good tea. Yi Yun glanced at the big black cat and said, "This is a kind of fairy tea." It turns out to be fairy tea. The big black cat suddenly understood and quickly poured some more hot water into it. Suddenly the aroma became stronger. Mao Bauer was beside him, so shocked that he didn't speak. He just breathed in the rich fragrance greedily. At this moment, she felt that she was about to break through to the 8th level of Xinqiao realm. Yi Yun looked at Mao Bauer's expression and gently poured a drop of tea into the tea with his hand. The drop of tea flew out, landed on Mao Bauer's thin red lips, and flowed in along the delicate red lips. As soon as the tea flowed into Mao Bauer's body, she was shocked all over. In an instant, her cultivation reached the 8th level of the Divine Bridge realm. "Master, I made a breakthrough." Mao Bauer opened his eyes and said in surprise and joy, "Congratulations." Yi Yun said with a smile. Hiss. At this moment, the big black cat took a breath of air. Just now, he could see clearly from the side that the master just ordered a drop of tea for Mao Bauer, and Mao Bauer broke through to a new level. He rubbed his hands, licked his face, and said, "Master, can you give me some tea?" "Why not?" Yi Yun smiled softly. He wanted to fulfill the big black cat's wish, and flicked his hand gently. And more than a dozen drops of tea formed a thin line and flew towards the big black cat. The big black cat quickly opened its mouth and swallowed the thin line. After swallowing it, his eyes suddenly widened, feeling the incredible changes in his body. The next moment, his body shook slightly. Boom! There was a loud sound in his body, and his realm entered the 4th level of Destiny Realm. Haha. I also made a breakthrough, sir, thank you so much. The big black cat burst out laughing and quickly bowed and saluted. Yi Yun nodded. You just need to experience this fairy tea for a while. If you take too much, it will be a kind of poison. Yi Yun said with a smile, picked up the teacup and took a small sip. This fairy tea is a kind of tea he got by signing in, called Mandala Fairy tea. It is one of his many tea leaves, and is not a product of this world. The quality is very high and the medicinal properties are a bit weird. You can't drink it unless you reach the true God realm. Yi Yun just flicked his hand to remove some of the medicinal properties in Datura Immortal Tea. Otherwise, the big black cat and Mao Bauer would be poisoned and die immediately. Datura Fairy Tea is a kind of tea that grows in hell. It has huge vitality and the power of destruction. For the big black cat and Mao Bauer, just a small taste is enough. If they drink too much, it will be harmful to the body. Okay, sir. The big black cat glanced at the tea in the cup longingly, and swallowed with some difficulty. But when the master spoke, he had no choice but to obey. The auction for the Tianyue token has begun. The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones. Now I invite you to bid. Suddenly a woman's voice came from outside, as clear and gentle as an oriole emerging from the valley. 20,000. Immediately, someone in a private room in a certain direction quoted the price. 50,000. Someone asked for a price again. 80,000. 100,000. 120000. The sounds came and went, and in just a few breaths it reached 200,000. Yi Yun sat firmly on the Diaoyutai, drinking tea quietly, without rushing to quote. Because he knew that this auction house had set up a conspiracy. After reaching 200,000, the frequency of quotations is not as high as before. Sir, when will we make a quotation? The big black cat rubbed his hands, feeling a little anxious. Make an offer now. Yi Yun glanced at something lightly and said with a smile. 300,000. The big black cat roared and handed over directly from 250,000 to 300,000. 400,000. Someone from another box shouted loudly. 450,000. The big black cat snorted angrily. 480,000. That box continues to bid. 500,000. Seeing that the box was serious about himself, the big black cat announced another price. As soon as the price of 500,000 was announced, the box suddenly became silent. You want to fight Uncle Cat, you turtle grandson, you really don't know how many eyes Uncle Cat has? The big black cat was pleased with himself and laughed. After the big black cat's price of 500,000 was announced, there was silence outside, and no one followed the price anymore. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, a hint of mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he drank the fairy tea quietly with a leisurely expression. First time for 500,000. the woman's voice rang out. After about 30 seconds, no one followed. The woman continued to shout, 500,000 for the second time. The surroundings were still quiet, and no one followed up. In a certain room, the big shopkeeper looked gloomy, and said angrily, "What on earth is Lowly doing? I asked him to arrange for someone to secretly raise the price. Why didn't you hear my instructions?" At this time, there was a woman standing next to the big shopkeeper, wearing black clothes with a small black bird pattern embroidered on the clothes. She said with a cold face, "I'll go take a look." With that said, the woman in black turned around and left the room. When she appeared in a certain private room, she found that room empty. Is it strange? Where has the person gone? The woman in black's expression changed, turned around and walked out. She found the old man at the door of the auction house. "How come the person you arranged for number 15 is missing?" The woman in black grabbed the old man's clothes and said viciously, "It's gone, how could it be? I obviously arranged for Xiaodongzi." The old man was shocked and explained quickly, "You come with me." The woman in black dragged the old man to the private room quickly. When the old man saw the empty room, he was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the floor. Where have people gone? He has obviously made arrangements. A guy who fails to accomplish anything but fails to accomplish anything. A figure flashed, and the big shopkeeper appeared in the private room with a gloomy face. He stretched out a palm and beat the old man into a ball of blood. Missed on the spot. "You come." The big shopkeeper looked at the woman in black and said, 1000000. The woman in black shouted the price to 1 million. All the monks in the surrounding rooms looked at each other in shock when they heard the price. Although the Tianyue token is very precious, if it can cost 1 million, it is also the highest price in history. In recent thousands of years, the number has not reached 1 million. Unexpectedly, a wealthy monk appeared in the private room on number 15. "Oh, let me go, someone actually followed the price, and it doubled." The big black cat jumped up like a red hot but at this time eager to rush out and fight with someone. Mao Bauer quickly grabbed him. "Brother, don't be impulsive." Mao Bauer quickly comforted in a low voice. "Master, are you still asking for more? Or should I rush out and grab the Tianyue token?" The big black cat asked anxiously. "Why are you robbing? Do you think I don't have spiritual stones, sir?" Yi Yun laughed, picked up the teacup and continued to take a sip. "I understand, sir." The big black cat smiled and quickly poured some more hot water for Yi Yun. 1.1 million. The big black cat shouted another number. 1.2 million. In the private room on number 15, the woman's voice came out again. The face of the big shopkeeper next to him showed an excited look. The monk who owns the dragon spirit pill is really wealthy. He even asked for 1 million, but he can actually increase the price. 1.3 million. The big black cat shouted through gritted teeth. 1.5 million. The woman in room 15 shouted. 1.7 million. 1.9 million. 2 million. Big Black Cat raised the price to 2 million in one breath. The opponent is too fierce. The Tianyue token has never exceeded 1 million. But this time it has reached 2 million, doubled. Which forces the opponent? Mao Bauer looked out and thought a little innocently. Shopkeeper, should we continue to report? The woman in black asked. That's almost it. If we continue, we will scare the other party away. The big shopkeeper said thoughtfully. Just accept it as soon as you see fit. 2 million spiritual stones is already an impossible sky-high price. The woman nodded. They did not continue to quote new prices for this private room. The woman in charge of the auction outside shouted 3 times in a row and found that no one had exceeded 2 million, so she made the final decision. The ownership of this Sky Moon token was officially announced. A young woman walked into Yi Yun's private room holding a tray. "Sir, this is your Tianyue token. Please pay 2 million spiritual stones or something of equivalent value in exchange," the young woman said with a smile. She couldn't help but feel a little excited when she saw how handsome the man in white in front of her was. She had never seen such a good-looking man in her life, exuding indescribable charm, and she had already fallen in love with him just by looking at him. But she is also self-aware. She is just a clerk at an auction house, and she is not qualified to have wild ideas. Just pay with dragon spirit pill. You ask me how much spiritual stone the dragon spirit pill I pledged is worth? I will supply you with the rest, Yi Yun said calmly. The young woman didn't know the price, so she quickly left and went to find the big shopkeeper. After a while, the big shopkeeper came in with him. "Sir, your dragon spirit pill is of good quality and is worth 50,000 spirit stones," the big shopkeeper said with a smile. "Is this price right?" Yi Yun looked at the big black cat. "Master, this price is quite reasonable." The big black cat nodded. "Okay, this is the remaining dragon spirit pill." Yi Yun waved his hand, and 19 emperor-level dragon spirit pills suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing so many dragon spirit pills appearing in front of him, the big shopkeeper's eyes showed a blazing light. He took it with both hands. At the same time, the young woman beside him held a tray and handed the Tianyue token to Yi Yun. Yi Yun took the Tianyue token. This Sky Moon token is made of bronze and is engraved with many runes. These runes form a small formation and have the power of space transmission. Yi Yun's eyes twitched twice and found that the Tianyue token was poorly made and did not look like a genuine product at first glance. Yi Yun glanced far away, towards the Tianyue dynasty. He quickly found many real Tianyue tokens. After looking at it twice and comparing it with the Tianyue token in my hand, I found that the Tianyue token in my hand turned out to be a fake. It's really a black market. You can't even buy a real Sky Moon token, Yi Yun suddenly said with a smile. "Master, please don't talk nonsense. This Tianyue token is absolutely real. If you don't believe it, you can enter the Tianyue secret realm with the token in hand." The big shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. He quickly raised his hands and said seriously, "You can get in, but I'm afraid you will be teleported out in less than 3 days. Your store is really a shady store." Yi Yun smiled. "Okay, it turns out to be a black shop. Let me beat you to death, you bad old man." The big black cat rushed over with an angry look, stretched out his hand, and slapped it down. Bang bang. 2 crisp sounds sounded. The left and right sides of the big shopkeeper's face suddenly swelled up. "My body." The big shopkeeper was surprised to find that at this moment, his body was imprisoned and he could no longer move. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of Destiny Realm, he could easily avoid the black-robed young man on the opposite side.